My name is Heather Baker and I'm the chairman of this committee. The Planning Committee is not a public meeting, it's a meeting held in public. The purpose of the meeting is for the committee members to listen to the officers' presentations and to the public speakers before debating the issues and coming to a decision on the items on today's agenda. I'd like to remind all members and all members of the public present that the park members have a primary responsibility for ensuring that the authority furthers the national park purposes and duty. Members regard themselves first and foremost as members of the authority and will act in the best interests of the authority and of the park, rather than as delegates representing the interests of their appointing authority or any other interest groups. During the meeting, you might see members using their tablets or phones. Please be assured this is to review background information such as the local plan, maps or plans of the application, or other associated planning documents. To minimise disruption, may I ask you to switch your mobile phones to silent? Can I also remind members and officers to speak clearly and directly into the microphone, which I hope I am doing, and to bring it closer if necessary. If anybody can't hear me or can't hear anybody else, will you please put your hand up and make yourself heard so that we can adjust the situation? Hello? Yes, please speak. Can we turn the volume up? I'm not sure. Hold on. Can we turn the volume up? That's gone up. Is that better? Great. Please do let us know. I appreciate the acoustics are not brilliant in this room, so we need to try and make sure that everybody can hear what's going on. Right, so without further ado, we'll move on to the agenda for today's meeting. And we start off with apologies for absence. I have Daniel Stewart-Roberts has apologised. Declaration of interest. Members, please. Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I declare a personal and prejudicial interest on item 9. A relative lives next to the field.
Thank you.
My father.
Stephen?
Thank you. I have a pecuniary interest in item 10 by virtue of being a trustee of the South Downs Trust, and I will therefore leave the room during that item.
Thank you. Robert?
Thanks, Heather. I have a public service announcement about both items 9 and 12. I am a East Hants District Council councillor and a Hampshire County councillor, and both those two are in my ward, my division. Furthermore, I know two of the speakers on item 12 who are speaking against the application, one of whom is a fellow district councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew?
Yes, I would like to declare a public service interest as chairman of Harting Parish Council on two items. One is agenda item 6, because 3 of the sites are located within Harting Parish. Also, agenda item 13, which is also located in Harting Parish. I'd also like to declare to be noted that I know a number of the public speakers, Sheila Bramley, who is speaking to agenda item 6 and agenda item 13, Simon Ashby Rudd, who is speaking to agenda item 13, and I have knowledge, no, let's rephrase that. I was going to say I know Robin Wells, who is also speaking to agenda item 6, and furthermore, with agenda item 13, a cousin of mine runs an adjacent campsite, but I've been advised that is not a prejudicial interest.
Thank you. And Tim?
Thank you, Chair. I'm in the unusual position of having to declare an interest. I am director of the Petersfield Community Land Trust. I've had nothing to do with the application in relation to its progress here, and I will leave the room when that item comes on. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Is that everybody? That's quite a list.
Sorry, Chairman, I
Gary.
didn't tell. I will leave the room, the same item, yeah.
Right. Anybody else leaving the room? No? Janet?
I'm just being careful, Chairman, in case there's discussion on the local plan, etc. Public service interest in Petworth, particularly.
Right. Anything else? Right. So, back to my agenda. So the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 11th of December. Does anyone have anything they need to comment upon? Thank you, in which case I'll sign those minutes. Now we've got some updates from previous committee decisions. Rob, are you going to lead this?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Members, got a number of updates for you with regard to previous applications which came before committee. I can confirm that Black Nest Golf Centre in Binstead, Alton, for the pickleball courts and the paddle courts and the other development on there, that's been issued. The decision was issued in December. We had 2 applications for Pullens Lane in Sheet. One was for the erection of 2 dwellings. That one has been issued. The other hasn't been issued yet and is still going through the legal agreement being secured as far as that one's concerned. But the one for 2 dwellings has been issued in December. The garage compound at the Lynchets in Lewis, which was for 4 affordable dwellings to rent, that was issued in December. Also in December, we issued the decision for Aldi's down in Brooks Road, Lewis, and we also issued the refusal of the application for land east of Brooks Road, Lewis, which was the one for the Lidl store. And also the garage compound in Crisp Road, Lewis, that was issued on the 4th of February. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rob. Urgent items, I don't believe we have any. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the proposed submission for the Southdown Local Plan, item 6. And Claire Tester is going to remind us of the report content and refer to the update sheet. Claire.
So we're going to triple hand this, if that's okay, Chair. And I think Amy has got the first slide.
Thank you. Yes. So before, I guess, getting into the detail of the proposed submission local plan, a really significant milestone for the new local plan, I'm just going to recap really how we got here and importantly, the engagement and the consultation feedback that has informed this version of the new local plan. So as members will recall, engagement actually started on this over 18 months ago, so in the summer of 2024, when we did an initial informal engagement around the scope of the new local plan and what issues people would like to see it address. And the kind of key priorities that came across then were landscape protection, also addressing biodiversity loss and water quality. The first formal consultation, known as the Regulation 18 consultation, ran at the beginning of last year, January to March, and that was a consultation on draft policies and draft site allocations. We got a really good response to that, over 3,700 comments from just under 2,000 individuals and organisations. So since then, we've been working hard, reviewing all of those comments, also taking into account evidence as that's been evolving in the time period then, and have prepared the proposed submission local plan, which is before members today. What I wanted to just pick up on is some of the key changes that have happened since that first consultation, the Reg 18, and now this proposed submission version, and particularly those changes that are a result of feedback from the public. And these are set out in the consultation report, which is Appendix 1 of the paper, item 6. So some key changes there. You'll see that the section of the local plan on site allocations has a quite significantly different structure now, which is a settlement-based structure. So each of the primary settlements have an introduction, setting out some of the key characteristics of those settlements, and also reference to other key planning documents, for example, parish priority statements and neighbourhood plans for those settlements. Another key change is an entirely new policy now in the new local plan, which addresses specialist and older persons accommodation. This really is very much a local policy responding to our local demographic, the ageing population. There have been many updates to the site allocations, ranging from wholesale relocation of development in one village to introducing meanwhile uses at some of the big brownfield sites in Lewis. And then there have been lots of updates and revisions to some of the site criteria where we can address some of the local concerns raised in the consultation. And those range from transport issues, parking, access points, design and massing, requirements for open space, pedestrian cycle connections, and in some cases amending the developable area for those site allocations. So that's just to give you a flavour for how we've responded to the consultation, and I'll pass on now to Claire to go into the sort of detail of the new local plan.
Thanks. Yes, so this is just a reminder really of what's in the new local plan. It's probably a good point to remind you that you've got a fairly detailed update sheet in front of you, which includes a number of changes. Probably the most significant of which also affects the contents of this slide, is that we've now got 79 allocations instead of 80, because the proposed Gypsy and Traveller site at Novington Sandpit has been removed, and that's due to delivery issues due to a covenant that's on the land. So in terms of the content of the plan, you've got vision and objectives, you've got the spatial strategy, what development needs we're seeking to meet, and where we're providing them. You've got 58 strategic policies. That compares to the current 55, I think. I say 79 site allocations. Yep. We're back on. Fantastic. Yes, so those site allocations are a mixture of ones that are carried forward from the existing local plan because they've not been implemented yet, and new sites. And those include 7 what we call strategic allocations, so big ones. There are also appendices, and probably the biggest of those is the marketing requirements, which we've updated from the current local plan, a very thorough glossary. The policies that we are superseding through this local plan, which includes the whole of the existing local plan, and some monitoring indicators that will help us monitor whether this plan is effective. And then lastly, there is a policies map that will sit behind this and show these allocations and policies spatially. That, in terms of the changes to that policies map, was also included in your papers. So I'm going to hand on now, I think, to Kate.
Thank you. Yes. So as Claire's just outlined, introducing the proposed submission plan, this is a new local plan that has been prepared. It's a new document, and that is intended that when it is eventually adopted, that it would fully replace the currently adopted local plan that was adopted in 2019. And so, for clarity on this point, we're proposing a couple of amendments to the local development scheme. So the local development scheme is a document that sets out the timetable for the preparation of development plan documents, so that's the local plan and neighbourhood plans and other such documents. It was last updated in July 2025, so members may recall that. There are 2 updates that we're proposing. So the first update is set out on this slide, and it's a proposed short new paragraph that just explains that this would be a new document that would fully replace the adopted local plan. The second change is set out in row 2 on the update sheet, and that is just changing any references in the local development scheme that say local plan review to new local plan, just for absolute clarity. And the reason for that is to be clear that it's a new document, but also to be clear that when it goes out for publication in May, that the whole plan is in scope for comment. It's not any particular part. The whole plan is open for comment. So next I'm going to pass back to Claire.
So lots of numbers on this slide. So this is around the development needs in the park. And the top one there is setting out our housing needs and our employment needs, which are both in our evidence documents, our housing and economic development needs assessment. So we're looking there at 323 homes a year for housing, and 73,600 square metres of employment. In terms of where we're looking at distributing those, similarly to the existing local plan, we've got a dispersed growth strategy. So that's looking at larger scale development at what we've called the primary settlements, the 4 towns and the strategic allocations. Smaller scale at other settlements which have settlement policy boundaries, and some limited growth outside of those settlements to support the rural economy. In terms of numbers for housing provision, so I've put there 6,760, so that's over the whole plan period that starts back in April 2024, goes on to 2042, which is 19 years. We've had several goes at that, but it's definitely 19 years. That provides for that 323 homes a year, but it also gives us some headroom of just over 600 homes to allow some flexibility, because we know from experience that not all sites that we allocate do actually come forward at all or when we think they should. So we've got some flexibility in there to be able to say, yes, we can meet that housing need. In terms of employment, broadly speaking, we can meet that need figure through existing commitments, existing unimplemented planning permissions. But again, we've got some headroom there, quite significant headroom at Shoreham Cement Works, which would provide in addition to that, but probably in the longer term. So I'm going back now to Amy.
So I'm going to talk now specifically about allocations for gypsies and travellers accommodation. In terms of the need, the latest evidence we have is set out in the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment 2024, and that's identified a need up to 2042 of 62 Gypsy and Traveller pitches and 11 travelling show person plots across the national park. Now we have within the existing plan allocations, and 2 of those are being retained and carried forward into the new local plan. So an allocation at New Barn Stables, Binstead, East Hampshire for 1 Gypsies and Traveller pitch, and then an allocation at Offham Barns just outside of Lewis for 4 Gypsy and Traveller pitches. Those haven't been implemented yet, so they will be carried forward into the new local plan. That obviously doesn't go far enough in terms of meeting the identified need. So we have done work around trying to identify further supply. There have been multiple calls for sites, part of the general call for site for the local plan, but also bespoke calls around Gypsies and Traveller accommodation, including contacting local authority landowners, existing site owners, and most recently a joint call for sites with the East Sussex authorities. That led to 10 sites to date being identified and put forward. So we have considered these and done an assessment of those, which has resulted in 2 of those 10 being identified as suitable, available and achievable. So that's formed part of the pool that we can consider for the proposed submission local plan. So in terms of what is set in the proposed submission local plan, there are 3 allocations proposed. The first is part of the strategic allocation at land west of Liphook, East Hampshire, a requirement there for up to 14 Gypsy and Traveller pitches. Secondly, land north of Kings Lane at Cold Waltham in Horsham, a site there identified for 2 Gypsy and Traveller pitches. And lastly, 3 corner piece in Nywood, Chichester, which is identified for 1 Gypsy and Traveller pitch. I'm going to pass on now to Kate to talk about the evidence.
Thank you. Yes, a variety of evidence has been produced and is being finalised currently that has informed the preparation of this new local plan document. I'm going to start with the regulatory assessments first of all. So we have 2 main documents of these that are being produced. So the first is the integrated impact assessment, And this encompasses a variety of assessments that we're required to do: strategic environmental assessment, sustainability appraisal, health impact assessment, and equalities impact assessment. So it's covering all of those things. So this is currently in an advanced draft form, and the outputs of that, the recommendations from that, have been taken into account in the new local plan that forms part of these papers. The main recommendations are around really small tweaks to allocation wording predominantly. The second of our regulatory documents is the Habitats Regulations Assessment, which looks at assessing the international sites that fall within or nearby the national park and ensures that the integrity of those are protected. So this assessment is underway. The outputs so far of these have been taken into account in the document that is part of these papers. However, there is still a little bit more work to be done, and that is explained in paragraph 6.7 of the report. These two documents are being finalised, and the final versions of these will accompany the new local plan when it goes to the full National Park Authority meeting in March. Moving on to other evidence. So there is a variety of evidence already available on the website, some of which has been discussed already in this presentation. So the Housing and Economic Needs Assessment Addendum and the document around applying the standard method to the South Downs National Park area that Claire has alluded to, as well as the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Site Selection Paper that Amy has also mentioned. There are many other things as well available. We've got an updated land availability assessment, local green spaces assessment, etc. We also have a suite of evidence that's also being finalised, and that will be available when we publish the Regulation 19 proposed submission plan in May, and that includes the viability report, the infrastructure business plan, among other things, and that is set out at paragraph 6.10 in the report. So next up I'm passing to Amy to talk about the community involvement plan.
Thank you. Yes, so Regulation 19 publication, which is in effect the next formal consultation on the proposed submission local plan. So this is, as it says here, a formal pre-submission stage of the local plan process. And it is, in effect, the final opportunity for stakeholders to comment before the plan, before we then hand the plan over to an independent examination. So we have a community involvement plan which really sets out how we're going to go about that publication. And that's Appendix 4 of this paper. And the community involvement plan sets out who we're going to consult. So we will be contacting all those who previously commented on the local plan through its evolution, and also statutory consultees. It then also goes into the detail about how we'll go about publicising it. So we'll use those normal channels: press, website, social media. We've had good coverage from TV and radio in the past as well. But also parish and town councils are really important for kind of getting the message out there. And we'll be providing posters, sort of summary leaflets to help people kind of get to grips with this next consultation, and doing a couple of drop-in events, both in person and online. So as you can see on the slide there, this is a 6-week consultation that will be running from May to June in this year. As been mentioned already this morning, comments can be made on any part of the plan. It is a new plan, or the supporting documents. The difference this time is that those comments will go directly to the planning inspector. We'll group them up and provide those to the planning inspector appointed to examine the local plan. And again, the sort of important point here is that the planning inspector will be doing their kind of quality check of the local plan, and there's sort of 2 elements to that. There's the legal compliance, so effectively, have we followed all the current rules and procedures? And then tests of soundness, and there's 4 of these. So is the plan positively prepared? Is it doing enough to plan for the future? in terms of those needs, those numbers that Claire was outlining, and have we done the work with neighbours as needed? Secondly, is the plan justified? I kind of think of this as the have we made sensible choices test in terms of are the policies based on facts? Have we taken the best possible option compared to the alternatives available? Then is the next test is around, is the plan effective? Will it be delivered, really? Is it realistic in terms of the plan period? And also, again, working with across boundaries. And then the final test there is the plan consistent with national policy? And that includes the statutory purposes for the national park. So is the plan compatible with national park status, as well as sort of the wider national policy, planning policy, NPPF? It's quite a bit to get around, and so we will be providing guidance for people commenting at this stage, so they understand that those are the kind of tests that the inspector will be looking at, and if they can try and frame their responses around those tests or legal compliance. Yeah, that's to give you an outline of that next stage of consultation specifically, and I think Kate's then going to talk a bit more broader about the next steps for the local plan.
Thank you, Amy. Yes, so the next steps up to publication and beyond. So starting off up to publication, so the first milestone coming up there is, following today, of course, is the full National Park Authority meeting in March, on the 20th of March, as shown on the slide. We are then looking to publish the Regulation 19, the proposed submission plan, as Amy's outlined, in May for the 6-week consultation. So then, beyond that publication, we'll then be preparing for submission of the plan to the Planning Inspectorate in November. Members will be aware of the importance of that timing, the need to get the plan submitted before the end of the year, so that it can be examined under the current planning system before the new system comes in. And so that preparation will involve packaging up the documents ready. So the documents that will be submitted include the proposed submission plan that's published in May. That's the first element. All of the supporting evidence that we've just described. All of the comments, as Amy's just outlined, will be logged and packaged up and put forward. Officers will also be reviewing those comments as well as they come in, and we'll be considering whether we can make any modifications at the outset that might address these. And that can be really helpful for an efficient examination if we can be clear on what changes we can make at the outset. That's helpful for the process. So related to that, the fourth recommendation in this suite of recommendations today is seeking the agreement of the Planning Committee to recommend to NPA that delegated authority is provided to the chair, to the Director of Placemaking and the chairs of Planning Committee and NPA to prepare that submission, that package of submission materials, and submit it in November. So then, following submission, we're then, I suppose, in the hands of the Planning Inspectorate in terms of timings, but we hope the examination will take place during the course of 2027 and the adoption of the plan to follow that. Members will be seeing the modifications again, so it will be the modifications that we've proposed plus new ones that have been identified through the examination process. That will come back to members for sign-off and for a further 6 weeks consultation, and then following that, adoption of the plan, which, as said, would fully replace the current adopted local plan. So on next now to the recommendations, of which there are many. Chair, I don't know if you want me to read them all out, I expect not, otherwise that
No, I think we can all read them. Thank you very much, Kate. Thank you very much. So that completes the presentation of the three officers. Thank you very much, Claire and Kate and Amy. It's been a huge amount of work. May I have the lights on, please? Thank you.
Heather, can I just comment? I don't know if I'm alone in thinking it's beginning to get stuffy in here, and whether it might not be a bad idea to get a window or two open.
Bit of fresh air? Thank you. There are rather a lot of us in here. Thank you, Andrew. So, as I was saying, this has been a huge piece of work, and it's been an extraordinary experience for us all to go through this. The whole committee has also worked hard on understanding what's been proposed and the changes that have been made and the improvements to the last local plan, or the current local plan, should I say. I'm sure members will have something they would like to comment upon or questions they have for the officers. Oh, we've got some public speakers, I beg your pardon. So we have. Where? Here. Yes, of course we have. I do beg your pardon. I can't read. So the first public speaker is Sheila Bramley, who is representing Harting Parish Council, Gypsy and Traveller, talking about the Gypsy and Traveller pitch at Three Corner Piece.
Thank you. My name is Sheila Bramley, and I'm a member of Harting Parish Council and chair of its Planning Committee. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Harting Parish Council today in objection to the proposed allocation of Three Corner Piece as a permanent Gypsy Traveller site. Our objection is founded on the site assessment report, which states that, on balance, the benefits of retaining the site could outweigh the landscape harm, and the site could be suitable for one permanent pitch. The red, amber, green assessment assesses the site as amber, that is, criterion not satisfied but may be addressed, stating the site can be designed to avoid landscape harm. Some members of the Planning Committee may recall the long planning history of this site, which started when 2 caravans were first moved onto the site without permission late in 2009, over 15 years ago. Throughout that time, a series of applications, appeals and appeals against enforcement notices have seen the landscape effects of the site assessed by a succession of landscape officers, planning inspectors and, on 2 occasions, the Secretary of State. Without exception, each assessment has concluded that the effect of the site is to cause serious harm to the landscape. Temporary permission has been granted twice, each time for 3 years, and for named individuals, and each time by way of appeal. The primary reason for the granting of each permission related to the applicant's personal circumstances, and the current permission has a year left to run. So during that 15 years, there have only been 5 years when anybody has had planning permission to be there on the site. I would just like to offer the committee a few quotes from the conclusions of the various officers who visited and assessed the impact of the site upon the landscape over the last 15 years. In 2010, the Secretary of State said, "Residential use unacceptably harms the natural beauty of the area, and even with a suitable landscaping scheme, it would continue to have a negative visual impact on the national park." In 2014, the Secretary of State again, "The establishment of a gypsy site in this part of the South Downs would detract from its character and appearance and cause harm to a landscape of national importance so great as to be unacceptable, even for a limited period of time." In 2018, the planning inspector allowing the appeal and granting the first temporary permission said permanent position would consolidate the appearance and activity over long term, and the likely landscaping necessary to filter or screen views of domestic activity would itself be likely to represent an erosion of the rural nature of the roads and open field pattern. These are just a few of the many similar decisions relating to the impact of the site on the landscape. In light of all the evidence, it seems extraordinary that the
I'm very sorry,
landscape should
I'm very
effectively
sorry,
be
but you
classified
have run
as
out of time. Thank you very much.
amber.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Carter, who is chairman of Cocking Parish Council.
Sorry? You have to speak. I'll press the button, go green, and that's your time.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I wish to speak in objection to the inclusion of site CH199 in the local plan. I must start by saying that I'm very surprised to find the local plan is being considered here today when our parish council has not yet received any feedback from the Regulation 18 public consultation. Is due process being followed here, I ask myself? For anyone who is not aware, Cocking is a tiny historic village of around 200 houses that sits 3 miles south of here, nestled at the bottom of the Downs. Adjacent to the village centre lies arable land that is a local tenant farmer's field. The field is site CH199. It is the only, and I stress the word only, it is the only site, in the local plan that is abutted by a wonderful chalk stream, as well as designated ancient woodland and the village conservation area. In addition, the bats from Cocking Tunnel are known to feed over the field and the chalk stream. I challenge anyone to find a more sensitive site proposed for development anywhere else in the national park. For a more in-depth analysis of our objections, may I refer you to the 27-page independent planning consultant's report submitted by our parish council as evidence to the Regulation 18 consultation. A total of 89 submissions were made from Cocking, which places the site in the top 5 of all the 48 new sites. This very clearly demonstrates the strength of feeling within our local community. We are struggling to understand why the SDNPA, for the sake of 25 new houses, is prepared to sacrifice the impressive vista of Cocking, Hayshot and Graffham Downs that travellers see laid out before them as they enter the village from the north. I formally invite this planning committee, the ecology team and also the park senior management to attend a hosted site visit so that you can all fully appreciate the site's unique and sensitive environment and understand our very strong concerns about the need to protect it, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a key purpose of the national park. And I would ask that this invitation is formally recorded in the meeting minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Robin Wills, who is representing local residents close to site CH199.
Good morning. I have 3 questions about the allocation of the Cocking site, which I think are relevant. I have assumed from the wording of the entry on your agenda about the need to protect Hoe Copse and Costers Brook that you had already been in touch with your environmental department. I understand from your partners, the West Sussex Rivers Trust, that they knew nothing about this meeting. Furthermore, neither did their opposite number in your own environmental department. Question 1. If, therefore, you have no such specialist ecological information other than the copy of the Rivers Trust Vole survey, which the Parish Council has sent you, have you any intention of carrying out any work of this nature yourselves? We, on our part, continue to work with West Sussex Rivers Trust and have been informed by them that the Wild Trout Trust have reached agreement with the Cowdray Estate that they can carry out a survey on that length of Costers Brook that is within their ownership. I'm currently awaiting contact with the Trust in order to obtain approvals from the other owners of the land through which the chalk stream flows. Similarly, with the aid of the Sussex Biodiversity Records Office, a summary has been produced identifying a considerable number of bird, bat and invertebrate species in these areas which are seriously endangered, some on the red list. Question 2. In view of the significance of this additional information, will you please agree to defer any decision on this allocation until you have received and fully considered these and any other relevant ecological reports? Question 3. Will you also agree to liaise and cooperate closely with your Environment Department on all the matters we've referred to? In considering these comments and questions, I will be most grateful if you would take note of the Prime Minister's statement in the recent National Trust magazine. He said, nature decline is a real cause for concern. We need to do everything we can to prevent that decline and turn it around because we are losing things we may never get back, and children born today may never see and enjoy the things that I enjoyed as a child. I would submit these are the principles which the National Park was set up to protect and legally enshrined in your Articles of Association. That's it.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our public speakers. So now we are, I'm going to open this to the members, but before we do, I'd like to ask Claire if she'd like to make some responses to the questions we've just had from the two last public speakers.
Okay, if I start with Cocking then, in terms of feedback for the Regulation 18 consultation, that was published with papers in July, so that's been in the public domain now for some months, but it's also published alongside the report today as well for members of the parish to see what the responses are on their very detailed comments. Just to pick up on the ecology issues raised, yes, we do acknowledge this is a sensitive site, and we have got, as you say, quite a lot of information already, and thank you to those in the parish that have submitted that to us. That's really, really helpful. That has informed the criteria for that policy, and I think we are looking at how we can further tighten that as well, so I might hand on to colleagues for that. I will defer to Amy in terms of Free Corner Peace because she's more familiar with the site than I am.
Yeah, so in terms of the proposed allocation at Three Corner Peace and the assessment as part of the assessment of all the sites put forward, the Gypsy and Travellers Sites Assessment, yeah, it's absolutely acknowledged that this is a location of high landscape sensitivity given its remote, tranquil and enclosed character. And the assessment does recognise that landscape harm is unlikely to be entirely avoided. No alternative sites have been identified, neither since those appeal decisions or through the active work through the local plan, the multiple call for sites. So in this case, on balance, given no alternative sites have been identified, and just to give context in terms of the overall need for Gypsy and Travellers sites, which I mentioned in the presentation, that was 62 for the entire national park, and 14 of those are within Chichester district. So on balance, it's felt that there are benefits of actually retaining a pitch at this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, now we come to members. I'm sure members have something they'd like to say. Andrew.
Well, we've just been talking about, or rather Amy has just given us some reasons why we should be allocating or indeed going with the proposed allocation of the site at Three Corner Peace. And it is a hugely difficult issue, this. I'm the first to admit it. There is, of course, a huge need for sites and for the benefit of everybody involved, not just the Gypsy travellers who require the sites, but the people who are concerned about all aspects of them, and indeed us as a planning authority. But they must be the correctly assessed ones. And it was mentioned earlier in the meeting that there was no land forthcoming from the local authorities. I am slightly surprised that West Sussex County Council are in this position, noting that in a couple of years' time, the ball will fall firmly in their lap if they don't find sites, because, of course, they will become, as their successors will become the unitary authority who will be dealing with planning. So, obviously, they should be taking an active view in this. Mention has been made for the need for 14 pitches in the Chichester part of the park between 2024 and 2042. The proposed one pitch is not by itself going to satisfy that. You've also heard that the site was first occupied on the 28th of November 2009. So we know exactly what's happening there. This isn't a case of looking at a site and trying to imagine how it will look, how the use can be ameliorated. Many, many hours of planning time have been sunk into dealing with this site by a lot of officers, and every report and decision by first Chichester District Council, then ourselves, PINS inspectors and 2 Secretaries of State over the last 16 years have deemed it unsuitable in landscape terms. The Gypsy Traveller Site Identification Report, which was published earlier this month, marked the site amber in landscape terms, stating that development can, quote, be designed to avoid landscape harm. When we, the National Park, refused the application in 2021, the reasons why included the words that, quote, the provision of a permanent site on this particular site is unacceptable in visual and landscape terms, and whilst the outstanding requirement to find appropriate locations for pitches attracts modest weight, this is insufficient to override the great weight that must be attached to the conservation and enhancement of the natural beauty of the landscape. The appeal officer agreed with this assessment of the landscape harm, but accepted the case made by the Gypsy Traveller family for a personal use and issued the second temporary 3-year extension. Note, the first of those was called in by the Secretary of State, whose assessment was that the harm to the landscape of national importance is so great that for it to be unacceptable for even a limited period of time. To address that, some of the proposed buildings on the site were removed and a temporary permission was granted. So, in the light of these conclusions by ourselves, the planning inspectorate officers and 2 Secretaries of State, this is without doubt an unsound location. In landscape terms, it should have been assessed as red, and indeed, we've just heard from Amy that it was assessed by our officers as high. Defined as development on the site is likely to lead to landscape harm, and therefore, to quote the RAG assessment in the study report, the site is, quote, not suitable for development. Inquiry officers and the Secretary of State have deemed it an unsuitable location. It must be removed from the list. Thank you.
Janet.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm sure you don't want me to repeat everything because Andrew and I know this site very well indeed. So basically what I'm going to say is that I support Councillor, I beg your pardon, Mr. Shaxson, with his comments, Chairman, and I would certainly support that it be removed.
Thank you. Robert.
Thanks, Heather. I want to go back to a couple of slides before this about timing. And I'm very aware that we have a very tight timetable that we have to submit by the end of this year in order to go through on the existing terms rather than future terms. And I'm therefore interested that I think as the team, you've done a fantastic job in terms of allocations. We've only got 2 sites here, which public speakers have come to talk about, all the new sites you've allocated. And I think you should be justifiably proud about the fact that you haven't come to that much contention. We've got 2 sites we've had public speakers speak against. Clearly, if we're going to start looking at those sites again in detail, the risk of us missing that November deadline or December deadline goes up substantially. And I want to argue that we've had 2 sites people have come to this meeting to talk about. Surely the right thing to do is take both sites out of our consultation. We don't want to go through the process of delaying it by a month or 2 months because other things could happen. We could slip, particularly if we get feedback on our Reg 19 consultation. So I'm going to advise, I hope, that we're going to see sense here. The timing is unbelievably tight. And actually, we don't want to take risks that we don't have to. The other point I'm going to make is about positively prepared. I'm very aware that when you look at the sites we allocated in the last local plan, particularly the 2 big sites in Lewis, that they haven't come forward, we haven't delivered the North Street Quarter. We haven't delivered the other big site. We haven't delivered Shoreham Cement Works. I don't think the Syngenta site is up and running yet. I might be wrong. I don't think it's live. Correct. So our 4 big allocations from the last plan weren't delivered. So if we've got to be positively prepared, I'm worried that there's a risk there that that also slips. So when you add that to my first comment, I think we need to take less risk in terms of getting our Reg 19 through as easily as we can to make sure we meet that deadline, because the amount of work we're going to have to do if we miss that deadline is enormous. We're going to have to effectively start again. So all the work that the team has done will have effectively been wasted. So I think there's a huge argument for just trying to reach compromises where we can, if we didn't choose to do those, in order to meet that deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Do I support all of the allocations? Well, no, I don't. All of us have raised concerns in one way or another throughout this process. This very good process, and I do commend officers on the way it's been handled. I've been involved in several local plans, and this is by far the smoothest any of them have run, in my experience. Do I support all the sites? No, none of us do, I think. And certainly we've heard some of the key concerns this morning about some of the most problematic sites, the most sensitive sites. We do, though, have a legal obligation to deliver housing in a national park. Again, something else I don't necessarily agree with on the whole. Obviously, we have residents, we have people that need housing, and they need to live somewhere. I would, though, request the Cocking site be removed, and I support Robert in that, and likewise Andrew and Janet on the three-corner piece site, for the points that have been raised. They are particularly sensitive sites. I've raised Cocking as a concern personally throughout this process, and that's only been bolstered this morning, and certainly plays to the concerns I've raised about some sites coming forward for allocation that are particularly sensitive to ecology. And I know that's been acknowledged, and I know we're addressing that as an authority and making improvements in that. But we are where we are, and I would hate to see this site come forward and lose the opportunity and lose the very sensitive ecology that is adjacent to and connected to that site. So for the sake of the local plan, I would recommend and support what's already been said, remove those 2 sites. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, Antonia.
I would like to support what Stephen and Rob have just said about removing this site. I mean, members have expressed concerns throughout. The points about the chalk stream has just been made, Costas Brook. Officers have suggested further conditions to protect the chalk stream, but I think the current language that we've got here about ensuring appropriate buffering it's too vague. Is this visual buffering? Is it buffering in terms of space? And I think we would just we'd be better off without this site.
Thank you. Alan?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Unusually, I find myself in agreement in principle with all of my colleagues have said so far on this one. Both certainly on the general gist of what they've said. The site, the three-corner piece site, I don't know as well as Andrew Jackson and Janet Duncton, but it seems to me that against the background of all the consideration of that site by planning inspectors, the Secretary of State and so forth, it is extremely difficult to justify us now putting it forward as a site which we are positively promoting. And I agree with what's been said, basically, and I oppose our doing that. I know allocating any site makes our position easier in terms of proposed provision of sites, but that just is a wrong site with that planning background, and I agree with what my colleagues have said. On the Cocking site, I can very well indeed understand why residents of Cocking are upset about this, having sat where, as it were, the village in the AONB and the national park for decades. It's most extraordinary to think that the National Park Authority should be promoting an open field site, which I think it was Mr. Carter spoke evocatively about the clear views of the downs across that piece of open land, it's almost, I know it's not literally a gateway to the legal boundaries of the national park, but it is a sort of gateway to seeing the actual downs when going down the main road from Midhurst. I know we need to promote some housing within the national park constraints, within the national park, and possibly a considerable amount of housing. But I just cannot bring it myself to support the development of a housing estate, basically, on such an open and important site, across which there are these open views of the very downs that are the raison d'etre for the national park. So I agree with what all my colleagues have said about that one as well, and I think we should take it out. No doubt we'll be told by officers that will make our position difficult, or we may be told that, but my inclination is to do that.
Thank you.
And remove those sites.
Thank you. John.
Can I just ask a technical question, please, Chairman? Can we ask for these two sites to be removed, and what impact will that have on the approval that we have today?
That's a good question. Claire.
Yep, thank you. Yes, absolutely you can. They will make a difference, obviously, to the numbers, and we will need to revise that before it goes to National Park Authority. But the purpose of this morning is for the Planning Committee to give your recommendations. I absolutely understand where members are coming from in terms of both sites. They're both very sensitive sites. So I think we'd just like to come back a little bit on Cocking, because I think that the point was made by Robert that you know, we've struggled to deliver some of our big brownfield sites through the existing local plan. This is a medium greenfield site that is potentially very deliverable. So we need to think about that in the balance of the sensitivities of the site. And if I'm going to bring Jodie in now to talk about where we were thinking about how we could tighten up the policy to address some of the concerns.
Thank you. Jodie.
Good morning, everyone. So obviously I'm very aware of the discussions we've had previously with regard to Cocking. So the detailed policy that you have in front of you does include the two key issues that you've highlighted this morning with regard to views as you're coming into Cocking from the north, and also the issue of the chalk stream in the ancient woodland. So there are two aspects within the way that the policy has been written. One is a requirement to maintain the long distance view, say long distance, it's all relative within the park, but the longer views across the site as you come in from the north. So that's reflected in the developable area that we've set out, which deliberately retains that view from the top section where the access point into the site is. The policy also includes specific requirements for buffering, and that connects into a thematic policy related to buffering. So buffering is physical buffering. The other thing that's important to note is that when you read the thematic policy, that has a minimum distance of 15 metres, but also includes an awful lot of technical requirements around the wider riparian corridor. We have been considering whether we would look at a modification prior to MPA that would include a requirement for specific pre-application surveys. So at the moment, my draft of that includes topography, hydrology, ecology, make sure I get them all right, and arboriculture, and would include in the policy a specific requirement for all of that survey work to be completed pre-application. So you'll be aware currently that sometimes applications come in and the survey detail is a little lacking. This would specifically front-end that survey requirement. So that's something we're looking at currently, and it's obviously for you guys to balance whether you feel that that is sufficient to give you comfort or not. But those two issues have been addressed in the detail.
Thank you. Members? Antonia.
Well, on those points of additional conditions, I mean, I would welcome that point about the spatial buffering of at least 15 metres, but I think what you've said actually undermines the argument that this is a reliably deliverable site, because it seems to me that with all those additional surveys that have got to be carried out, there's a very high risk that it is not, in fact, deliverable. So I think the argument from deliverability for including this site actually falls away.
Thank you. Gary?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I just, before I start, can I just ask you to slide back to how many pictures do we say? 64 pictures?
How many pictures of the Gypsy and Traveller slide?
I think it was 64, 62, sorry.
And 62.
And that's there. And we've only identified sort of like less than half. So a third. Yes, you're right. You are a third. Sorry, third. Okay. Now, I don't know this site as well as I should do. I mustn't have gone there at that time. And I've heard everything what my colleagues around the table have just said. And I heard very eloquently from the speakers on this. And if we can only identify a third, then there must be someone, somewhere, i.e. in the local authorities, who should be stepping up to the mark and allocating some of their land to this. And I know it's always controversial. What we did in my own district, on the big sites, we've allocated part of the big sites to Gypsy and Travellers. So if you've got, say, 100, you can get 2 or 3 spaces next on that. It may not go down very well, but that's how you can meet your allocations. I personally don't like the idea of this site being included in the plan. And exactly what Robert and Stephen said as well. The last thing I would hate is this is the main reason why we fail to get it through, because there's so much controversy on this one. Take the pain out of it, take the heat out of it, get it out, and I would definitely privately get yourself and the chair of the authority to write to all the local authorities and say, come on, step up. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Gary. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair, for the second go. I will push back slightly on Jodie's pushback, if I may. And it's regarding the buffer zones and the policies. Now, the buffer zones that we can put into a policy are insufficient when it comes to ancient woodland and irreplaceable habitats like chalk streams, veteran trees, ancient trees, etc. The 15 metres is a standard tree protection that isn't aimed at protecting a habitat. An ancient woodland is a habitat. It's not just the trees within that habitat, it's the ecosystem as a whole. You need that functionality, and I know you know that, Jodie. But the 15-metre rule is designed to protect tree roots, individual tree roots from harm during construction. Ancient and veteran trees and ancient woodland have root zones that extend way beyond that. That's widely acknowledged. It's not reflected in legislation. Aside from that is the overall disturbance. You cannot policy disturbance, both during and post-construction. There will be noise and dust during construction. Dust settles within woodland habitats. It has an effect. It has a significant effect shown in peer-reviewed scientific reports. Light during and post. It doesn't take much for a tranquil area, not just in human terms, but in wildlife terms, to become unusable. It's a physical barrier, even though it's a passable barrier. Light is a physical barrier for certain species. We have pets that will be in that area post-development. Nobody is controlling the cats that will go into that ancient woodland and potentially enjoy the rodent and reptile fauna within that area. And we can do what we like about drainage. Mistakes happen. Chalk streams are irreplaceable. We don't have enough protections for chalk streams in this country, and I'm not persuaded by policies and buffers, I'm afraid. And my comments stand. I would continue, despite the reassurances, I'm afraid, to object to that site being brought forward.
Thank you. John was next.
Sorry, just to wrap up from my point of view. Unfortunately, I'm not convinced about buffers, etc., for landscape impact, particularly on these sites. Both are extremely sensitive when it comes to the landscape, and it does concern me in slightly different ways on both of those sites. So my preference would be to just pull those from this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just ask what happens if, so we've got to the Gypsy and Traveller sites, so we're supposed to try and find 62. What happens when we put this plan in and we've only found a third? What does the inspector say about that? I'd just like to know sort of actually what the mechanism is and and then if we don't, I know that because we're a national park, we don't have to have the same numbers as if we were outside a national park in terms of development. But can you remind me if we weren't in a national park, what would that figure look like as in terms of housing numbers we would have to provide, and how we've managed to get it down, as a percentage, what does that look like that we've actually identified in our local plan? I'd just like to zoom out and just get a bit of context, thanks.
Claire.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. So in terms of Gypsy and Traveller need, we will be scrutinised on why we haven't provided for all of that need, definitely. And we will also be asked whether we have asked our neighbours whether they can help out with that need, which we have done. That was a letter that I reported to committee, I think, back in December, that covered both housing need and Gypsy and Traveller need. And our defence to that will be explaining, what sites were put forward to us, and the reasons why sites weren't taken forward. We would also point to the general Gypsy and Traveller policy, SDH10, testing my new policy numbers now, which does facilitate additional sites to come forward case by case if we haven't got enough provision. So that, again, would be part of our defence. In terms of housing need, you're right in that the figure that I quoted earlier of 323 per year, homes per year, that is based on the bespoke method that we are allowed to use as a national park. If we were applying the standard method, which is what everybody else has to use, it would be 1,048. So again, we are only meeting a third of that standard method figure. And, potentially we will be tested on that as well. So there will be people on the other side in the examination who would say that's the number we should be using, and we will have to defend our stance on that.
Yes.
Can I just ask, so if you took the Traveller Site Act that we're discussing at the moment out, and then it goes to the inspector, and the inspector's like, you were supposed to find 62, what are you doing? What were the ones that you didn't put in? Let me have a look at those. Can they ask to see that? And can they just look at the reasons why they were taken out, and overall why those reasons were taken? Do you see what I'm trying to say? Yeah.
Yes, so all of the evidence will be in front of the inspector, including our site assessment reports, both for housing and Gypsies and Travellers. Inspectors don't tend to say, I'm going to put this additional site in. What they will say is, I'm not happy with the level of provision, go away and find some more sites. And then it's for us to propose what additional sites we think could help to meet that.
Tim.
Thank you. Yeah, just picking on that and to give some wider context. As Claire said, we've used our own bespoke methodology that some other national parks have done. Just to be very clear, I'm not saying this in defence per se of Cocking, but just to be aware generally of the housing numbers. So we're putting that forward as our way of establishing need. It's not been tested yet, and therefore I think it's right that you're all aware of that. And it's possible an inspector will say, I'm not convinced, and I think your number should be higher, and therefore not only should you include all the sites that you included, but those that you may have dismissed, or others even. So I just think you need to be a degree of reality about that. And in terms of the deliverability bit, which Claire has already said, in terms of medium sites that are owned by one landowner, they are far easier to assemble and deliver. And I think the other point I wanted to make is that just because there are some concerns of itself, that's not a reason to necessarily take a site out. So it's the quality of those concerns and what they say. Because as we go into Reg 19, you will get further concerns, and we will be back here in 6 months or whenever it is, looking at all the consultation responses. So just as a principle, and I'm very glad we're having this discussion, it's around the merits rather than the fact that there's mere concerns. I take the point that we're so close to a good submission at this stage that we want to be caring about those that have got current concerns, but going forward is really what I'm getting at. We need to be aware of that.
Andrew?
Yes, thank you for letting me come back. Presumably some of the evidence that will be going forward effectively is this meeting and the fact that we've had a discussion about it and scrutinised properly the assessments. But also, isn't it the case that this isn't the end of application sites coming forward? They can come forward up to any time before the inspection in public inquiry in the public inspection takes place. So it's quite possible that other sites will come forward. And of course, these sites can be resubmitted, can they not, even though we have taken them out?
Yes, so you're right, other sites could come forward. They could come forward through the Regulation 19 consultation at that stage, or indeed at any stage. If an inspector did say to us, you need to find more sites, then you may get them submitted at that stage as well. And we can revisit ones that we have previously rejected and see whether those judgments still hold true. I think it is really important what Tim's just said. It is about the merits of sites. It can't be, appreciate the effort that's been made today to come out to speak to us, but there are other communities in the national park that are equally passionate about some of the sites in their areas. So that shouldn't be the reason for taking sites out. It needs to be on merits.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Robert?
Can I propose, despite what Claire's just said, that we take out the three-corner piece and the cocking site from our Reg 19 submission and we have a vote on it, please?
Thank you, and we have a seconder for that. So we have a proposal in front of us which we need to review first. And have you heard what the proposals are?
So I propose that we take out the three-corner piece site and the cocking site from our Reg 19 submission.
Thank you. And we have a seconder, which is Stephen. I'd like to take a vote on that proposal, please. I'm sorry?
Could that be disaggregated?
Disaggregated?
Those two sites.
Oh, what you mean separated? Are you making an alternative proposal? Because we've got a proposal in front of us which we need to vote on.
I'm sorry, but it seems that we ought to be voting, to me, it seems that we ought to be voting on each site, not on both together.
I would suggest there is some sense in that because, and I'm looking to Claire to correct me if I get this wrong, the difference in gypsy and traveller sites is national parks are not excluded and can't have a separate methodology and all the rest of it. Thank you. So there's quite a high, there's a lower bar, if you like, to get to that number. And by taking the site out, I know it's only one, and it's been a really good discussion, but you will increasingly make the development management policy work hard, by which I mean when applications come in just on the hoof for gypsy and traveller sites, we won't have the defence that we've got a bespoke methodology that we can apply, and we will have to implement the DM policy as it is. Whereas, of course, on the taking out of the cocking site, which, again, very good discussion, we are, we are in a different position there, and we can use the buffer, as Claire has just described, and we've also got our own methodology.
So, Robert, would you be happy to make two separate proposals, one for each site?
I'm very happy to do that, for the reasons Tim outlined, yes.
Fine. And Stephen? Okay, so let's vote first on the removal of the three-corner piece site from the Reg 19 document. May I have a show of hands, please, in support? For removal, yes. And against? One against. Thank you. And now for the cocking site to be removed from this Reg 19 document. Another show of hands, please. And against? And abstentions? Thank you very much. So That's concluded, that part of the recommendation. Now we need to go, presumably, to the rest of the recommendation, which could we have back on? Oh, sorry, Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I've got another issue to raise.
Go ahead.
If I may. We've already heard much reference to the difficulty in delivering strategic sites in Lewis. The text introduction for Lewis on page 379 talks about the master planning exercise initiated recently by Lewis Town Council and the community, which has included our own officers. The purpose of which is proactively to find imaginative and creative solutions to the enduring challenges posed by Lewis's rather special character and its compact topography. Key issues such as are listed in their workplace supply, traffic circulation, quality of the public realm, affordable housing, of course, as is the case probably across the park. But this, what they call the Lewis Planning Group, has recently appointed a consultant team led by Edge Urban Design, and work is now underway. There's a timing issue here, which is the point I'm raising. By the time the consultation on the Regulation 19 gets underway, I'm sure they will have some clearer ideas from the town's perspective of the best use of the sites being considered for allocation, as well as issues such as a movement strategy and such like that will be emerging. And my question is around whether it will be possible to contemplate some of those outcomes from this important process as a committee before modifications are agreed before submission to examination.
Thank you. I think the officers need to comment on that one.
Yes, I mean, I suppose there's two routes to that. Partly is thinking about whether there's anything in that master plan that needs to be in the local plan. And I guess there would be an opportunity at modification stage, particularly just as a scenario if they're proposing increased density at some of those sites and we have been asked to look for further numbers, that might be a solution. The other option, which I have said to the Lewis Planning Group, is that they take the master plan forward as a partial review of their neighbourhood plan, because that then has development plan weight and can be applied at a local level. So it really depends what that master plan process comes out with.
Content? Andrew?
Yes, another matter. When the comments were originally made at Reg 18 stage, I think there was a sort of general feeling from a group of people that we weren't going far enough on climate change and sustainability, and there are good reasons why we can't go further because of government legislation, building regs, etc., which you might or might not agree with, but they are unfortunately a fact of life. I do, however, wonder whether there's been any consideration, any talk behind the scenes of the impact of some of our policies and indeed the impact possibly of some of our allocation sites of the effect of the rain we're having and the rain we might have in the future. In other words, how sustainable they are and whether that will come up possibly under examination as something which could be something which is held against us, and it'd be better that we give it some consideration now, if necessary, rather than face it later.
Claire?
So part of the evidence that's still ongoing is the strategic flood risk assessment, to get my acronym right, which we are looking to update with the Environment Agency's latest flood information. I don't know if you want to add to that, Kate.
Yes, just to confirm that, yes, that's the work that's being undertaken at the moment. So, yes, there could well be outputs of that we'll take into account later on. Yeah.
Chair.
Oh, if I could add, sorry, just hearing from Jodie behind me, we've also taken into account the new flood risk mapping in the site allocations work as well. So some of that has already been taken into account too.
Thank you. Yep.
All I was going to say, this adds to the reason why the recommendation is as it is around delegation, because as you go through a local plan process, someone's already said there's new proposals coming forward. There's also new information, and we need to be able to act quite quickly. I think members are aware from a workshop session we are pushing some of our climate adaptation policies, and that is embedded and reflected in here, but we know that might come under pressure. And in terms of water and flooding, there has been a particular strength or angle within our local plan to try and address those matters to line up with the partnership management plan, which of course now is a material consideration.
Thank you. Anything else? Paul?
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking of Claire's response and looking at the recommendation to my question, which was, I specifically asked whether modifications or proposals for modifications would come back to, or the outcome from the master planning process in Lewis would come back to this committee, but we're being asked to delegate things to officers. I just wanted some clarification what the role of the planning committee in that process might be.
Okay. Yes, so apologies, it is confusing. So when we submit the plan in November, we will submit a list of what we're suggesting could be modifications to address anything that's changed from when NPA sign it off in March to November. But they will only be suggestions. The inspector may agree with them, they may not agree with them. Through the examination process, they will suggest what modifications they think are necessary to make the plan sound. Those then come back here, and planning committee agree whether they think those are the right modifications and agree for those to go out to consultation for another 6 weeks. So that's the formal process of agreeing modifications. There isn't a formal process to agree the suggestions because that's part of the work that you're delegating to Tim and the chairs before we actually submit the plan. Does that make sense? You're looking confused.
Well, it does make sense, but I'm not sure that I like it. You know, I think I think the planning committee could be you could be sharing not just with the chair and the chairs of the planning committee and the National Park Authority, but you could be sharing with the planning committee the modifications that you're suggesting in some way.
Yes, and perhaps I should have added to that that there will be a member workshop that does that. It's just not a formal decision-making process.
Thank you. Andrew?
I'm sorry to come back. When I was mentioning floodwater or the equivalent of floodwater, I should have mentioned the other two sources of water, one being potable and one being waste. And I was just wondering if the implications of the behaviour, shall we put it like that, of our water companies is being taken into account. There are certain parts of the country which have had an appalling time, but we knew it was a week ago today that South East Water relaxed their drought order on the area around you, which is completely crazy. But of course, it does have a potential impact because there we are, allocating sites, which these sites might not be deliverable because of other reasons which are currently completely out of our control and are not covered by planning policy.
Claire? Oh, Kate.
Thank you. Yes, so part of the work that's underway at the moment is work on the infrastructure business plan, and we're liaising with water companies on those very issues you've just outlined in terms of potable and wastewater and what the needs of the developments might be around that. So we're liaising at the moment, those assessments are being undertaken and that will inform the business plan. That may also inform any refinement in phasing if works are required on wastewater treatment, for example, that might just tweak some phasing about when sites can come forward. But yes, that work is undergoing at the moment.
Thank you. Are we complete? So you've all read the recommendations. We have a prior proposal which we have two prior proposals which we have voted on, which need to be included in those recommendations, which I'm sure Becky will sort out in due course. Apart from that, have you all read that and are you all clear what we are voting upon? Good. So now may I have a proposer and a seconder, please, for those recommendations? John, thank you. And Paul, thank you. And a show of hands, please, in support. Thank you very much. That was unanimous. Well, that concludes that item on the agenda. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, officers. Excellent job. Would we like a 5-minute comfort break? Yes, please. May we reconvene, please, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry?
To wait for Claire.
Antonia.
Oh, God. Oh, we haven't got Antonia.
Claire's the one who's presenting this, unless you want me to.
Oh, we've got Claire. We've got Claire. It's just Antonia we haven't got. Is she in sight? Jane, would you go and bang on the door in the ladies and see if Antonia's on her way out, please? Or do we need another 10 minutes? It's usually the men, that's true. We can't start until she reappears because she has to hear everything in order to be able to vote. Are you sure? Oh. Really? Oh. Right. Item 7. Claire Tester is going to remind us of the report once more and refer to the updation. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. So we're moving from local policy now to national policy. And I'm going to cover in this presentation the details of the consultation, a bit of an overview, and then the sort of the broad subject areas that I've covered in the report that I've highlighted to you. And just a reminder that there are other areas, more detailed areas, that are also covered in the appendix, which is the draft response. So in terms of the consultation, just before Christmas, government published a consultation on a new revised NPPF. That's our annual Christmas present now. I think it's the third Christmas in a row. And that includes also other questions on other parts of the government reform agenda. Deadline for responses is 10th of March, which is, this was the only available committee to bring it to, so we have got just under 4 weeks before that deadline. We're also working with partners, and Tim will come on to this in more detail later, but we're working with the National Park family. We've also been inputted into the National Landscape discussions on this, Heritage Alliance, Rural Housing Network, Royal Town Planning Institute, lots and lots of people talking about the NPPF that we are involved in those discussions. In terms of the overview, this is a very different NPPF. So in previous years, we've been able to sort of give you a, this is what it says now, this is what's proposed to change, sort of side-by-side comparison. That really doesn't work with this NPPF because it is structured completely differently. One of the reasons for that is that government is introducing a clear distinction between the policies within the NPPF that relate to how we make plans, how we prepare plans, what we need to take into account, etc., and those that are proposed to be used when you're deciding planning applications. So those are plan-making policies and decision-making policies. Some of you may remember when I've talked previously about the legislation changes that were in the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act, that there is a provision in there that there should be statutory national development management policies that would sit alongside and be equal in weight and in fact trump local plans and neighbourhood plans. That isn't currently being proposed to be implemented at the moment, but that will stay under review. This is a kind of halfway house. So they're bringing in what they're now calling national decision-making policies, which confusingly has the same acronym, NDMPs, but as part of the NPPF rather than as a statutory part of the development plan. The plan-making parts of the NPPF assume that the new plan-making system is in, so not the one that we're currently producing our local plan against, but the new plan-making system, which has 30-month local plans and spatial development strategies. So that's a key assumption behind those plan-making policies. And I suppose the other thing that makes a real difference to how the document looks, we no longer have paragraph numbers that have to be changed every time there's a revision. We have policies numbered within chapters to try and reduce that happening. So in terms of the first big issue that I've brought up, we've alluded earlier today to the current system which allows national parks to use a different method to work out their housing need to other local planning authorities. That isn't mentioned in the new NPPF, so we are assuming that that wouldn't be part of the new system. The reason I think they haven't mentioned it is because the assumption is once all the new structures are in place, once we've had devolution and local government reform, then the housing numbers will be sorted out at that upper level. So when the Sussex and Brighton strategic area or the Hampshire and Solent strategic area produce their spatial development strategies, they will take all of the housing numbers for all of the areas within them and decide how to apportion them between the local planning authority areas. Presumably taking into account things like protected landscapes in that decision to apportion them. So that's the thinking behind it. However, we know that both of those areas have very high proportions of protected landscapes. And if those housing numbers are all based on the standard method, they are still going to struggle to actually meet those numbers or apportion them in a way that doesn't put pressure on those protected landscapes. So that's something that we've highlighted in our response. This slide is going to get a bit techie, so I will try and make it as straightforward as possible. We have currently in the NPPF something called the presumption in favour of sustainable development, which has two arms to it, a plan-making part and a decision-making part. The plan-making part is still broadly the same, so we still have a provision in there that can justify restricting the overall scale, type or distribution of development within national parks, so that's a good thing. At planning application stage, though, the existing policy has been, we think, significantly weakened. So at the moment, you've got a position where if you're, I say, dealing with a planning application for housing and you don't have a 5-year land supply, then we've got what's called the tilted balance, which is essentially saying you have to have really a lot of harm before you can justify not approving that development. That is disapplied when you say that harm is to national parks, because we're part of what's called the sort of assets of importance that are named in that policy. So with that, you can then apply a normal planning balance and look at the harm and look at the benefits and then come to a decision. Under the new NPPF, that you wouldn't be able to disapply that tilted balance, so you would have to use that very strong bar to actually refuse permission for something, even in a national park. So that, we think, is a weakening of the national policy towards national parks, and we've strongly raised concerns about that. Just a nuance, there's a lot of emphasis given to policies that have got the word refused in them, and currently that would include, for instance, the policy on major development in national parks. That word has been removed from the current proposed policy for national parks. I'll come on to that in a bit more detail later, but I've mentioned it on this slide because that again affects how this presumption in favour of development would work in practice. Another element that we've raised concerns around, there is a proposal to restrict the amount of standards or what they call quantitative standards, so where we've got numbers applied to policies. Now, we can still do that in things like affordable housing, parking standards, for instance, and if you've got design codes, then you can have numbered requirements in those. Provided obviously they're justified with evidence. What we're not potentially in the future being allowed to do is cover matters that are currently covered by building regulations, other than a couple of very exceptions around accessibility standards and water efficiency standards. Really key to a lot of authorities, including ourselves, is a proposal not to allow higher energy efficiency standards than are currently set through building regulations. Affordable housing, the main area where this would be affected is through the introduction of a new medium category of development. So currently we have a split between policies that are applied to 10 and over in terms of number of homes on sites, and policies that are applied to 1 to 9 homes, for instance. By bringing in a medium category, the idea is that you shouldn't be applying the same sort of proportionate approach to really small sites of 10 or 11 dwellings as you would to 1,000. So it's trying to bring in a sort of medium approach to that. One of the proposals is that for those sites of between 10 and 49 homes, if they require affordable housing through your policies, then the applicant would have the ability to just give you the equivalent in money. Now, we already have that at our discretion. If we believe that there are good planning reasons why affordable housing shouldn't go on site, then we would normally allow a cash payment, but this is doing it at the applicant's discretion to make it easier for small and medium-sized builders, essentially. There's also a few other things that are being proposed around clearing the path easier, shall we say, when I've listed those there. We don't know yet about the exemptions possible for biodiversity net gain. That was an announcement we were expecting imminently, but it hasn't come yet. But essentially that's all about trying to make it easier for those size developments. I've said at the end there, 80% of the allocations we're relying on in the local plan are in this category. So if we don't get affordable housing on site, yes, we might get a nice big pot of money, but then where do we spend that? Not being a housing authority and not owning land that could be built on in that way. So I've got a few slides on the natural environment policies and protected landscapes policies because these will obviously be the most relevant to us. Just picking up there again, biodiversity net gain, development plans are discouraged from having standards for biodiversity net gain of above the statutory 10% unless they're for specific allocations. So that would prevent you of essentially having an overall policy requiring over 10% on everything. In terms of the protected landscapes policy, quite a lot of the existing paragraphs are taken over into the new proposed paragraphs. So our current ones are 189 and 190. 189 is the sort of general protected landscapes policy that applies to everything. And I've just listed there the sort of main differences. Some of them are positive. So we have, as a protected landscape family, been lobbying for years to get landscape and scenic beauty changed to natural beauty, because natural beauty is what we're designated for. And what we've found with some appeal decisions, for instance, is that landscape and scenic beauty is interpreted as if you can't see it, it's fine. So, yeah, we think that's an improvement. What isn't an improvement is the phrase which have the highest status of protection, which has been removed. And we are also concerned that there's deletion of the footnote which refers to the National Parks circular, because again we've relied on that as giving weight to that circular and confirming that it continues to be government policy. The big changes are in the second part of that policy, which relates to how we deal with major development in protected landscapes. That wording at the moment is that permission should be refused other than in exceptional circumstances and where there's public interest. That's been swapped around to should only be supported. So you might think that's just semantic. Actually, it's quite crucial. So it's turned from a presumption against to a caveated support. And as I mentioned earlier, the removal of that word refused does have implications for how the presumption in favour of development is applied. So that is probably the biggest change. There are some nuances around currently exceptional circumstances and public interest are two separate tests, and they are merging them together effectively. They're also specifically referring to maintaining a sufficient supply of minerals as being a national consideration that could justify major development. There are additional provisions as well. So at the moment, that the section in N4.3 doesn't exist. So this is a new provision entirely. And it's saying if you are going to accept major development in protected landscapes, then you can seek mitigation. And in the footnote, you can also seek compensation. The explanation in the text that goes with that is supposed to address the new duty under LURA for relevant bodies to further the purposes of national parks. Yeah, I'll just leave that there. The protection of setting is per the existing wording, so no change there. And then just a couple more slides to go through heritage, because cultural heritage is part of our purposes. I thought it was worth just raising some issues around that. I think it's fair to say that the changes are quite subtle, but there's clear guidance in the text that goes with them that they are intended to be more positive or encourage decision makers to be more positive than they are currently. So, for instance, when we're looking at reuse of listed buildings or non-designated heritage assets, at the moment there is a requirement for that use to be the optimum viable use, rather than just a viable use. So if you've got two options for a viable use of a building, then you should look at the one that really causes least harm to that building. By removing that requirement, there is a concern that you might be encouraging uses such as residential uses, which require more changes to that building. I think on a more positive approach, they have specifically referred to energy efficiency and low carbon heating measures as public benefits that we can that could outweigh any harm to those buildings. Also positive is that they are consulting on again implementing a provision in the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act to extend the protection to settings, to scheduled monuments and other matters there. Currently, setting is only something that you can take into account with conservation areas and listed buildings. So last slide, and this sort of refers back to our previous item really. There are proposed transitional arrangements for local plans progressing under the existing plan making system, and it's confirmed that those would be examined against the current NPPF that came out last Christmas. That's important for us because that enables us to use that exception for calculating our housing need. The sort of sting in the tail is that any policies that we get through that examination, which are then deemed to be in any way inconsistent with the new NPPF, will be given very limited weight. That's a concern to us. It's a concern to a lot of authorities in our position because having spent years developing those policies to successfully get them through examination and then not be able to use them would be rather galling. So we have suggested some ways that they could amend that text to get over that problem. That's it from me.
Thank you, Claire. I think it's very worrying when you consider that it looks like the strength of the national park's ability to manage its own area in the right way is weakened significantly by this new NPPF. And the other concern, of course, is that with that situation, if our currently submitted, or about to be submitted local plan doesn't reflect that, which of course it doesn't, we could find ourselves with a very big piece of work to make that change. So it's a real concern. So it's very important that we put these recommendations very strongly and firmly back to the authority to see if we can make some changes. And hopefully the other national parks will be supporting also. Yes, Tim, please do.
Yeah, I was going to wait for the discussion, but it's worth noting there's quite a lot of commonality between 10 quite different national parks and indeed some of the national landscapes around the concerns here. So we're having a meeting on site in Yorkshire Dales at the end of this month, so that the good work that Claire and her colleagues have done, because this is happening obviously all around the country, we can collate the very best, if you like, of what's happening and then send it through as a single response from National Parks England, which tends to have more weight. And I was just jotting down as Claire was speaking, there's really 4 main areas that we're already thinking. One is around the loss of the ability to have a bespoke methodology for housing numbers, because with spatial development strategies coming through, you know, would be reliant on goodwill and understanding. So there's something around that. The major development test and the way you've heard it flipped around from a refuse to a say yes subject to, and that's concerning. Frankly, less to do with housing, and this will be one for us to grapple with, I suspect, going forward. My inclination is it's around energy production and energy transmission. And we know that a lot of people like the big kit out of sight, out of mind, and that tends to be in protected landscapes collectively, not just national parks. So we understand the rationale for it, but at the moment it captures all major development, including housing and employment. There's something around the affordable housing delivery, because most of us have small or medium sites in the way Claire described. And if the default could potentially be, we'll just give you money, then we're really going to struggle. And our own partnership management plan is saying we want to double the number of physical provision on the ground rather than collect money. And we're not alone in that. And finally, as Claire said, and I would draw your attention to the wording on page 805, if you've got it physically, but this idea, the sting in the tail, I think Claire referred to it as, that we could end up with a very good local plan that's adopted, new local plan, and then pretty quickly it's in conflict with some of the policies. And I think the wording that Claire has come up with would address that, and I can see the National Park family taking that on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comments? Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I've praised officers once this morning, and I'm loath to make a habit of it. But credit where it's due, I think. The responses that have been made to the consultation are exceptional. Having read similar responses from other local authorities, the depth of detail, and dare I say the bullish language on occasion where it's justified, is very well received, and it stands out. So I have nothing to add. I'm happy with all of the responses, particularly around those areas that I have particular interested in because of my background. So, yeah, I fully endorse the comments and bravo.
Thank you, Stephen. John.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to support what my colleague Stephen here has said. I just have one question. which is that the meeting that you suggested you were going to have with other national parks, will that change this response, or does this response go in anyway? Thank you.
Chair, no, thank you. It's a good question. No, it won't. It's the short answer. What we do is look to see where there is the biggest strength of unified view, because some of the other national parks might not agree on the cultural heritage bit or whatever it might be. So we try and look to see where we're all saying roughly the same thing, and then strengthen that up and have it as one single voice from National Parks England. So it won't change this.
So ours will go as our own response, as well as a common response from National
Can I just add to that? Sorry. One of the reasons we're suggesting that you delegate to Tim the actual consultation response is because there may well be from other partners, not just National Parks England, agreed sort of wording of recommendations that it would be helpful if we all said the same thing,
Right.
rather than getting different things from different people.
Absolutely.
So we have given ourselves a little bit of flex to change it in that situation.
Fine, thank you. Antonio's next.
Yes, and with all due apologies for appearing late to this section of the meeting, yes, I'd absolutely like to support what colleagues have said about what a great job officers have done on this response, spotting the arcane points where there are proposed changes to the NPPF that would be contrary to our statutory purposes. And just in the spirit of sort of unity with the rest of the National Parks family, or National Landscapes family, I think that officers who attend that meeting should feel empowered to, go public with their concerns, if that's appropriate, if they don't feel that ministers are listening, because these are really important points that are being made here.
Absolutely, they are. Janet and then Gary.
Yes, I concur with the comments made by Stephen and Antonio, but there was a question I want to ask in pure ignorance, Chairman, because I can't remember, so my apologies. I mean, one of my concerns, apart from, air environment that we work in here, is getting a roof over people's houses. And I understand about money instead of houses. It's not always, I can think of sites that we've had where I've certainly not thought it was appropriate. But what I was wondering was, if someone can tell me, are we allowed, if we had to take money, to pass it on to some of the authorities that join us or are part of us, that could perhaps provide the necessary, I presume we're talking affordable housing? I honestly don't know the answer, so I'm speaking in ignorance, Chairman.
Thank you, it's a good question. Yes, Rob.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The short answer is yes. So the current pot of money that we have, it's given to people that ask for it. So it deals with the requests. It's not as simple as giving 300 grand to build a house, and it doesn't do that job. What it does do is it unlocks affordable housing. So it might support other things like energy measures or other things which then unlock or encourage the ability to provide that affordable housing. So there is a conversation there about housing associations, providers, including neighbouring authorities, and what they can deliver. There's restrictions to the money in terms of where it can be spent on a number of occasions, so that sometimes that is in the park, sometimes that's to specific parts of the park in terms of parishes, but there is the ability to have that discussion.
Thank you. Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's paragraph 3.9, which on mine it says page 787. And I do think that goes to the crux of everything about protecting our landscapes. And you know me, I like to use the harshest possible language you could possibly do. They might take some sense from that. But that, to me, everything you've written in there is the real concerns about our reason why we're a national park and the harm it could potentially do if we don't stand up and really have a go. Because I do think that's the thing. Now, as a slight footnote on what we just did by getting rid of the cocking site, on page, the next page over, it does, it's 314, and it does mention, special mention of the need to protect chalk streams. So I do think we did make the right decision on that one, even though we might have been a bit premature with the NPPF.
Robert.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Chairman. I think the general tone of our response in the appendix is really good. I think it's very well thought out. I think the language is, on the whole, extremely well put together, with one exception. And that's on page 798, about spatial development strategies. I think these are going to be a source of enormous tension between the mayoral combined authorities and the national parks. And you can see it being a really difficult issue that the mayors of Hampshire and Sussex are going to think they're in charge of housing, but not for the national parks and the protected landscapes. And clearly for Hampshire, we've got a large chunk of this park, we've got a large chunk of the New Forest. I think we have been much more forceful in our language about explicitly about special development structures must exclude the protected landscapes. And we've got to be really quite forceful about it. If that's not in there, there's a real danger of the mayors saying it's not in there, it doesn't apply. So I think we've got to be, at that particular point, the more forceful we can be, I think the more likely we are of getting what we'd like out of that. So I'd like the language in there to be, if anything, made a little bit more aggressive about this is what we think should be. I don't like the idea it's assumed to be. Let's make it absolutely explicit in the NPPF, the new NPPF, what they are and what they're not allowed to do. Thank you.
Would you like to comment, Claire?
Yes. So they will have the power to give us a housing number. So that is written into the legislation. I don't think we can turn that liner around. It's making sure that they do take into account the special characteristics of the protected protected landscapes when they make those decisions, and making sure that we're at the table when they make those decisions.
That's the other difficulty. Tim.
Thank you, and I'm sure Vanessa might come in here as well, but we are pushing very hard to have a place at the table, both at the very high level, I'll let Vanessa cover that, but also as a family of protected landscapes, having a place in the making of the spatial development strategies. At the moment in law, we are a consultee and pretty much at the end of the process. In reality, I'll come to the language in a minute, in reality we're already engaged in very positive conversations, Claire and myself, in the shaping of these spatial development strategies. But as we all recognise, at the moment it's because we're just getting prepared and collecting evidence and how it might work. When it gets tough, we want to make sure we're also there, so we are pushing hard, and very recently in the House of Lords an amendment was put forward to say that we should be part of the making of them rather than a mere consultee. So that's happening. The only suggestion I'd think is we've got to learn from our colleagues who've been through this, and you know, we're all obviously concerned because it's change, but our experiences from other national parks who've already gone through this is actually much more positive, around saying we're here for much more than the debate around housing, we're here for health and well-being, we're here for nature. Some of them have got huge amounts of money to deliver some of the mayoral priorities. So I think, forgive me, it's worth just reflecting on how we present ourselves collectively, although I do totally get that housing will be a challenge. Thank you.
Yes.
But Tim, I think that is the key point. We have a housing issue that none of the other national parks have to anything like our degree. We have far more people living in the SDNP than any of the national parks, in fact, two of them put together. And therefore that issue matters to us far more than it does to the others. And that's why I think we need to be a bit more forward. If compared to the other national parks, this issue affects us in a way it doesn't affect most of the others. So that's the point I'm making.
Thank you. Do you want to come back on that point? Or Vanessa, would you like to comment in?
Thank you. Yeah, I think, you know, Robert's right. We are different. We do have different pressures. We're in the southeast, and also just crazy facts like Sussex, 58% of it is protected landscape. Mm. That's, you know, no one realised that when I dropped that in a meeting. You know, that's going to be hard. But we have to make the case of what else we can give and do for the nation that's not just the housing development. So we're going to have to be good neighbours, and we're going to have to enable the lot of development that's going to happen outside of the protected landscapes. So we are going to, that point that Tim brought up earlier about, is that energy? You know, a lot, and Andrew, you were talking about flooding and things like that earlier. What can we do for everybody else to kind of hold that water off the roads and stuff like that? So we're going to have to be really quite open-minded about what that means for protected landscapes and what they can do to be good neighbours for everybody else. So, yeah, this is really fundamental. I mean, it goes back to like what John Dower was talking about 75 years ago of setting up national parks, and why he was a planner, and why he really said that the planning powers are so important for these landscapes. And effectively, you know, that you could just read this as like just removing all that protection. So it's really, really key. And Tim and Claire, I know, have been doing so much work behind the scenes, really on so many different levels, and with the Lords and everything like that, really, really pushing and leading this nationally, this work. So I really, really thank them so much for what they're doing. But please, please bear in mind, this is big. You know, the stuff we were talking about earlier in the local plan and those kind of little allocations, that's gone, right? That will go. So those arguments. So be careful, you know, let's just be aware of how worrying this is. Thanks.
So we need a bit of an answer on Robert's comment about strengthening this part of the recommendation. How do you feel, Claire?
Would Robert like to suggest some words?
I'm very happy coming back to you, having thought about it and worded it. I don't want to do it now. I think that'd be inappropriate, but I'm very happy supplying words I think are a little bit more forceful than we currently are. Thank you.
Can we work through that? We've got that delegation, so Robert, to give it to you.
Yes, we can work through this recommendation to do that. Any more comments? In which case, with that caveat, may I have a proposer and a seconder, please, for the recommendation? Thank you, Gary and John. Thank you very much. And a show of hands to receive that. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Claire. Sterling effort. So we can move now on to the development management part of the agenda. Oh, no, we've got summary of appeals first. Kelly.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, members. So the paper in front of you today, thanks, Rich is going to put it up on the screen. So this is your appeals summary report from September to January. And firstly, not a great way to start, but an apology. There's a typo on paragraph 1.2, which is page 807 of your report. It should be, in terms of the number of appeal decisions, 17 were dismissed and 15 were allowed. That doesn't affect the overall number that's set out in paragraph 1.4 though. So members, just to highlight for you, the covering report covers sort of some of the two key decisions that you yourselves took in relation to Ditchling Rugby Club and Hockley Golf Course. And members will note that in both those decisions, inspectors noted that there was landscape harm, but in both cases, the harm that was caused was outweighed by the importance of supporting the sporting facilities in both those cases. And then also, as Tim and Claire have alluded to, on a number of the allowed appeals, some of the sort of consistency is this understanding of what is scenic beauty, and obviously inspectors taking a different view. So that's it in terms of things I wanted to raise with you. So if members got any questions?
Any questions? I think it's quite interesting to look at the figures to see that 34 appeals were received and 17 were dismissed and 16 were allowed, which is a different set of figures from the ones we've seen previously. So there's clearly a bit of a change at PINS. And the question really is, what have we learnt from that, and how are we going to mitigate that situation or improve that situation in the future?
If I start and then Rob can jump in. I think, firstly, case officers have got a job to do in trying to get across to PINS the purposes and duties of the national parks. And this, as we said, this issue of scenic beauty versus natural beauty. That is still an underlying issue that I think we've got a bit of education to do around that. And then unfortunately, some of the decisions that have been made have been finely balanced, and a couple perhaps shouldn't have gone to an appeal. And of course, as you know, because of our numbers, that has a bigger impact in terms of our overall appeal stats, which I'll let Rob come on to.
Rob.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. To be positive, everything's a learning opportunity. So every time we get an appeal decision back, particularly if it is allowed, we look into what could have been stronger and then reflect upon it. And that's not just with ourselves, that's with our host authorities as well, because it is new territory where we are with this sense of direction with the planning inspectorate, and how the economic, the social benefits are maybe tipping that balance a bit more than we expected. We report in the financial year a percentage, and that's a good track. And as we said, they're 84% last year, and at the moment 64%. Still got a couple of months to go to bring that up a bit more. That's something that we constantly monitor. But what I would say is that there is another measurement. It's the world's most confusing formula in terms of our overall performance, and we're still performing very well based on that formula, which is what we report back to government. So obviously we keep this under constant monitoring and constantly learn with officers and change approach where we need.
Thank you. Any comments? Andrew?
There seemed to be a number of appeals which were allowed, which were, how shall I put it, either certificates of lawful use or consideration of the time that development took place, which makes me question whether or not a little bit more thought should have been taken by the people who dealt with it, in two cases, Chichester and another East Hants that I'm looking at, to actually see what, whether or not what they were doing was wise and correct. They should not have got themselves in that position in the first place. It's probably not that simple, but the way it looks on paper, that's an interpretation I come to. The top of page 810, for example, the first and the fourth applications which are referred to, certificates of lawful use, well, should it have gone to appeal in the first? Should it have gone that far anyway, or should it have been accepted as something which should have been a certificate of lawful use?
Thank you. Gary?
Thank you, Chairman. Sadly, I'm not unsurprised seeing this, to be fair. Across my own authority, this is about the same sort of percentage. And they'll tell you that they are independent, but there is some change happening within PINs. And ours was normally lots more houses, but yeah, I'm not surprised. We do a fantastic job here. And the two ones that we made made the decision was Hockley and the rugby club, and there was really, really strong reasons to refuse that.
Indeed.
Perhaps we must, as you say, we learn from it, Rob, that we must turn around and say natural beauty as opposed to scenic beauty, and keep hammering that more than, oh well, it looks nice. We've got to really, really do it. And he mentions it in the rugby club one, but there was other reasons that we refused it.
Absolutely.
But I'm not surprised, sadly.
They were both well debated.
They were.
Applications.
I remember it.
Sorry, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just reflecting on the comments Gary just made. I think the trend here that I can see, if there's any, is that these softer uses on green fields, when there's already some sort of provision there, whether it's a rugby club, a golf club, whatever, are becoming harder to defend in this build, baby, build world. And it's seen as if we're stopping a community use or a remunerative leisure use or of some sort from going forward. It doesn't give me any joy in saying this, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm going back to Rob's point, and indeed something Vanessa said earlier, which is, we do have to get with the current zeitgeist to some degree and reflect that, rather than just continually lose appeals. And I think the trend I've seen over the last 2 quarters is where it's related to a use that's already there and it's a bit more intensification, particularly leisure type, then we're probably going to have to reflect, that's all.
Yes, yes, indeed. Right.
I want to ask about the Hockley Golf Club one, because that's the one that I'm most surprised by. And I'm just, given the discussion we had, obviously we had the site visit, the other ones that got appealed, the Ditchton Rugby Club one looked to me to be more finely balanced. I didn't think the Hockley Golf Club was at all balanced. I thought that was clearly harm to the national, and I didn't, that was a really, at the time we had quite a quick discussion, that didn't look like to be a balanced judgment at all. So my question, Tim, for you is the grounds, we looked at the option of judicially reviewing that decision? Have we looked at it in real detail to make sure that I don't think we judicially review much, but that's the sort of decision that the officer's recommendation was very clear. From memory, the committee was unanimous. It's the sort of thing we felt were on very strong grounds. I'd just like, if we got a planning reserve to go through the JR process, that strikes me, if we're not going to use it on that case, what are we going to use it for? Because that looks to me to be quite a really surprising decision. And just to go through it in detail to make sure that the planning inspectorate followed the precise rules. And I would certainly be quite keen, if we've got a planning reserve, that's exactly the sort of thing I would like it to be spent on that sort of decision. Thank you.
Well.
Yes, thank you for those comments, Robert. I think it's fair to say, especially with the Hockley Golf Club, that there was significant work undertaken by the case officer and the landscape officer in defending that at the hearing, and a lot of hard work in the hearing. And it's one of those ones where, as officers, we were genuinely surprised by the decision. And when we're genuinely surprised by a decision that goes against us, we look at that in some detail to see whether there are any grounds there why we would think that a judicial review might be required. There weren't in that particular case. There are things that we might disagree with, but whether or not that's enough of a case to judicially review it, then that's a different ballgame altogether. But be assured, we look at each one and we give that consideration to it. I think in that one, I think there were frustrations in so far as the inspector said at one point in there about the benefits that they might accrue to the club financially. Were not really a consideration, but then later on in the consideration in the weighing up and the balance sort of included that in there, the fact that it would be help with the recreational use and longevity of the club because of the financial benefits that there would be of it. But so that was frustrating, but like I say, not enough to judicially review.
Thank you. Yes.
Just give me a thought though, and it came across my desk the other day. North York Moors, and we've done this once before, have just lost an appeal and are very cross, like yourselves looked at JR, or like you're asking us to, but instead they've written to the inspector to say how disappointed they are. They're going to stop short of JRing, but, and then almost putting a red line in the ground, you know, for the future, don't make this same, not quite mistake, otherwise it would be JR, but please reflect on how you're putting the balance. So it might be worth us taking something forward like that. Fair point.
That might make a lot of sense, coming from the committee chairman. John.
So just a final point on Hockley. It shouldn't really take up much time, but it's clearly to me a fill site, rather in terms of adjusting the profile of the South Downs, which clearly we should try and resist. I wonder if we approached the inquiry incorrectly. I don't know. We're going to clearly have to learn from this because we need to do more to resist these sorts of schemes. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Alan.
Yeah. No point in talking about it at length because on the same site, it struck me listening to Rob that the point he came up with, but that we didn't take it to judicial review, sounds exactly to me, thinking back to my days as a lawyer who made part of his living doing that sort of work, trotting off to the High Court, that we do need to think, you know, with an open mind about the possibility of actually going to the statutory JR. Because I'm agreeing with Robert McAtter's general sentiment about that. I'm not going to talk about the particular case. There's no point. But yes, we ought to be prepared. And I know it's expensive, etc. But in cases where we really are aggrieved by a result, I do support the view that we ought to be prepared to put ourselves on the line and pursue such cases.
Do the officers have a further view? Putting you on the line this time instead of the other way around.
In the spirit of honesty, we're just looking at the time frames because there's obviously a limited period. I don't know if we're quite within that or not. we've got the message loud and clear that you'd like us to do something. If you could leave it with us as to what's the most appropriate route.
Perhaps you'll come back and
we'll come back.
report back of what you think can be an appropriate route forward. Okay. Okay. Anything else? If not, can we go to the recommendation? Oh, we need a proposer and a seconder, please. Thank you, Stephen and Andrew. And a show of hands, please, to support that recommendation. Thank you. Right. Yes, you have to go now. So we're now moving to agenda item 9, which is an East Hants District Council Authority application. And this is for land west and north of Windward Reservoir Lane, Petersfield. Tim has left the meeting. And Kelly Porter is going to remind us of this report. Thank you, Kelly.
So, thank you again, members, and a quick change around of seats. So, the application before you today is for a site in Petersfield, but before I get into the presentation, just draw your attention to the update sheet. So, we've had 2 further representations and also a verbal update. So, as of late yesterday, we've actually had 1 objector remove their objection to the scheme. So, turning to the site itself, as I said, it's a piece of land in Petersfield, just off of Reservoir Lane. It's actually allocated in the Petersfield Neighbourhood Plan for 11 self-build stroke custom-build dwellings. So if you look in the top right-hand corner of the slide, you'll see the area highlighted in yellow is the actual allocation. But the application is actually on a slightly smaller site, so that's what's outlined in red. And obviously it's a current field with mature hedging and trees around all its boundaries. And just to draw your attention, when I refer to the nearby listed building, that's actually Tivemore House, and that's indicated with the green star on the aerial photo and the layout, to just give you that context. So before I actually get into the application in front of you, I want to explain the context for the application as a whole. So any planning permission is actually going to be made up of 3 elements. So there's the outline permission and its conditions, which you approved back in 2022. And alongside that is a Section 106 agreement that secured various things. And then in front of you today is this Reserve Matters application. And it will be that Reserve Matters application and its conditions. So it's all those 3 elements that will make up the planning permission. The applicant is the Petersfield Community Land Trust, and it's their intention to construct all the common areas, so that's all the internal roads and the open spaces, and provide serviced plots. Those serviced plots will then be offered to individuals as custom-build dwelling plots, and individual purchasers and owners will then be able to select from a range of options for the final design of the dwellings and the gardens. And the community land trusts will manage the construction of the whole scheme. I appreciate there's quite a lot on this slide, but again, it's trying to get across that the outline planning permission granted in 2022 has already approved all these things, and these are not for your consideration today. So just to summarise, the site has planning permission for 10 dwellings. The layout and the general form and the housing mix of those dwellings has already been secured through a plot parameter plan and a design code, which I will refer to again as I take you through the presentation. All access arrangements, and that includes highway capacity and highway safety issues, and the overall parking numbers have all been secured through the outline. Affordable housing, so the 106 secures 5 of the 10 dwellings for affordable homes. The definition and the requirements of what makes up a self-build, custom-build plot has been defined in the Section 106, and I'll come on to that again in the presentation. General neighbour amenity issues have been addressed. Ecological impacts have also been addressed, and there's a package of mitigation enhancement measures not only secured through condition with the outline, but any reserve matters has to be in accordance with. The drainage strategy has been agreed and secured through conditions, as has the sustainable construction strategy. The reason for highlighting this is you'll see a number of third-party representations have raised some of these concerns, and I'm afraid, just to repeat, these aren't for your consideration today. So I'd like to refer members to section 3 of the report, which is set out on pages 817 to 819. Again, that sets the context of the reserve matters application, establishes what's already been approved and what this reserve matters application has to comply with. Just to highlight a few things. So on this slide, you can see the approved plot parameter plan. So that set out the boundaries of where new housing would go, where their key frontages had to be. It talked about elevational requirements to address neighbour amenity issues. It highlights where all the parking locations are. It set out that any new dwellings were limited to a maximum of 2 stories in height and had to be pitched roofs, with some single-storey extension elements. It set out the design code provided details around the material palette and sustainability expectations. And crucially, the 106 defines a custom plot as being a service plot where buyers can choose internal layouts that includes number of bedrooms, bathrooms and ground floor layout, and external finishes, and refers to things like porches and conservatories. So, turning to what's actually in front of you today. So in all of that context, you have a reserve matters application to consider for just the scale and the appearance of the buildings and the spaces, and then the associated landscaping. This reserve matters must comply with the plot parameter plan that was approved and the design code. So therefore, the things you are considering are the design related to those elements and the impact of landscaping on ecology. So in terms of scale, and that's the sort of the width and the length of the proposed dwellings, hopefully this slide shows to you, it confirms that the details in the reserve matters submission accord with the approved plot parameter plan, i.e. they all fit within the blue box that was approved at the outline. The layout of and scale of the buildings match the key frontages, key elevations, and address the neighbour amenity issues. So, as I explained, the applicant is the Petersfield Community Land Trust. They're going to provide service plots and manage the whole build. So the structure of this reserve matters application actually provides a number of options that future buyers can select from. So there is no one single design for each of the dwellings, and I will, over the next few slides, just highlight what those options are. So basically, buyers will be able to select from 4 options of the main elevational treatments, and then they'll be able to then select multiple features when it comes to window design, chimneys, porches, and feature brickwork and stonework. That structure is all in accordance with the outline permission and the definition in the section 106. The Community Land Trust have also put together a custom build design control document, which again I'll refer to in more detail as I take you through the presentation and explain what its purpose is. So as I said, I'm not going to take you through every possible option and configuration, you'll be pleased to know. So these just next 2 slides just highlight the options that are available, and it's set out in paragraph 7.5 of the report on page 823, how they each element accords with what was approved at the outline. So you can see there are choices for layout, there are choices for elevation, and in the bottom left-hand corner it gives you the selection of materials and colours that are available. I would acknowledge, and I've set that out in paragraph 7.6 of the report, that the form of the dwellings is identical, no matter what the final detail is chosen, and some of the material choices are not necessarily locally characteristic. However, overall, it does accord with the outline, and I'll come back to the proposed safeguards in a couple of slides. So again, this just gives you a flavour of the different types, details that can be selected. So we've got bay windows, windows and doors, the brickwork and stonework features. So whilst there are multiple options, overall they are reflective of the local character and context, and many of the choices provide a consistency in overall style and materials. So I appreciate you can't really read this screen, but this is to demonstrate the purpose of the custom build design control document. So this is set out in an explanation in paragraphs 7.6 and 7.7 of the report. There is an inherent risk, albeit very small, that owners could select all the same options, creating a homogeneous scheme. And that's not the intention of the outline, nor is it the intention of the Community Land Trust. So they've put forward this document that highlights what options are available for each plot. So, for example, for amenity reasons, certain window selections might not be available on some elevations, and have highlighted their preferred options for some of the plots. In addition, they have sought to impose a safeguard that no more than 30% of the dwellings would have the same primary external material. And this is managed through Condition 7, which is on page 829 of the report. So, to conclude the built element form of what's in front of you, the proposed scale and appearance of the buildings accord with the details secured at the outline stage, and overall would make a positive contribution to the character of the area. Whilst it's acknowledged there is some limited harm with some of the options that are available, that harm could be and should be outweighed by its providing housing on an allocated site, and more importantly, we're delivering 5 much needed affordable homes. So turning to the landscaping element, obviously this plan highlights that all the existing green infrastructure around the edges of the site will be retained and protected, with the obvious exception where the new accesses have got to be created. They're proposing enhanced planting, such as native hedgerow, which in turn supports one of the priority outcomes in the recently adopted Hampshire Local Nature Recovery Strategy. And all the precise details are secured through conditions 4 and 5, which are set out on pages 827 and 828 of the report. As envisaged at the outline stage, there's a new green open space that provides that connectivity for people and wildlife, joining the trees and hedgerows along the boundaries and beyond. The internal roads are narrow where they meet the open space to minimise the breaks, and hopefully the green infrastructure will facilitate a future join-up a tree cover in the long term. The design of the landscape and the spaces is consistent with the outline permission, its conditions, and therefore is acceptable. In addition, the details provided with this application also are in compliance with the ecological mitigation measures that were secured at the time. So that's through the proposed planting types and also the installation of bird and bat boxes on the various plots. So all of these elements will help to improve biodiversity on the site, and therefore the scheme would conserve and enhance ecology and would not have a detrimental impact on protected species. Therefore, the recommendation in front of members today is to approve the reserve matters subject to the conditions set out in section 9 of the report. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. We have 2 public speakers against this application, and the first is William Redmond, who is representing himself.
Okay, got it. Do I press this button here? Chair, committee, thank you for your time today. I oppose the recommendation, and I'll outline my 3 bullet points for you very simply. The Petersfield Development Plan, which was approved 21st Jan 2016, basically said that H11, which is the area that's being discussed today, was principally identified as self-build, not custom build. There is a difference. Basically, the difference is that an individual who has a connection with Petersfield could basically build their own plot to their own specifications, their own design. What's being recommended here today is actually essentially a template. And what was proposed and the idea behind the policy that was put forward in the Petersfield Development Plan was that individuals would have a choice in order to put together what they actually wanted. Essentially, this is an estate disguised as a custom build, in my opinion. So it's essentially templated for individuals to choose, and as was so rightly pointed out, there is a possibility that, given the options available within the template being proposed, you end up with an estate essentially being built on the edge of Petersfield. With regards to landscaping, this area is right on the edge of Petersfield. It is an elevated plot, it has views over an area known as the Hangers, and you can see what's called the Shoulder of Mutton. So conversely, looking from the Shoulder of Mutton towards Petersfield, as you kind of approach Petersfield, the transitional arrangements would be there's essentially an estate being built which blends from the countryside into actually the town itself. And given the elevated position that exists currently for this particular area, I don't think it's in keeping with what the South Downs National Park should try to preserve in terms of in keeping with the local kind of area. And finally, the actual local area itself, the road to which this area is going to be built, is essentially individual houses, non-estate in their manner. So by building this proposed templated estate on the edge of Petersfield, which blends into an area of a country lane, which essentially has individual houses, is not in keeping with the local character. Therefore, my recommendation is that you oppose, and it fits in line with the policy of the Petersfield Neighbourhood Development Plan, which was approved 10 years ago on the 21st of January 2016. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker, who is also against this application, is Lisa Holyhead.
Residents of the Purretts, Reservoir Lane and Tilmore Road, living within 200 metres of the proposed...
Can you increase the volume, Lisa? We can't hear it, I don't think.
Local environment and firm reassurance on 3 issues. 1, road safety. 2, the risk to existing property. And 3, the handling of water runoff. None of these matters have been properly addressed in documents on the planning portal to date. 1, road safety. Reservoir Lane is much narrower than stated in the planning application. At several points, it is only wide enough for a single vehicle. One of the narrowest sections sits between the wall of the Grade 2 listed property and the gate opposite. The photographs supplied in the application focus on wider areas with verges and do not reflect the full approach to the site. There is no space for pavements and pedestrians already face risks. A resident recently tripped in potholes that was superficially repaired in 2025 but have deteriorated again. Reservoir Lane mainly carries cars, bikes and pedestrians. It also provides access to the Reservoir and Down House care home. Private and trade vehicles are often parked on the verge beside the development. Without dedicated parking during construction and then on the new site, vehicles will block the road and may restrict emergency access to the care home. 2. Risk to Tilmore House, a Grade 2 listed building. Tilmore House is about 300 years old and sits only 2 feet from the narrowest point of Reservoir Lane. The road is signposted to restrict heavy goods vehicles, yet this is not acknowledged in the planning documents. The house has shallow foundations and is vulnerable to vibration from construction traffic. Any settlement would be a serious issue for the owners and would be treated as a planning concern. In 2019, the owners of Tilmore House objected to the development on the field for these reasons, but their concerns were not addressed. 3. Water runoff and capture. The suitability of drainage for the new home needs much closer examination. Reservoir Lane has no drains or gutters, and surface water not held on the field flows down Tilmore Road, contributing to significant damage. Potholes are visible along the full length of the road. There is further runoff-related damage on the eastern side of Reservoir Lane beyond the reservoir itself. The lane sits on top of a hill. The main access from Petersfield drops downhill over Tilmore Brook before rising again at the Kimbers. Tilmore Brook floods regularly, which makes the road impassable. Extra runoff from the development will worsen these floods and increase risk for road users. Emergency repairs completed in January 2026 on Tilmore Road are already breaking down. Proper drainage upgrades are needed between the site and the point beyond Tilmore Brook. Finally, residents remain concerned that the original concept for the individual self-built home designed to sit comfortably within the character of Reservoir Lane have been replaced by a generic Serbian design. This part of the parish of Sheet is semi-rural and the current design does not reflect the setting. Note, the detailed environmental submission by the resident of 3 Reservoir Lane, Dr Abbott, have not been addressed.
I'm very sorry, but you have run out of time, Lisa. Thank you very much.
This is also a national cycleway. So
Thank you.
Trying.
We have the technology. Sometimes it doesn't work quite as we would like. Thank you very much. And we have one speaker in support of this application, and that is Chris Cooper, representing Petersfield CLT.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name's Chris Cooper from Petersfield Community Land Trust. So a couple of things that I'd just like to address, and thank you, Kelly, for the comprehensive report as well. So just to point out, the development meets the inspector's request for a local connection, and this will be for in perpetuity. And it's delivering the custom build element. Custom build is sadly not viable on this. Custom build is sadly not viable on this site. And self-build, because the variety of choice that you get is delivering some customisation without the chaos that could ensue if custom build was possible. Each home buyer has primary input into the design. So there will be, alongside the custom build design control document, the ability to have that variety. And within, albeit within a defined design palette. But this will ensure the variety while retaining control of not having consistency, so you will get that variety coming through. The site has good environmental and sustainable credentials, especially with the use of the building material in terms of low carbon and the application of EV charging and solar panels. And the CLT is also exploring the use of ground source heat pump as well. The Community Land Trust is owned by the members of the community. It will be the management company for the private areas, and residents will be members of that community group. We are looking to being sensitive to our neighbours in terms of the building aspect, and obviously being sympathetic to the site being on the edge of Petersfield. Overall, though, the development team's ready to go. This site has been under outline planning for a number of years, and we are ready to start by the middle of this year, if we get the permission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our public speakers. Members. Antonia.
I noticed that on the website of the Petersfield Community Land Trust, there's a statement that self and custom build housing is supposed to be more affordable than full market rate. Has consideration been given in this palette of materials and so on that we're looking at today to affordability and in line with that? Because we don't want to mandate materials that are going to take away from the affordability aspect.
Let's ask the officers.
The simple answer, yes, Antonia. So yes, the CLT in choosing the options that are available, yes, do have a mind for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Paul.
Can I ask about the wider site that's allocated? Policy H11 in the neighbourhood development plan. This that was allocated for up to 11 houses, yet this is a subdivision of that. So what happens to the rest, out of interest? Can you, I know it's not part of the application, but...
So in terms of the allocation in the neighbourhood plan, this permission effectively supersedes that. So it's the 10 units that have been secured through this permission. And members, hopefully you would have noted that there is an allocation for Windwood, which is the land next door, in the new local plan for an additional, I think it's maybe up to 5 houses. I don't know off the top of my head. So there's a separate allocation being taken forward in the new local plan. It's not the bit to the very north, if I could put it that way. It's the as you look at the screen, Windwood is to the right, so it's that bit of land there.
Janet.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We are, of course, just looking at the reserved. We all remember going to the site visits and seeing it, and I believe we discussed things like highways, etc., at that particular time.
Janet, could you speak closer to your microphone,
Oh, I beg your
please?
pardon. I'm sorry. Can you hear now? My screen is rather large. I'm quite happy with what I've seen this morning before me. I think it will be perfectly acceptable in this position. We know how difficult it is to get self-build, as in the ordinary, just self-build, not what we're looking at this morning. There just aren't the people coming forward that want it, even though there is a register, I believe, that so with the choice they've got, and with other people that they have to discuss the choices with, I think this is a good scheme, Chairman, for the reserved matters. The other matters that we've heard about mostly have been discussed at an earlier committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, hugely supportive of community land trust projects, and recognise what my colleague Janet has said about the difficulties with bringing self-build forward, and this is potentially a reasonable halfway house to improve the numbers in that respect. I'm mindful that this is reserved matters, so I'll keep my comments to landscape and materials. Very supportive of the Swift and the bat brick inclusion. I would like to channel John Cross at this point, who's not with us today, and raise the point about B-bricks, which John would always raise at any available opportunity, so perhaps that could be included within the palette. And one slight amendment as a point of conversation going forward with the Trust. I noticed the boundary line of the rear gardens goes to the existing hedgerow and small copse. Could it be discussed that rear garden design is shortened by 1 metre per unit and that a hedgerow is planted in its stead beyond those boundary fences, presumably they're going to be fences, to encourage connectivity between the copse and the hedgerow to the left and the new planting to the right? So I don't want, probably west and east, but I haven't got a north arrow on that, so I'm not entirely sure.
Can we do that, Kelly?
That's certainly something we could explore. You'll note the wording of the conditions is slightly different. So obviously there's the condition associated with landscaping for the common areas, and then there's a separate condition for then each of the landscaping details for each of the plots to then come forward separately. So yes, Stephen, I can definitely take that as an action away, that as the individual plots come forward for the landscaping details for those elements, that we factor that issue in. Yeah.
Thank you. Robert.
I want to just say well done to Kelly for working with the Community Land Trust for actually getting to this stage. The Peacefield Development Plan, which I was heavily involved in, was very keen to try and get custom self-build when it was done 10 years ago. We were realistic that it may not happen, and I think this development is a way of working with the same body that set out with very high intentions and realised it's not going to be delivered without some degree of compromise. And I think that having gone through that initial planning application and now we've got reserved matters, I think we've got as good a result as we could hope for in the circumstances. And I think that's an achievement, given the fact that we've been waiting for this scheme for some time and it kept on being undeliverable. We've now got to the stage where actually we can get close to what the intention was, even if we're not reaching the heights that are originally intended. So well done for getting to this point, and I will support the application.
Good. Thank you very much. Andrew.
I will also be complimentary about this scheme, and I'll also note that the one thing I did notice was para 4.6 on page 820, when the town council said it was unclear if any safeguards in place to prevent one style dominating the site. I am consequently very pleased to see that there is this template which ensures that you suddenly don't get a site of little boxes all stuck together with ticky-tacky. But so I think that's a very useful device to have, and possibly some other organisations need to consider it when it comes to building houses.
I think the Community Land Trust should be commended in the work that they've carried out with this this project, and it's very good to see something actually coming to fruition at last. Can I have a proposer and a seconder for the proposal, please? We have the proposal up, Kelly, please. Thank you. Robert, thank you. Janet, thank you. And a show of hands to support. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. So we'll move now on to agenda item 10. Yes, we need to get to... I'm sorry? I would like to get this through before lunch, please. Unless you would like a very quick comfort break. In which case... Who's gone? Oh, okay. It's all these... Let us now reconvene, and we're looking now at the Woodcote Grapham. And Sarah Round is going to take us through the report. Please, Sarah.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Heather. Right, we're at the Woodcote in Grapham. There's quite a lot on the update sheet for this agenda, so I just wanted to take you through the main changes, which you will have already seen as part of the update sheet, but just to make sure I've drawn your attention to them. The recommendation has changed, and that's to secure a travel plan through a Section 106, whereas previously we were envisaging that might be a condition. We have had an additional consultation response, or late consultation responses, I should say, from West Sussex Highways, just confirming they've got no objections to the scheme. An objection from the lead local flood authority. I have put the reasons in the update sheet. And it's just to make members aware that officers feel we have enough information at this stage to make a decision on the application, providing the relevant conditions are attached. I've suggested a couple of amended conditions to deal with flood water and surface water drainage. We have an objection from the landscape officer. That is already largely addressed in the report, which you've already seen, but I will take you through some of the main points in my presentation. We have some additional representations from members of the public. No particularly new issues are raised. There's more of a focus on the potential impact of the development on the local sewerage network, and I'll touch upon that in my presentation. And there are additional conditions, number 25, which is about surface water management, number 26, which is no external lighting, and number 27, which refers to no customers in the bar other than those that are staying in the lodges. Right, I will move on to take you through the application itself. So my key considerations, I'm going to quickly touch on the scheme evolution, because it's been before us at pre-app, upon the issues that are raised by the scheme, on the key views and the public rights of way, and then I'm going to draw some conclusions and the planning balance. I'm going to try and be quick and confine my presentation to the below and leave you time to answer questions if you want to. So this is the site location, which is here in the middle. You've got Graffham Village here. This is the settlement boundary in grey, and this is the conservation area in brown. The extent of the site is effectively the wooded, treed area you can see all the way around the edge. These lines here are current overhead power lines, and these faint purples, we'll come on to this in a little bit, as a public right-of-way network. So we've got one that runs across here, which is outside the site, and then we've got one which runs through the site here and pops out onto Woodcut Lane. This is Woodcut Lane itself. So talking about the scheme evolution briefly, the scheme came before us at pre-app, and it originally proposed a new entrance here, this expanse of car parking and planting, which extended both sides of the existing pub, which sits here. This sweeping kind of driveway, some outbuildings here, and some little river cabins which sat along here. Our pre-app response has been available online since the application was submitted. So when the application was submitted, it has changed from the pre-app at this stage. The access point has been removed. The car parking has changed from this side to all be this side, but is still very extensive in its terms of its spread. So the outbuildings have moved from here, and they've come closer to the main nucleus of the development, and the previously proposed cabins have been removed. So that was how the application was submitted. The scheme that is now before you has been revised. The key revisions are to significantly reduce the area that the car park takes up. So whereas previously it came out to probably about here and infilled down to here, it now spreads. This is existing that you can see in tarmac here, and this is the proposed extended car park, which will be grasscrete. The outbuilding has been removed. The previously proposed sort of sweeping access arrangements, which came in here and kind of went down here, has been removed. I think those are the main changes that I wanted to take you through. So I'm just going to move on to key issues. Sorry, I'm going to flick through these. So we've got landscape impact, surface water drainage, and highways, including parking and traffic movement. I'm going to touch very quickly on this slide. We can always come back to it if you have any other questions. So we've got the site sitting in the middle. We've got the existing pub here, hard surface car park, and then we've got two little buildings to the rear which have 6 bedrooms in them. So there's already tourist accommodation on the site. There's already a pub on the site. So the public footpath runs down this side, past the site, then it crosses a little stream, sort of here, which is outside the site boundary, and then it runs up a bank, and then you walk behind this wooded area. So that's the front of the site. Now we're coming down into the site. This is an existing hedge line, which currently the footpath follows the other side of, as it were. I'll explain later on when I show you the floor plan that the actual definitive footpath doglegs into the site about here, but what's happened is this hedgeway has become overgrown and people have just walked straight across the field rather than doglegging into the pub. I think there's been a bit of confusion as to the definitive line, so I will touch upon that later. This is the wet area of the site down here towards the bottom. This is emerging from this point here and looking back up to the site. There's currently a couple of large sheds there. These 3 pictures are taken along this boundary here. As you can see, it's very limited visibility, even in the winter time. If you really squint, you can just about see the pub there. This view is taken through this gap in the hedgerow here. Again, very limited visibility. And this view is approximately here. And then I'm walking to around here. You can see the mark in the field where the public footpath goes. And then we've got the gate into the field, which is this main field here, which is outside of the application boundary. And you've got a lot of planting down here. And then we're back out onto Woodcut Lane and walking all the way back round down here. So there are views across the landscape, past the site and to the downs. So I wanted to touch upon landscape impact on this slide. I know it's a bit busy, but I wanted to explain how screened the existing site is from public views once you've moved down here. So we've got thick hedgerows surrounding and mature trees surrounding the whole site, probably till about here when there aren't that many trees. The landscaping scheme, which has been conditioned but is indicative at this stage, proposes a lot more hedge planting. I also wanted to draw your attention to these lines here, which are the historic hedge lines. This field used to be divided up into a number of smaller fields. This is just shown here. You can see a new hedge going in here. This is the new hedge line. Well, so it's new old hedge line there. So it's fairly well screened at the moment, excepting the fact that you walk directly past it here and obviously you walk past it here. So your main views of the site are from Woodcut Lane and as you walk down here. And there are glimpses here and along here, but they are fleeting. These are just some points on the landscape impact. I just wanted you all to consider these points as I move through the drawings. And I wanted you to bear in mind, because it is a large extension. It's a very large extension when you look at it on a floor plan basis. But what I also want you to consider is that the extent of the plan form is only visible on a drawing or if you're in a drone. It's not visible from the downs, and the design officer considers that the architectural design and the use of pitch roofs ensure that the real life view is as a smaller collection of buildings behind the pub, despite what is actually shown on drawn form. There's a variety of high quality mixed materials are proposed, which is supported by the design officer, and we are saying to you that the scheme will change the character of the site, but that this degree of change is still considered to conserve the rural character of the pub building, its immediate surroundings and the wider landscape. So I'll walk you through the drawings now. So this is the existing and retained pub. This is a proposed new restaurant building. Now, when the application was submitted, I should also say that this barn roof was at the same point as the pub, and we've asked them to reduce that, which they have. So all of the roofs that you see in this picture are behind the pub building, which retains its prominence in the landscape. So this is looking south, and the downs are here behind. This is looking north. There's a number of these to go through. This is a long section. So here's the pub at the front. You can see the restaurant roof there. And then these extruded roof forms, which cover this very large ground floor extension. But because of the way it's designed and the setting of the site, when you're walking past, you will appreciate this. And then from further away, you appreciate a cluster of roofs. That is the lodge buildings from the very south of the site. So that's looking out west. And I also draw your attention here to the very minimal glazing. So this is an outward facing wall. They've got louvers here, and they've got very minimal glazing in the walls that face outwards. So we've got some deep recessed windows here. This is looking the other way. So this view is private only. There's actually going to be a hedge here, but if you were to stand in this field without the hedge, that's what you would see, but that is a private view only. This view here, so the public right-of-way runs down here to about here, and then dog's eggs out behind that big hedge that I showed you in the first slide. This is the front elevation, again maintaining the pub. This is the floor plan, which, as you can see, we have a very large extension to the rear of the building. But here is the pub. When they first came in with the application, it wrapped around the pub, and they've pulled it back away from the pub, so the only point of connection is here. And when read from the front elevation, you see the roofs, which extruded a little, that piece, and that piece. So you see these pitched roof forms, and then these are the lodge buildings behind, 16 of these. You've got a pitched roof over this, which is 2-storey, and a pitched roof over this, which is 2-storey. And then this is a flat roof. This is the first floor plan, just showing those roof forms. And again, the roof plan, just showing the roof forms. Moving on to surface water management, and I haven't kept up with myself, so excuse me. I just wanted to draw your attention to surface water management, given the objection from the lead local flood authority. And I just wanted to note that the local flood authority have said that they support the principle of the sustainable urban drainage plan here, especially in terms of trying to manage water at surface. So these are basins into which the surface water it's pumped, which is one of the downsides of the scheme, and partly why we've asked for a fully revised flood risk and drainage assessment and an updated plan. They will drain through here using the SUDS chain and complying with the SUDS guidance in that respect. Foul water is shown here. There's no objections from Southern Water, and the standard foul water drainage condition is attached. This also should be noted, and I've just put the quote here from the assessment submitted, that currently the surface water and foul drain into the foul, which is less than ideal. So one of the positives of this scheme is it will remove surface water from the foul system. Just touching quickly upon highways and some of the issues that have been raised. There is no objection from West Sussex County Council Highways, who have examined the originally submitted application. They had no objection, and the revised application, they had no objection. We have now secured a sustainable travel plan from the applicant, which to be secured as part of a Section 106. In terms of staff travel, I would note that there is accommodation provided on site for staff, and that would be in the pub part of the building at first floor level. The applicant proposes to put on a staff minibus and also a patron minibus. They propose in excess of our standards in terms of EV charging points, and there's bike stores. And in terms of parking, it meets with our standards. Its officers' views it'd be very difficult to sustain a reason for refusal on the grounds of highways. So, just concluding matters. It's our belief that the scheme provides material planning benefits, and those include planning control over the numbers, the use and the ventilation systems at the pub. Currently, we don't have any of those controls. And also dark night skies. The external lighting as existing is not appropriate. And what this application would do is give us control over that external lighting. The removal of surface water from the sewage system. There are significant increases in BNG, which I've referred to in my report. The BREEAM standard proposed is excellent and secured by conditions. The design retains the prominence of the pub in the landscape, and whilst it looks very large on floor plan, we must remember that most people will experience this on the ground, walking around the site, rather than flying a drone. There's a permissive path secured, and there's a sustainable travel plan. And overall, the wider landscape will be conserved, while the additional built form would result in further intervention in this landscape. The location and design of these structures mitigates against the impact of this intervention, and it's considered the site and its settings can sustain this change. So I'll just move on to the recommendation. That's me done. Okay.
Thank you, Sarah. So we'll move now to public speakers, and the first public speaker will be Nicholas Lobley, representing himself.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The original White Horse pub sewerage requirements were far less demanding than would be the case if required to cope with the scale of the Woodcote development. All of the additional foul waste so created would be required to be fed via two pipes into the same Southern Water 150mm diameter foul sewer that presently serves the village. Within the previous 5 years, there have already been additional houses added to the same limited system. Several times in recent years, tankers have been required to remove sewerage from the blocked pumping station at Barnett's Bridge, Fitzley Wood Road. The increase in localised demand has required for the sewerage pumping station to be totally upgraded. The facts remain that for 2,500 to 3,000 hours, spread over 125 days each year, the Barnett's Bridge pumping station discharges into the River Rother to keep Grafham's foul sewer system functioning. Groundwater also infiltrates the existing antiquated piping system, and this winter has been no exception. We are witnessing subterranean discharges of groundwater and sewerage water in fields closer to the built-up areas in the village than previously seen, including those opposite the Woodcote. The sheer scale of this commercial development is not what the relatively small village of Grafham could or should be expected to cope with on so many levels. Excuse me. Certainly the local infrastructure for all servers presently in place would be overwhelmed by the additional requirements. Although it's suggested that conditions will be attached to the foul water arrangements, Southern Water are obliged to connect customers who have planning approval to their network. Recognising the ecological downsides of the existing network, Southern Water have included 21.3 million in their investment for 2028 to 2035 to address the groundwater infiltration problem at Barnett's Bridge for Grafham. Until this work has been completed, it would be sensible not to progress with new planning applications which have the potential to add significantly to the network. There is a precedent for such action, and in the meantime, this Woodcote application should be refused due to its unsuitable scale for a rural village with key infrastructure limitations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deepak Mahal, who is representing himself and friends in Grafham.
Okay. So the planning officer has fundamentally and significantly failed in her duty. I will cover two of those main failures, but I have many others. Firstly, she has failed to consider the objection by the West Sussex Public Rights of Way team. They objected to this, and actually here is the objection, published on the 12th of June. She doesn't mention it in her report, nor does she actually mention it in the summary that she's given to you there. What they have stated is the development will have a detrimental impact on the safe enjoyment and convenience of the public right-of-way, and we therefore object to the plan. They talk about a service area, which is no longer an easy-to-navigate area because it has an array of air source pumps that run down the side and 4 service doors that open out onto the public footpath. Those doors for staff, security, storage, and laundry doors. They also talk about the tunnelling effect that the development will have on this footpath, and it will be worse because now we have no longer low roofs, we have pitched roofs. They suggest and they demand that a legal diversion order will be required. The planning officer makes no reference to this anywhere in her report to you. She's misleading you by not even mentioning it at this point in time. And she's formed an ill-formed conclusion herself in section 7.44 by saying that the use of the footpath will not be adversely impacted. This creates a dangerous precedent in a national park and beyond. Please follow what West Sussex Public Rights of Way have recommended to you, reject the proposal, and let them follow that public order diversion. Her second failure, she has been misled by the applicant on the volumes of people that will drink and dine at the Woodcott. So much so, she's written a condition 17 that states that no more than 80 people will be allowed to dine in the area. This area is marked pink in the document that she has submitted to you. That is 140 seats. The condition says no more than 80 will sit in that area. What she hasn't talked about in that condition is the other 23 seats, the bar area. She mentions that, and the applicant states that will be used purely by the people in the lodge, and there's a condition that she has placed to make sure that's the case. But it's an open area. You can walk freely from the pink area to the green area. Why is that important? This is a destination venue. It's promoted as a destination venue. People will come and have a pre-dinner drink whilst other people are dining. I will. I'm sure you have. That's what happens at places like the Pig in Maidhurst. So therefore, you'll have people parked in the car park and up to the 80 customers that have been defined, and you'll have people coming in at the same time to dine, to drink before dining. That adds to the traffic and the cars in the car park. She has not modelled that. She has placed a bunch of conditions on it. The other issue is you cannot enforce condition 17 and the other condition 27 that she mentions because she's not recommended any way to enforce 80 people. In total, there are 168 seats in that venue. So, do not allow her failures to be your failures. It's a dereliction of your duty if you do so.
I'm very sorry, but
in
you
closing,
have run out of time.
In closing,
I'm sorry, but you have run out of time.
In closing, reject this application or amend the condition.
I'm sorry,
so that
but you
the 80
must
people
finish
is only on that
Will
full
you
area.
please desist? Thank you.
She's misleading.
Thank you very much.
Don't be silly.
And our third speaker is Peter Bradley, who represents the Foresters Arms Inn.
When can I start? Okay, cool. All right, thank you. The Foresters Arms Inn, a 400-year-old inn with rooms, restaurant and a bar. 8 years ago, Grafham Parish Council registered the Foresters as an asset of community value. Definition of an inn: offers quality accommodation in addition to food and drink. Definition of a pub: primarily focused on serving beer and other beverages. We're not a pub, we're an inn. Our restaurant offers 30 covers. We have 7 hotel standard ensuite bedrooms. We employ 9 people locally. The Woodcott is just a few hundred yards away. It also has 30 restaurant covers and 6 ensuite rooms. Frequently, we pass guests to one another if either are booked. The Woodcote wants to almost triple its size to its 80 covers. That's 160 covers a day, plus add 10 bedrooms. This new development will be a vast upgrade compared to both the existing Woodcote and ourselves, and will take our trade. We cannot expand. We're a listed building in the centre of the village. SD23 states that the development of tourism facilities will only be permitted where it is demonstrated it has no impact on the viability of village centres or assets of community value. This proposal will. Your officer's report states in 717 that the Woodcote's target market is different from local pubs and will not adversely impact them. Whilst the 3 Miles pub in Selham will not be impacted, as the local inn, we will be adversely impacted. Our ensuite rooms are high quality. Our restaurant food is all prepared from fresh ingredients by our chef and sous chefs. People who dine at the Woodcote also dine with us. Yes, the Woodcote is fine dining, but at £35 for a 3-course lunch, they are competing with us. No one from the South Downs has spoken to us or reviewed our business. They've simply taken the word of the applicant. Our advisors state that this development could cut our trade by 30%. If we lose 10%, we close. And why, if the Woodcote's current business doesn't make the money they want, should I face closure to aid their expansion? This application, if consented, will result in the final closure of the Foresters. Apologies, but your officer's report is wrong. Please, therefore, defer your decision and allow your officers to evaluate the impact on our business, or have a site visit and see for yourselves, but do not approve on the basis of this flawed report. I have great respect and love for all at the Woodcote, but as a villager, I must fight to protect over 400 years of heritage of Graffham. SD23 has not been satisfied. Paragraph 717 is not correct. Defer, please.
Thank you. We now have 3 speakers in support of the application. The first one is Jamie Lumsden, the applicant.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here representing the owner and stewards of the Woodcote, Glen and Astor, Manchester. This project is about leaving a long-term impact on the area. It's about care, continuity and responsibility to a place, to a landscape and the wider local community. The Woodcote sits within a living, working landscape. South Downs is not a museum. It's a place shaped over centuries by farming, woodland management, food production and rural enterprise. Once a cattle farm and dairy, our intention is the Woodcote draws its identity and meaning directly from that landscape, while also contributing positively to its future care and encouraging people to enjoy the South Downs. The reality is that the former pub model was not viable. Indeed, according to the Campaign for Real Ale, between the 1st of January 2025 and the 22nd of October 2025, the UK saw the closure of 901 pub businesses, 15 of which were in Sussex. A further 185 pubs, 4 of which were based in Sussex, were lost forever. Without change, our site is at risk of losing its public function. Viability matters, not as an abstract commercial concept, but because without it, there can be no long-term commitment to quality, to employment, to conservation, or to stewardship. These proposals are designed to create a business that can endure. The 18th century heritage pub, which will be restored and refurbished, remains the heart of the site. Everything else supports it. Our approach is rooted in place. We want to support the South Downs Park and encourage more people to enjoy it. Food will be sourced overwhelmingly from the South Downs and the surrounding area, working with farmers, growers, hunters and producers. Venison cooked in the Woodcote is sourced from our forest, and the use of wild venison is actually a good example. We're at the forefront of supporting virtuous venison, an initiative focusing on sustainable, local and ethical consumption of fallow and roe deer in the South Downs National Park. It's not a fashionable gesture, but a practical contribution to responsible deer management, woodland regeneration and low-carbon food production. The same thing here applies to construction. The buildings are deliberately modest, agricultural in character, made using locally appropriate materials, timber, flint and clay, so that they feel part of this landscape rather than placed upon it. Nature recovery is not treated as an add-on. The drainage strategy restores a marshy landscape that provides specific habitats for wildlife. Meadows, hedgerows and scrub are managed as habitats, not decoration. We've listened carefully to concerns raised by the community and by officers. We want the Woodcote to be an exemplar of the National Park's values and landscape-led design philosophy. What we're seeking is balance between conservation and viability, between tradition and change, between restraint and the practical needs of running a rural business that can survive. I'd ask you see this proposal as an act of long-term stewardship. Working together with our many partners on this journey, we're creating a legacy that we can all be proud of, while ensuring the Woodcote remains alive, useful and valued. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is William Morley, who is representing the Woodcote.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity and to speak. My background is that I grew up as a local to Graffham and the general area, and I still live locally. I manage the Woodcote on a day-to-day basis and want to speak about how this property actually works in practice and how these proposals will shape its future on the ground. The Woodcote is already a much-loved destination. Walkers, riders, neighbours and families use it as a place to meet, eat and enjoy this special part of West Sussex. That role is central to how we operate and how we will remain so. What the proposal allows us to do is run the Woodcote in a way that is calmer, better managed and more sustainable. The combination of a bistro, a destination restaurant and a modest number of rooms allows us to plan arrivals, manage peak times and avoid the pressures that come with short stay, high turnover trading. Guests staying overnight or for a number of nights reduce repeat car journeys, support longer visits and create a quieter, more predictable pattern of use. Quality of food is fundamental to us. Our menus are shaped by the seasons and by what the surrounding landscape can provide. We work with local growers, farmers and producers and, as Jamie alluded to, use wild venison, contributing to responsible woodland management. In addition to sustainable and high quality produce, this is about supporting land management and biodiversity through our everyday operational choices. Indeed, the current site has been subject to ecological appraisal, which confirms that the existing fields have limited biodiversity value. Our proposal will deliver net ecological enhancement through the creation of wooded areas, meadows, orchards, etc. Once these changes have been made, we will look to work with local schools to use our land in a way that support their curriculum. The proposal also allows us to invest in people. Currently, we employ 18 local staff and support many more jobs indirectly by only using local farmers and suppliers. Likewise, local hospitality, retail, leisure, and tourism. Stable year-round employment, apprenticeships, and the use of local trades and suppliers all depend on having a business that is viable beyond peak seasons. From an operational point of view, the design supports tranquility, which is important to our guests, our neighbours, and business model. Lighting is minimal and parking is carefully screened. Likewise, there are no proposals for wedding or large events. For me, these proposals don't change the spirit of the Woodcote, they protect and enhance it. They allow us to run a thoughtful, well-managed rural business that serves both locals and visitors alike. Grafham is a wonderful village and we are lucky to be part of this community. As conditions become more challenging in the hospitality sector, we are determined to ensure that the Woodcote remains a vibrant destination in the heart of village life, providing not only a place to socialise over a drink or food, or enjoy a short break, but also delivering essential jobs and training.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have one extra speaker on this application, and that is Councillor Gillian Charlesworth. Oh, I'm sorry. You're having to keep your eye on me today, aren't you? Right. We've got one more in support of the application, which is Richard Dollamore from Whaleback, the agent.
Okay, thank you. Chair, members of the committee, I'd like to address the proposal by considering it in the context of what makes Grafham and the South Downs special and how this scheme has been shaped to sit within that context. This is not a static landscape, it's a living, working place shaped by centuries of farming, land management and settlement. The Woodcote sits within that tradition, a long-established dairy farm and rural inn, serving local communities and those exploring the Downs. This proposal recognises this context and responds to it with care. The historic pub remains the anchor and most prominent building on the site. New development is set behind it in an area previously occupied by agricultural barns and arranged as a loose cluster of lower forms that follow the contours of the land and reflect patterns of agricultural development. Landscape character and function have driven the design throughout. Views across the fields to the chalk ridge are protected. Historic hedgerows are reinstated, and the openness that contributes to the area's sense of space and tranquility is retained. Parking, drainage and access are handled carefully, with attention to how they can contribute positively to landscape character and biodiversity. This approach is particularly evident in the surface water strategy, which restores a wetter, marsh-like character historically associated with this landscape. The proposals strengthen opportunities for people to experience and enjoy the Downs in a meaningful way. Guests will be encouraged to understand how their food is drawn from the local landscape and contributes to its sustainable management. The Woodcote is part of a wider, diffused network of place-based attractions across the Downs, allowing enjoyment of the national park without significant intensification. Concerns around scale, traffic and activity have been addressed carefully. The operation is not a high turnover venue, but a genteel destination supported by accommodation on site. Seating numbers can be controlled by condition, and the Highways Authority raises no objection. Tranquility, darkness, and naturalness have been treated as core design principles. Finally, the scheme responds directly to the realities of sustaining a rural business. The former pub failed because of the same economic challenges facing many rural pubs. The proposed mix of uses provides resilience, securing local employment, supporting South Downs producers, and enabling long-term investment in land, buildings, and habitat. Without that viability, these benefits would not be delivered. This is a carefully considered landscape-led proposal that understands the South Downs as a place shaped by use as much as by geology and ecology. It conserves and enhances the qualities and function of the landscape while supporting a working rural economy that is sustainable in today's economic conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we move to our extra speaker, who is Councillor Gillian Charlesworth, who is representing Grafham Parish Council.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be an additional speaker. We appreciate that. We recognise as a council that this is a significant proposal for the village and that we have been recorded as neutral, but I would like the opportunity to explain a bit more about what sits behind that word. The Parish Council Planning Committee looked at this application last week. One councillor was unable to attend due to a family health emergency, and the remaining 4 councillors present were split evenly in their views. 2 of us objected to the proposal, considering that despite the revisions and mitigations, that the scale of the development remains excessive for a small rural village setting. These 2 felt that the anticipated tourism and economic benefits would be outweighed by increased traffic, potential harm to dark skies and adverse effects on landscape character. Concern was also expressed that biodiversity would inevitably be harmed during the construction process, and regardless of mitigation measures, that the proposal would result in a material change to the character of the village and its surroundings. 2 of us supported the proposal, taking the view that the revised scheme has been sensitively designed and is more appropriate to its landscape context than the earlier iterations. These 2 considered that, subject to appropriate conditions, that the development would represent a positive asset to the village, supporting long-term viability of the Woodcote and contributing to the local economy by attracting visitors who may also use other village businesses and facilities. The Parish Council also noted that this split view reflects the range of opinions expressed in the village. In your update sheet, you have our comments on the conditions that we would like to see, and this was a unanimous agreement amongst the councillors present that if the application is approved, that robust conditions are needed on various matters, particularly the infrastructure issues, which we've already heard about this morning, including power, drainage and water and flooding. I will leave it there. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Well, that concludes our public speakers. Now I'm going to ask the officers if they'd like to respond to the comments that were made by Deepak Mayal.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and take the items one by one. Firstly, on the speaker relating to sewage and foul drainage, we have attached condition 10, which relates to details of foul drainage required prior to commencement, and that would have to be agreed in consultation with Southern Water. That is a standard condition that we attach to majority of larger planning permissions. Just coming on to the queries on number of seats and how the floor plan and those restrictions would operate. We have got condition already, condition 17. I'm suggesting that we could strengthen this condition to ensure enforceability and a measurable record, so that we would ask the applicants to keep a record of people within the building, and they would have to provide this to us on request, so that if our enforcement team turn up and there are more than 80 people within the building at any one time who are customers, then they would have to leave. So that could be enforced in that manner. And then just on the point of whether we've considered viability, I did set out within the report that we have considered that part of the policy, and that also we've got support from the Sustainable Economy Officer, who advised that there is still an underrepresented provision of visitor accommodation within the local park, and that given this unmet need, there shouldn't be an adverse extent of competition between other visitor providing premises in the area. And we've also looked at the model of the Woodcote and the distance of it from different pubs in the area, and we believe that there's enough space within the demand there to accommodate the demand. And they will talk to a different market, or at least a wider market. There's enough of a market there for everybody to be able to gain from it. And moving on to the final point, which might require a bit more explanation through a presentation. I am really, really sorry. I have omitted to note the objection from public right-of-way under our consultee section. I don't know how I did that. I'm well aware of it. I have it on my file. I have it highlighted. It is on the public access website. And I also, some members might remember, discussed it with you on site and pointed out the existing route and how that goes through the pub. And with that in mind, I will just whiz through these, because I know this was a matter that I considered, so I have it in a slide at the back. So I'll just go back to those photographs. So this is the existing public right-of-way, which comes from the car park and runs down here, and on the definitive map would kick out through the existing fence. What happens in actuality, as I explained on site and briefly, is that people just come in the gate at the top here from Woodcote Lane and walk across the field. And if they go into the Woodcote, they do it through this created entrance here. This is some chestnut pale fencing that comes around the side. And then they continue along the side of this large hedge, which doesn't have a gap in it, but should do. And the gap should be somewhere around here, but I think it's just got overgrown and people don't use it. So this is the footpath going up from the bottom of the site. This is the existing sheds on site. And again, this is a footpath running down that really thick hedge. This is the definitive public right-of-way path. And I did raise this with the applicant, and they've changed the floor plan following me raising this as a point with them when the objection first came in. So this is the original floor plan. And then this one shows the correct. This is the definitive path with your dogleg here, and then this shows the correct line of the definitive path. So actually, although the public right-of-way officer has made an objection, and she refers to an increased tunnelling effect, there already is a tunnelling effect for this section where it doglegs through the hedge. I'm not sure. Anyway, I won't say what she thought. I can't say what she thought. But it doglegs through the hedge and goes through here. And there's existing plant and paraphernalia, pub paraphernalia here already, as you can see. So there's all this stuff here, which you would, if you chose to walk the definitive path, you would come through here. So what the applicant is proposing is to keep this definitive path, because the route can be reactivated by cutting a hole in the hedge, but also to offer a permissive path through this field, which we have secured by a condition. You could request a public right-of-way, and in fact the applicant have said in conversations with me that they would consider an additional public right-of-way through this field, but that would be a process later on, especially when they've finally designed the exact position of the suds basins.
Chair, this is unusual, and I want to thank my colleague because we are being totally open and transparent. We did not put the public right-of-way officer's comments even summarised in the report, so I reiterate that apology. But I do want to say we have had them at all times. They are available to the public. The public rights-of-way officer confirms at the start that they did a desktop exercise. This is relevant because you've all been there. And when you get there, you realise that all sorts of things have happened and that there's a very clear desire line, if you like, that the members of the public have created an informal route, avoiding the dogleg and avoiding going in at all to what appears to be private space. So I think it's important to note that you have, and we have all been on the site on more than one occasion and know what it is on the ground, which unfortunately the officer hasn't had the advantage of who's written the comments. And finally, at the end of the comments received, it does say, in order to, I'm not going to quote entirely, but inherently it will need some sort of diversion, and that is within both your gift as the National Park Authority, because we can do diversion orders, or the county's gift. What I'm really getting to is that you know the position on the ground, and we believe, notwithstanding that we haven't raised this in the report, but we have clearly addressed the matter both in the report and on site with you, that there's no detriment to a potential route that will give as much enjoyment as you currently get at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom?
Would it be an option to divert the public footpath, or right-of-way, sorry? And I just wanted to establish what the Section 106 contributions look like. Is there any room or scope for wayfinding design or signposting that right-of-way?
Go ahead.
The short answer is yes, there is, but as the advice from the rights-of-way says, it would be under a different section, Section 257 of the highways, which allows us as well as a highways authority to do it. So to answer your question, yes, there's a chance to divert, and during that process, the relevant funds to make it an appropriate route would be sought, and if they weren't forthcoming from the applicant, then there's the option to refuse that diversion. I would also add that diversion would also be, I believe, a public exercise consultation would take place. I'm looking at my colleague.
Okay. Janet?
Well, I just wanted to ask, I sit on planning and rights of way at county. Should I not now, because you're discussing all this? I'm all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Andrew?
Yes, I think we've probably moved on from clarification of those points, but there are one or two other points of issue that I wanted to clear up before we have the debate effectively. And in the report, there's some places it talks about rooms, and in others it talks about units, and I wanted clarification of what actually is involved in each of the 16. And I say 16 in inverted commas because in Paras 3.10 and 3.11, it refers to 12 rooms, because it refers to 8 and then 2 lots of 2. So there is a discrepancy, apparent discrepancy there, but I think we're assuming it's 16. But without looking very carefully at what's what, I wanted a clarification. Also, are you aware of the size of the current site? That is the footprint of the current site and the footprint of what is proposed. And by that I mean the bit which in effect is developed rather than the whole of the landscaping, etc. The other point too is I was looking at condition 15, which is on page 862, and it notes that that the the development shall be used as, etc., and not for any other purpose. Do we conclude from that that it can't be used for meetings, conferences, or anything other than straightforward eating and accommodation? So, and somebody mentioned an issue. There'll be a licence required as well after this is permitted, won't there, from the presumably environmental health, etc. And the third thing is, the final thing rather, is interpretation of section 23 as was drawn to our attention, because those words are indeed quoted in section 23, and what relevance that has to our debate.
Thank you, Andrew. Sarah, would you like to take those questions, please?
Yep. In terms of footprint, I don't have figures, but I can take you back to the floor plan. Can you see the dotted red outline there? Yeah. Can you see that on your screen? And then you've got, so this is the pub's footprint here, which comes to about here. So there's a lot of extensions on the rear of the pub, and there's some extensions on the side of the pub at the moment, all of which will be removed. And then you've got these two structures here, which are those small barn buildings which house the 6 bedrooms which are currently on site and which we saw on site. Does that help? On the number of bedrooms, it is 16. 16 bedrooms. In relation, well, it's rooms, they're hotel rooms, so we wouldn't describe them as units because we normally use that for dwelling houses, but it's rooms. They're little individual lodges, effectively, but they are just one double bed in each lodge. Condition 15, any other purpose, that's exactly what that condition's intended to do, to stop it being used for any other purpose. And in terms of SD 23, I think that's what you meant when you said section 23. I have been through that in the report, and it's my belief that it can comply with SD 23.
Okay. Satisfied, Andrew?
Yeah, yes. That's.
Good,
I mean, purely, I wanted the information before the debate commences.
Yes, of course. Anybody else? Paul? Yes, you can move to debate now.
Well, I would like to support the application. I think the work that's been done by the planning officers and the applicant is very impressive. From the beginning, the original scheme to the one we're looking at now. We've done 2 site visits. We've had a very comprehensive exploration of this scheme. I think it's going to be a real asset to this part of the national park. So I'd like to support it.
Thank you. John?
I agree with my colleague across the room, actually. I'd like to support the application. I think what was originally submitted, we wouldn't have supported, and I think it's moved a huge way to actually becoming quite acceptable in the landscape. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Gary?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm minded to support, but I have concerns about, it says 15, 16 and 17, the conditions. If, and they would like all 16 units to be used, so that's 32 people, doesn't leave a whole lot of passing trade. And I'm just wondering how realistic and who came to the figure of 80, because we've got pubs in my village, and in fact all the villages that I represent have got pubs.
Can't hear you very clearly, Gary.
Sorry.
Can you speak a bit closer to the microphone?
All the villages that I represent have got village pubs. Some of them have got 2, some have only got 1. And who came up with 80? Because was that what the applicant said, 80, or was that what we said was 80? Because I think all the pubs that I I represent.
That's what we have before us.
I know, but I just want to know, why do we come up with an 80? I just don't think it's a realistic. I mean, we're going to come under pressure.
Okay, let's hear from Sarah.
It was the applicant that's proposed that, and all throughout their documentation they talk about the type of destination they want to provide and why they've got those figures within their submission. So that's where it comes from.
We need to view what we have in front of us. Janet?
Chairman, I'm of a mind to support this application as well. I know the site, we've been on site visits there. I think the new plans for buildings are considerably improved on what is there now and what was proposed originally. So, Chairman, I think this is a jolly good scheme to go forward.
Thank you. Alan?
Yes, I'm afraid I'm going to be a bit of a dissenting voice on this. Yes, I feel rather uneasy about this. It seems to me this is a good example of the sort of thing one comes across several times where a fairly monstrously inappropriate and excessive proposal is put forward. And we first, and then it gets sort of modified down, and indeed Sarah explained to us the development of the scheme. But I start from the other direction, given that this, as I see it, having been to the site and had a jolly good look at it, is essentially got the pub and some relatively minor outbuildings behind it, and an appropriately positioned car park right in front of the pub in what is otherwise an open and very rural-seeming field setting outside the village of Graffham. And it seems to me that although this sort of third iteration, or whatever number, at least third iteration of the scheme is smaller and less excessive than the early schemes, which were very much suburbanising the whole of that large field and so forth, it still is a really substantial enlargement of this collection, well, making it a very large collection of buildings in what is essentially a field setting outside the village. And I know the fact that you've got hedgerows along the roadside are parade-in-aid and they're difficult to see through. Well, that's only because of the inappropriate management of hedges, which, as you know, is an issue I'm concerned about. But basically, it's in an open field setting. And I must admit, it seems a bit excessive to me in the third, the third or whatever it is iteration, the final version that's being put before us. I'm not opposed to the reasonable improvement of the facilities at pubs and so forth like that, but I do have trouble going to our policy SD23. I do have trouble, given the really substantial enlargement of this collection of buildings, as to whether the development complies with SD23 1C, where we're not supposed to favour proposals where they detract from, let's put the other way around, but where they detract from the experience of visitors or adversely affect the character and appearance and amenity of the area. Well, it seems to me it's a very rural spot outside the main village of Graffham. I'm not going to comment on because I haven't got the basis to do it, but I can understand why the landlord of the other pub in the village is concerned about the matter F under SD23 SD23(1) F as to whether it has an adverse impact on the vitality and viability of assets of community value and so forth in the village centre. But I'm not in a position, but I can understand why it's a matter of concern that such a large development should be proposed. But it does seem to me that when one goes down to G, this is all on page 94 of our local plan, where proposals are outside settlement boundaries, and this is what they're required to do, positively contribute to the natural beauty, wildlife and cultural heritage of the national park. And again, because of the
quite large further development and occupation of the site by buildings, I do myself question whether that actually is in compliance with SD23. So it is on balance, but I'm inclined to be to vote against it myself. It seems to me too large a development on this site.
Andrew.
I have another issue. One of the reasons I asked how big the footprint was, and however you look at it, not just the built footprint, but also the ancillary footprint is a considerable increase on what is already there. That site is it's got a slightly north to south slope on it, and it is on Galt clay, as we found out on both our first and definitely our second site visits. And those of us who were wise took gumboots. I looked or tried to understand the suds which have been arranged, but whatever happens, if you dig a hole in clay, water stays in that hole for a very, very long time. That is the nature of clay, and furthermore, it will get filled up with rainwater in it. So and also, I believe the suds are actually uphill of a lot of the site. From the way it was described, the suds, as you're looking at the screen now, they're up on the top right-hand side, which is alongside the car park. They're nowhere near the lower side. Now, the reason I bring that up is, has this really been properly considered, and whether or not, under the circumstances, a SUD system is practical, unless, of course, one says we would like to have lakes and ponds built into it, but to have swales, which one expects to be something which gets full of water and then dries up and otherwise. I think we've got to have one thing or the other. You've either got to pipe the water off the site, full stop, or you've got to probably introduce a pond or equivalent system, which in itself water would go off site, because the amount of water we've obviously had in the last 2 months, month and a half, would completely swamp those suds. It would be totally impractical. Now, whether that's a reason to refuse or agree to this is hard to say, but I don't think we've got evidence in front of us which takes proper account of that. But I am very willing to be persuaded otherwise.
Thank you. Robert.
Thanks, Heather. I can fully understand why the parish council was split 2-2 on this. I think it's quite a complicated and difficult issue, and I think depending on which way you look, you can come with considerable feeling on one side of the debate or the other, and I fully respect all the speakers we heard and why they felt the way they did, particularly the owner of the other pub. I fully understand his point of view about why might not apply to SD23. I've sat here for many years, encouraging the officers to work with applicants to try and bring an application which we could then discuss and have a judgment call on. And I think Sarah should be absolutely commended for bringing something today which we can disagree about, but actually is a judgment call. The earlier applications, the iterations of it, I think we would have refused. So the debate today is how close has this got to something we can accept. My personal view is that the two things I think about on this, one is design. The design officer hasn't objected. We've had many situations where the design officer hasn't liked the look and feel of the building we're looking at. So the design officer has fully accepted there's no objections to the design of this building, which includes massing, scale, placement, all of those issues our professional design officer has accepted. The other feature I like is the separation of the foul water from the storm water is a crucial issue for many rural villages, and therefore putting that in place up front and actually making sure that the storm water does go into a different drain, doesn't go into the foul system, is a really positive feature of this package. And I think there are many rural villages which would very much appreciate had that been in place from the beginning. So for those two reasons, on balance, I fully understand both sides, so I'm going to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet.
Chairman, I forgot to say this earlier, and it's not only with this application, but there seems to be a sort of a thinking among some that we don't like to see buildings that we have approved when we're out walking. Well, now I know we've done our best with this one to hide it from view to walkers, etc. My personal view is I love to see a decent building when I'm going around. So I wanted to make the point that it's not always, you know, that I want every building, if I've approved it and I think it's good, I'd like to have a look at it.
Thank you, Janet. Have we finished? Tom?
Sorry, I was just going to touch back on the rural footpath and the rights of way, and maybe something in the Section 106 agreement can outline some wayfinding for that. And I just wanted to commend the point on the addressing of the lighting pollution that could be seek to be addressed within this application.
Have we not got lighting in here? We've got lighting in here, haven't we? We've got a lighting condition in here. Yes.
Yes, we have got a lighting condition.
Yes, thank you. And as far as the footpath and the right of way is concerned, oh, Becky, have you got something else?
I was just going to say, well, we've got this permissive footpath secured. Securing an additional public right of way or even a diversion to the existing public right of way can be done through different application. It's a slightly different process, which is why we haven't tied it up with this application at the moment.
We do have a route that the public are using, which is slightly different from the public footpath, but having walked it, it makes eminently good sense.
I was just going to say, and to clarify, there's that route, Heather, which they are using, yes. And the application will also recreate the definitive route, that path line.
Yes. Which seems to me to cover the whole situation. Andrew?
My point, I mean, Mr. Lumsden referred to it as a marshy landscape in his supposition, and I wanted to find out just what is happening and the implications of too much water on the site, and the engineering works would have to take place to deal with it, because we are permitting something which isn't particularly clear from that drawing, and as I say, it is upstream, so to speak, of
that's right, that's
water.
The picture, isn't it? So there's a pond on the left-hand side, and then a swale below it, and then this sort of affair on the right. Yes, please.
Right, I'll try and answer the questions, Andrew. So there's a pond here, which is a permanent water body. There are swales down here. The blue lines are the pipe system. These are basins. So they are depressions formed in the landscape so that they can hold more water. So they're not permanent ponds, they're shallow depressions to be made in the existing field. I hope that sort of explains how they are intended to function. But the real key thing to remember is that we haven't agreed this particular layout. So we have reserved SUDs and sustainable drainage via a condition. Because we feel that we need more information, and that can be dealt with via a pre-commencement condition. We do feel that we have got enough information for you to make a judgment. The site is large enough that there is wriggle room, if you like, for this drawing to change, and therefore not to be any detrimental impact.
Okay, Rob.
Yes, and just to add, that's supported by 3 conditions that you've got there that we believe are robust and able to sort of thrash out and deal with those issues.
Most importantly, pre-commencement conditions. Those are as hard as you get, and there isn't many throughout your whole papers. But all conditions relating to drainage are pre-commencement. So if they're not approved, then the development can't go ahead.
Okay, Andrew?
If I might just say, I'm for my own peace of mind, and I hope some of the others, that it is very useful to have had at least some discussion about it, because as it stands, I think some of the practicalities of what's being proposed will be found wanting.
Yes, well, we're all concerned about the amount of water there was on that site and what they were going to do with it, weren't we not? Do I then have a proposal with a proposer and a seconder, please. Thank you. Oh, something else?
No, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
I think we talked about condition 17 being strengthened to make sure there was some sort of monitoring regime, which again can be done.
Yes.
I've mentioned the 3 pre-commencement conditions, and of course in your update sheet there are other conditions,
yes.
including one relating to further stuff around surface water drainage.
Yes. All of which needs to be included.
All of which will be included.
You're going to say something? Oh.
And Tom's point around the signage of footpaths,
signage of footpaths.
and securing that. So it's
Yes.
subject to those caveats.
Yes. So are we all clear now? What we've got, because it did sound a bit confusing, did all that? Are you, are you clear what you have to add into there, Becky?
Yes, Chair, and I think the form of words around the changes to the conditions will be delegated
Fine.
to the Director of Placemaking,
Right.
if that's acceptable through the proposal.
Right. Is that acceptable from the point of the proposer and the seconder? Thank you very much. So may I have a show of hands in support then of those recommendations, please? And against? And abstaining? So that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll now have a half-hour break for lunch. It was a bit messy, wasn't it? Very messy, in fact. Yes, but it...
Hear me okay? Excellent. So there's no update sheet for this one, and we will go straight. So the recommendation is to approve. Hatch Farm obviously came before members a few months ago. This is for a different application. It is part of the wider Hollycombe estate, which includes, I'm just going to try and get the laser pointer over here. I don't have the laser pointer, but we've got a Hollycombe house, which is Grade 2 listed property. And the Register Park and Garden, which is Grade 2 star, extends north-south from there and slightly to the west. And then we've got Hatch Farm over this side and Topfields kind of running across below. The site for Hatch Farm itself is accessed via the wheat sheaf enclosure, which is shown here. And that includes the Liphook Golf Course as well, which you can just see on the side. Slide over there. So just to provide a little bit more detail of the site location and its context, on this particular slide, the blue dashed lines indicate the public rights of way which run to the site and then through this part of the estate as well. This is, as I've already mentioned, the main access route coming down here. The green hatch on this side, like I say, is the Register Park and Garden, and this is Hatch Farm itself. So for context, this pink area up here is the solar array that's proposed. Down here is the energy centre, the orange bit, and yellow, which is also part of the application, it's nowhere near as big as this, just to make absolutely clear, is the transformer. And then the 3 stars just indicate where the ponds were or are, which you looked at back in September last year. So the proposal is seeking approval for a 978 panel ground mounted solar array, which will deliver the Hollycombe Estate's vision of running on 100% renewable on-site generated energy and eliminating the operational carbon on the estate. Some steps to deliver this have already come forward, such as a ground source heat pump system, which was approved under delegated powers back in 2024. These are the 2 main elements of the scheme. So the solar array itself to the north of the area previously used as paddocks, and the energy centre, which is at the southern end of those paddocks, closer to the Hatch Farm complex. And this just sets the proposal in the wider landscape master plan for the estate. A lot of what you can see on there wouldn't actually need planning permission, or as we've talked about, the ponds have been before members already. So the key issues that I'm just going to run through for the rest of the presentation are the principle of development itself, the landscape character and visual impact, the impact on the heritage assets, and neighbour amenity. So the principle of freestanding solar arrays serving individual properties is supported in principle by policy SD 51 in our local plan. And that's subject to specific criteria concerning scale, impact on amenity and siting, as well as all the other policies in the plan. The scale of the array has been determined as a result of the estate-wide energy statement. There will be further solar panels proposed and provided on the roofs of the building at Hatch Farm in particular in due course. However, the available roof space across the estate isn't enough for the provision to enable the estate to be fully net zero. On this basis, we think that the applicants demonstrated that the principle of a ground-mounted array is acceptable in this case. And this slide just demonstrates how the proposed development would meet the overall objectives, basically how the energy is generated and then passed through the rest of the estate. So turning to the array itself, the site for this has been selected following careful consideration of the wider estate. Much of the area around Hollycombe House is in the Register Park and Garden or is part of the setting of the listed building itself. Topfields, the area in between, is exposed and visually isolated from both Hatch Farm and Hollycombe House. And whilst the site selected isn't immediately adjacent to existing buildings, the location is still well related to the complex and not isolated. The site makes use of the existing topography, which slopes down from the higher viewpoints or public vantage points, meaning it creates a bit of a natural veil. And I've put this photo on this slide because actually where the panels will just be beyond that crest of not the trees, but the field itself. The panels will be fixed into the ground using screws as indicated here. These limit the impact on geology and will not impact on the aquifer, so they're quite light touch. The proposal also includes a small building which will be located in the northeastern corner next to the array. It's got very simple appearance, low-key and functional, as you would expect on a farm. The height and formation of the panels means that grazing can take place amongst them as well, which fits into the principle of regenerative farming the estate are starting to take forward, and this is part of their land management associated with this paddock in particular. As the applications progressed and in conversation with officers, the amount of intervention around the array, including the number of tracks and some of the proposals to subdivide the paddock itself, has reduced, meaning that boundary planting and planting itself has been pushed to and focused onto the boundaries around the edges, and the tracks are informalised given the low level of use expected. So the energy centre is where the buildings are located, and there's two main ones in this for this proposal. These are the ones located closer to Hatch Farm, and hopefully you can see that just with where the star is there in relation to the farm buildings below. And they've been sited on this side and in this location to reduce the amount of trenching needed to supply the wider estate. Again, low-key agricultural appearance here, using timber cladding under the metal roofs. And there's no lighting proposed for any of the buildings, which I think is important to reference. Overall, the scale and location of the various elements of the array and the energy centre, individually and combined, should ensure that there's no adverse visual impact from public vantage points. And there are opportunities for further enhancement, which are covered in the later slides as well. So just turning to neighbour amenity, whilst these aren't visible from public vantage points, the development would be glimpsed from private residential properties, and these are just denoted with the blue triangles here and here. The nearest of these being the White House up in the top, which is approximately 120 metres from the array itself. Excuse me. Whilst being visible, this doesn't in itself have a harmful impact on the private residential amenity, particularly given the distance concerned here. The energy centre is close to the boundary with the existing equestrian business, which is just this little red diamond here. The levels of noise and activity associated with its operation, though, are minor, and the design, distances and orientation help minimise any potential impacts. Whilst the arrangement is considered acceptable and in accordance with policy, we have put on a condition requiring a targeted noise impact assessment to be completed, which takes into account the effects of noise on Upper Hatch Farm specifically, which is this complex here. As with the ponds application considered before as well, the construction period's been a source of concern for third parties. They would be using the public right-of-way through Wheatsheaf enclosure during construction, and we have included a condition for an updated and detailed construction environmental management plan, which has specific requirements to take account of the public right-of-way and the weight limits which are in place on that track. So the other element of the scheme that I mentioned before is the transformer closer to the house. And in order to provide the electricity into Hollycombe House, the step-down transformer needs to be located within 40 metres of the dwelling. So this is that boundary here. And it is proposed to be in just this location here. So all the locations within the ownership of Hollycombe are within the registered park and garden. So the location chosen is adjacent to the existing ha-ha. This is a 20th century addition with existing planting adjacent and a route linking into West Park just to the north, which you can't really see on this slide, but it just runs there. The transformer would be sunken and wouldn't be visible from the house itself. The ha-ha then acts as a barrier in part, whilst further planting is proposed to provide additional screening, and this is where it would go. And you can see there, and then you've got the slightly shaded areas where the planting would go, and hopefully this also makes it clear. You can see the existing landform just on that dash line. It's considered that this wouldn't result in any harm to either the registered park and garden or the Grade 2 listed building. So in addition to some of the benefits mentioned previously, the scheme presents an opportunity to enhance existing heritage features within the estate, and a programme of enhancement of a series of holloways within the registered park and garden and between top fields is already in progress. The current application boundary includes an east-west holloway which crosses land in different ownership. So this is Upper Hatch Farm here. This is the Hatch Farm complex, which is part of the application. And this is effectively the line of the holloway. Some parts of that have been partially lost as land management has evolved, and the scheme proposes to retain and restore parts of that holloway within the applicant's ownership, so it can be better understood and provide an enhanced setting to Hatch Farm. In addition to that, the scheme will also deliver more than 20% biodiversity net gain on site. So in summary, that is what you see on the slide there. I won't read it out in full, but amendments considered during the consideration of the application have reduced impacts even further. It's been carefully demonstrated that the site selected for the solar panels is appropriate and has demonstrated a landscape-led approach. There are a number of enhancements that we've secured through conditions as well on this one. So the recommendation is on the screen for you there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vicky. So we have no public speakers against this application, but we do have one in support, who is Molly McLean from Whaleback, the agent.
Good afternoon, members. This application is for essential energy infrastructure at the Hollycombe Estate to provide 100% renewable energy and become net zero. This will replace the estate's historic reliance on oil and gas. As we are all too familiar, climate change is the biggest threat to our generation and indeed the national park. Renewable energy plays a crucial role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and this proposal would generate clean energy, allowing the estate to eliminate its carbon emissions and safeguard the very ecosystems that make the South Downs unique. Energy infrastructure is an essential intervention to deliver climate action and local nature recovery, as set out in the South Downs Climate Action Plan and Partnership Management Plan. To that extent, the scheme has been carefully designed using landscape-led principles, using the natural topography of the site to limit visibility from wider viewpoints, ensuring the land can be grazed to support sustainable land use, and locating new small-scale agricultural-style buildings close to the existing farmstead at Hatch Farm. The benefits of the application include a biodiversity net gain of 23%, grassland restoration, the planting of new trees and native hedgerows, and the restoration of a historic holloway to enhance landscape character. The application demonstrates how protected landscapes can lead the transition to a low-carbon future, showing that environmental protection and renewable energy infrastructure are not opposites but partners. The proposed drainage strategy includes permeable, free draining areas around the PV array, with the soakaway near to the energy centre buildings. A detailed drainage strategy included groundwater monitoring is secured by condition. This strategy is based on extensive understanding of surface water management across the estate as a whole. Construction traffic will use the Wheatsheaf enclosure, and we are well aware of the weight limitations on that road. A detailed SEMP is secured by condition to ensure construction access is managed effectively without undue impacts on local residents and users of the public right-of-way. The estate has recently set up a community liaison group with local stakeholders, including the Wheatsheaf Enclosure Residents Association. This allows a clear and open dialogue between the estate and the local community. In summary, this application will provide significant benefits and climate resilience to the Hollycombe Estate, playing a part in the South Downs objectives of becoming net zero with nature by 2040. We hope that you are able to support this application today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our public speakers. So now members. maybe there are no comments to be had. Oh, I thought, I couldn't imagine you would both be quiet on this occasion. Andrew?
Well, I see no issue whatsoever with this application. But I do have a couple of questions or points to make. One is the fact they're using ground screws, which go in 1.5 metres deep over an extensive area. Has that area been checked for archaeology? Because it would trash archaeology if there was any there. And the other thing is noting the location of the transformer within the curtilage of the listed building. Is listed building consent to be considered yet?
Right. Vicky?
Yep, taking the second one first, it's standalone. The transformer, so listed building consent isn't required on this instance. It's not touching any of the listed structures. So that's the first point to make. It's in the curtilage, but just because if it's in the curtilage, unless it's attached to a part of the building which is listed, or the listed building itself, then it doesn't need listed building consent. So a standalone element within the curtilage of a listed building just needs planning. I'm just checking that everyone agrees with me.
We're all looking very surprised. We're all feeling very surprised. Yes, well, I'm surprised too. However.
Good. I've started to doubt my 20 plus years of planning on that front. In terms of archaeology, I'm just checking. The Historic Buildings Officer has commented and raised no objection. I had thought I consulted the archaeologist, and they haven't commented if I did. But 1.5 metres, it would simply be a watching brief in any instance, and we can always add that condition if someone's concerned.
Thank you. Oh, go on.
Sorry, Chair. If it's a watching brief, the whole point of these is they go in the ground, you don't see what's happening underneath. If they do damage, you're not aware of it.
Are you asking, therefore, for there to be condition in there?
What I'm suggesting is that it would be worth asking again and checking, because you're certainly not going to be able to see the first spit of soil turned over to see whether there's something of interest there, because you'll never see what's under the ground. It'd be damaged. That's the whole point of these.
So we can recommend a written scheme of investigation and further investigation. If that's what you would like, we can certainly put that on as a condition.
Okay, let's move on and we'll make a decision on that in a moment. Robert?
Can I just come back on that issue about the curtilage of a listed building? This is quite a large shed, 10 metres by 13 metres by 5 metres in height. I make that about 650 cubic metres. And that's in the curtilage of a listed building, and it doesn't need listed building consent. Am I missing something here? That's quite a big. It's quite a big building, isn't it? It's quite a big shed to suddenly put in next to a listed building. It's the size. It's a big shed, really big shed. It's 5 metres high. I don't know how tall this is. Is this 5 metres?
Tim?
Chair, I had to remind myself I'm supposed to be an ex-member of the Institute of Historic Building Conservation. No, it doesn't need listed building consent, it needs planning permission, but in considering whether to give it planning permission, you give great weight as to the impact effect it might have on the setting of the listed building itself.
Right. So just to check, Tim, this isn't 10 metres wide. From there to there is not 10 metres, and it's taller than the ceiling. So this building this size, next to a listed building, it's quite a big shed to put transformers and batteries in. Well, what else are they going to do with a building that? It's huge. How many batteries are they going to put in it?
Can I just come back on that? Because I think we're talking across purposes here, actually. The transformer is below ground. It's not a shed. So where's the energy centre? The energy centre's next to Upper Hatch Farm, which is...
Right.
Which is here. So that's not within the curtilage of a listed building. No, so there's a step-down transformer, which is different. That's the one in the which is next to the ha-ha. Sunken, not above ground, apart from a what would appear like a bit of a patio.
Right. Content? Good. Anybody else? Stephen?
Thank God for scrutiny.
Yes.
Collective experience in this room. Wow. Yeah, just one point. So Hampshire Ecology have made comments regarding concerns for the veteran trees and the trackway that's in close proximity to those veteran trees. And they have requested that the track be moved further away, if possible, or a no-dig condition. Neither of those conditions appear in the condition list as far as I can tell. Clarification on that, please.
Vicky?
There is no track anymore. If I could come back then. So yeah, the track's been removed entirely, and that's why there is no condition. Also, on the ponds application, which looked at the whole area as well, they've confirmed that the county archaeologist was consulted, and they were satisfied that there is very low archaeological potential. It's not in an archaeology notification area, and so I'm not sure whether actually a condition would be needed in this instance. We wouldn't normally put it on, and makes me feel a little bit better about why I haven't got the comments from them on this application.
Right. That sounds reasonable. Thank you. Anybody else? In that case, may we have the recommendation, please? And I'm looking for a proposer and a seconder for the recommendation, please. Paul, thank you, and John. Thank you very much.
Take the vote.
Andrew, oh, no, take a vote. Yes, can we all vote, please? That was passed unanimously. Okay. The next application, item 12, is Durford Road Care Home, Penn's Place, Petersfield. And we have, who's looking after that? Is that Vicky again? Vicky is going to deliver this one to us again. Vicky.
Thank you, Chairman. If you just give me 1 second while I get the right folder set up again. So, this application's recommended for approval, subject to Section 106 agreement. And there are a number of elements on the update sheet that I just need to talk you through very quickly. I'll do this in summary. The most critical one, I think, is probably the slight change to the recommendation itself, which has got the words "and off-site" removed effectively from clause 1 brackets I. So that just reads now, securing the delivery of biodiversity net gain on-site and habitat management and monitoring plan and purchase of off-site biodiversity net gain units statutory credits. It's just to make very clear that the applicant themselves isn't providing any off-site BNG. We've also had further comments from the Local Highway Authority, Lead Local Flood Authority and Friends of Rother Valley Way. All of those will be dealt with in the presentation itself. There have been a number of updates to conditions. The majority of these are in terms of the numbering, and any changes to wording are also explained within the update, and I will touch on some of that as well in the presentation itself. Thank you. So the site is, again, within the settlement boundary. It's located north of Durford Road, and just, again, sorry, I'll put the laser pointer on for you, which runs here. That's Durford Road, and it runs across into the residential bit on the other side. It is an allocated site in the Petersfield Neighbourhood Development Plan, just here, and I'll come on to that in more detail in a bit. Durford Road itself is part of the Serpents Trail. To the north of the site, this is the old East Hants District Council offices and the Tarot Leisure Centre. And the site here isn't built out yet, but that is the land east of Harrier Way site that came before committee a couple of years ago for a McCarthy and Stone development. So the site itself is 0.6 hectares in size. It is previously developed land, although you wouldn't know it necessarily from this particular photo. There is a 1960s dome structure on the site here. You can see its twin just outside the site here as well. These were originally intended for use as chicken coops, but have most recently been used for storage. The two stripy green arrows indicate areas of protected trees covered by tree preservation order, and they're on both the north and south boundaries. There's mature vegetation on all boundaries, as you can tell from this particular photo, and this tree, this dot there, is also an individual tree TPO. Within the site, it has become self-seeded. It's quite vegetated, as you will have seen from the site visit. There are two existing access points from Durford Road. This is Durford Road in this picture, the nearest of which is pretty much behind where you can see this lorry on the side. And to the north, within along this embankment, so outside of the site, is a safeguarded route, disused railway line, which is safeguarded under local plan policy SD20 as a potential non-motorised user route in the future. That's part of the Petworth to Petersfield Rother Valley Way, is what it's known as. So the proposal is for a 70-bed care, a self-contained care home which specialises in dementia care accommodation. It is 2.5 storeys with communal facilities located at the ground floor. Each of the bedrooms will have a balcony or a terrace associated with it, and the vehicular access would be from the existing access on Durford Road, which you can see here. A new pedestrian access would also be created from Durford Road. The associated infrastructure includes the car parking, cycle parking, a small substation just here in the car park, and secure garden area to the east. So again, the application is recommended for approval subject to Section 106 agreement. The applicant has engaged with the pre-application process throughout and the scheme and responded to officer advice, and the comments of the design review panel. The key issues this presentation are therefore going to focus on are, again, the principle of development, the design approach taken, highways, rights of way and parking, the water environment and drainage, and then ecology and ecosystem services. So as previously mentioned, this is an allocated site. It's allocated within the Petersfield Neighbourhood Plan for employment, specifically light industrial or office uses, or B1 in old money, because that's what it still was when the neighbourhood plan was made. Only part of the allocation site is available at present, which is here, and that's the application site itself. A marketing statement has been submitted alongside the application, and this confirms that the site has been marketed for more than 2 years in line with the uses referenced in the neighbourhood plan allocation. The overall marketing campaign has been undertaken in line with the requirements set out for marketing in the South Downs local plan, and there is more detail of what's been done within the report itself. There's a demonstrable need as well for further dementia care in the area, particularly for over 80s. And this use, particularly the CT use, also provides some employment. The site is within the settlement boundary, and on this particular instance, it's considered that a departure from the neighbourhood plan policy is acceptable. The scheme's being driven by key principles derived from its site context, principally the wet woodland character, the standout trees along the boundaries, maximising the benefits for water in terms of sustainable drainage, amenity and biodiversity within the site, keeping the heights of buildings below the tree canopy, and the buildings have been pulled away from the boundaries to protect trees and make use of where surface water naturally collects. The layout's been informed by the Dementia Care Design Services Toolkit, which is produced by Stirling University. This encourages a household approach, which I think you can hopefully see on this slide. So it's small clusters. This is the ground floor, just for reference. It's small clusters of 8 to 10 bedrooms with dedicated day rooms, with separate dining rooms and staff space attached to each of those households. There's then a community hub on the ground floor as well, which features the larger day room and terrace, a cinema, salon, a small treatment room as well. The services are within their own block in the building. So in this instance, again on the ground floor, the services run in this L shape, but as you go up through the building, they are focused here. So you have refuse and storage, kitchen and laundry running up that part of the building. Cues have been taken from the prevailing character of Petersfield to inform material choices. So there's two types of red brick, very characteristic of Petersfield, the use of clay tiles and aluminium window frames. All materials will be conditions that includes all of the features, including the eaves and soffits and fascias, etc. too. The building is large in footprint, but the combination of the T-shape, the roof articulation, the use of setbacks and balconies, and the subtle changes in materials successfully reduce that perceived mass, and we consider that that is in accordance with policy SD5. So turning to highways, the vehicular access to and from the site, as we've said, is from an existing access point, and that is indicated with the blue arrow here. The second of the two accesses that are currently present on the site, which is the one at this end, the green one, indicated by the green arrow, will be stopped up and replanted to stop use. That will reduce the potential for vehicles heading further along Durford Road in association with this application. This slide also just indicates the extent of the adopted highway, which finishes just at the junction here. So further along Durford and up Penn's Place is in private ownership. The local highway authority have advised that for sections of Harrier Way and Durford Road, space is only available for a refuse vehicle to occupy the carriageway, creating potential for conflict with other users. However, refuse and other large vehicles do already have access to Durford Road, so this isn't a new scenario. The scheme does provide an appropriate solution, which I hope you can see on this image here, which allows vehicles to safely pass and then wait within the site with good onward visibility. It's worth noting that as well, this is a commercial development, and the size of the refuse vehicles that will be attending the site will be smaller than that of those that would be used for residential purposes. Given the likely volume of vehicular movements associated with the use, it's considered that the potential risk for further conflicts arising would be low, and the measures proposed are acceptable in that context. Still on highways, the onward vehicle movement from the site will be via the existing Durford Road, Harrier Way, Penn's Place junction, which is here. The principle of using this access is considered to be acceptable on account of it being an existing junction within the local road network. The local highway authority have also raised concerns regarding the northern visibility display at this junction, as shown in this left image and in the photo adjacent. The transport statement advises that the difference in trip generation between the proposed use and the last known use of storage is 7 in the peak AM hour. This officers consider as a minor increase. The pedestrian access during the course of the application has also been moved further east along Durford Road, where you saw it on one of the previous slides, avoiding any further obstruction or conflict. The main impact on visibility then is this category A oak tree. Although bearing in mind it's not explicitly stated, the only alternative that could potentially resolve that concern in terms of visibility would be the removal of the tree. That tree plays an important part in the local character of the area and is considered quite important locally. The harm caused through the removal is considered to be unjustified given its locally important context, and also hopefully in this slide you can see the van kind of coming along. It doesn't obscure visibility for a significant period of time. Vegetation within the visibility display is also conditioned to be kept below 0.6 metres in height to maximise kind of the potential to be able to see out of this existing junction, and we don't consider any further intervention is necessary. The parking numbers for a C2 use are based on site-specific context and the operational needs of the development. The data gathered both from tricks by the applicant and anecdotal evidence presented on the basis of some of the other sites that they've developed demonstrates that the amount proposed satisfies the demand for the use. The local highway authority is content that there would be no overspill as a result into the surrounding network as a result of the development, sorry. This is further supported by the travel plan, which accompanies the application. This promotes e-bike charging with a dedicated space internally for staff cycles up to 16, as well as the charging within. The promotion of car sharing for staff and a buddy scheme for walkers and cyclists for those who are working during antisocial hours. The final agreement of this travel plan will be secured through the Section 106. Pedestrian and cycle movement have been carefully considered in relation to the use. Separate pedestrian and cycle access is provided into the site, just indicated by the red arrow here. An additional crossing for pedestrians is provided on Harrier Way a bit further down, just here with a connection across Durford Road, which is hopefully going to encourage safer movement as well. A significant concern has been raised about the impact on the safeguarded route to the north, which is highlighted here in yellow as referenced before, the one under SD20, and the ability to bring this forward in the future. As you will note, this route is outside of the site, so there's no direct impact on the route itself, and it doesn't prohibit options coming forward or being progressed to ensure that the route becomes available. It does appear widely accepted that a diversion from the safeguarded route further east onto the Serpent's Trail is the most likely solution to bring this forward. And parts of the Serpent's Trail are within the red line boundary just here, so that Serpent's Trail is that blue dashed line. Excuse me. And some improvements to this section will be delivered through the Highways Works Plan associated with the development, which will be finalised through the Section 106 agreement. There's also a financial contribution to be secured towards sustainable travel as a result of the development, and we'll continue to explore how to spend this with the local highway authority and the applicant. Turning now to the water environment and drainage. The next couple of slides will cover those matters. The site is within the flood zone 1. However, the flood risk assessment has accepted that the site is at risk from overland and groundwater flooding. Following initial concerns raised by the lead local flood authority, the applicants provided further details of calculations and outflow rates. They've increased the volume of the attenuation tanks associated with the development and provided clarification on other SUDS measures. This addresses some of the points previously raised by the LLFA, but they continue to raise concerns regarding groundwater flood risk, although at the same time do acknowledge that that is outside of their remit. Further information has therefore been provided by the applicant to demonstrate how level changes will prevent impact on site or downstream, and that's what this image shows. So I appreciate it's a little bit difficult to see, but hopefully you can see this bottom line. I can't hold my cursor steady, so I apologise. That's the level of the groundwater, the water table. The green line, which kind of runs above, is the existing site level. And then the red line, which is up here and then dips down there, is the proposed site levels for the application. I've used the arrows just to indicate where these lines start effectively on the site levels. So the easiest thing to orientate you, this is the pond on the eastern side of the building. And you will see that actually Penn's Place and the boundary of the site is on higher ground than the application site at this point as well. So the SUD system's designed to accommodate flows generated by a 1 in 100 year storm event and 40% allowance for climate change. Measures are also in place to protect groundwater from pollution during construction, and these are secured both through the Construction Environmental Management Plan and an updated contaminated land condition which makes specific reference to groundwater. So this presents the drainage strategy in a bit more detail. All the ponds and swales within the proposal, so ponds here, there's another one here, and the swale at the top, will be lined to prevent direct groundwater ingress, and in any event, as you've seen from the slide before, are above the water table. These are located in the existing low-lying areas and respond to how the water currently behaves on the site, and the scheme design therefore continues to support natural functions and that behaviour on site. All water collected from the buildings will be piped as infiltration isn't possible on this site. Attenuation tanks under the areas of permeable paving, goodness me, are shown here in blue. And the water released from these will be at a heavily controlled outflow rate. The final details of all of this will be subject to a pre-commencement condition. The applicant will also have to get permission from Southern Water to connect to the surface water sewer, and that's covered by separate legislation and doesn't need to be confirmed prior to this being before members of the Planning Committee. Overall, officers consider that sufficient information has been provided to enable the recommendation for approval, again subject to those conditions in the Section 106 agreement. The application has presented a clear strategy for public, private and secure space. So on this slide you can see up here, this is a space which is dedicated really for nature, but with the opportunities for residents to interact from their terraces or balconies. The pink area, which I think you can just about see the line on the edge, is the public space, and then there's a secure blue area here in blue for residents' use. Mitigation for protected species is embedded within the design approach, and opportunities for further requirements such as swift bricks are captured in the final design details. Trees are protected as a result of the development layout and the way this has been brought forward. Opportunities to remove invasive species and ensuring that planting that goes in provides multifunctional benefits for shade, slowing down water and habitats have all been considered as part of the strategy. The applicant won't be able to achieve the biodiversity net gain requirement fully on the site, and so we'll be purchasing off-site credits which are covered by the Section 106 agreement. So this slide I just wanted to include because it demonstrates how the wider scheme is seeking to demonstrate the landscape-led approach alongside the benefits for potential residents through the delivery of the ecosystem services. There's opportunities to engage with nature within the secure spaces and through raised beds and with natural play for younger visitors as well. This provides an improved relationship with the public realm as well, enhancing experience beyond the site. So in summary, we think that the applicant has provided sufficient evidence to justify the departure from the development plan policy. They've applied landscape-led principles which have guided the overall layout, scale and appearance, and presented strategies for highways and flood risk which are acceptable. The recommendations up on the screen, I am not going to read it out because it's fairly lengthy, and I think you've heard enough of my voice by now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky. Now, we have some public speakers on this application. We've got two against the application. The first is Gethin Morgan-Owen, who is representing a community group called the Friends of the Rother Valley Way.
Sorry? Mm-hmm. Good afternoon. The vehicle access to this development is from the privately owned part of Durford Road, which connects to the wider road network via the junction of Durford Road, Penn's Place and Harrier Way. The Highway Authority has raised concerns about this junction and the access. On the 6th of February, they wrote, "The Highway Authority remain unsatisfied that the junction arrangements are acceptable in the context of the development proposal." The first of their concerns is that pedestrians will not use the formal crossing point shown in the applicant's plans. Rather, they will cross more directly, putting themselves at risk. Secondly, a visibility display assessment showed that southbound vehicles will be obscured by the trunk of a mature oak tree when drivers are emerging from Durford Road. Paragraph 717 in the officer's report suggests that this visibility problem could be addressed by felling the oak tree. Clearly, this would be very detrimental to the character of the area, would reduce biodiversity, and could be a public relations disaster. A third problem, highlighted was that the proposed arrangement does not demonstrate safe manoeuvre of a standard refuge vehicle and could lead to conflict on the local highway network. The applicant and the Highway Authority have been discussing site access since September, so it is difficult to see how a satisfactory solution will be found for access from Durford Road. Hence, an alternative access arrangement from Penn's Place should be investigated. The following matters are also relevant when considering this junction. The development will greatly increase the number of vehicle trips on the privately owned part of Durford Road. The public footpath, known as the Serpent Trail, runs through this junction and along Durford Road. In the future, this junction and road are likely to provide walking and cycling connections to the Rother Valley Way route along the old railway line. Many vulnerable road users will be living nearby in the retirement home and care complex, which was granted permission in 2024. To summarise, the local highway authority has 3 serious concerns about the safe operation of the local road network. Safe access to the site has not been demonstrated for any mode, despite several supplementary submissions. It is unlikely that the Highway Authority's concerns can be fully addressed through
I'm very
planning
sorry,
conditions.
but you have run out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councillor Louise Bevan, who is representing the residents of Heath Ward, Petersfield. No, you've just turned it off. That's it.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Residents are concerned about this proposed development, which is on a much-used route to sports and leisure facilities in Petersfield and a key pedestrian and off-road route into the countryside. What is unusual is that 2 statutory consultees have unresolved objections regarding vehicle access, pedestrian safety and flood risk. The officer's report appears to minimise these objections, yet dealing with critical issues through conditions is a weak approach which leaves the burden of responsibility on the local authority to monitor and enforce. So that's why I'm asking members of the committee to refuse or at least defer, for now, the planning permission. A key issue is, can the applicant get safe access to this site? Penn's Place Road is unadopted and owned by EHDC. The district property team reports that it was approached only once by the applicant to see if access from Penn's Road was a possibility. The team was happy to consider the principle, but would require further detail of the scheme and satisfactory remuneration for the benefit. This option could provide a satisfactory solution and should be explored. We don't yet know the impact of the large McCarthy and Stone development immediately to the south. 100 new dwellings and increased numbers of vulnerable people will certainly impact traffic flow, on-street parking and pedestrian movements on Harriers Way. My mum was in a care dementia home in Petersfield for 5 years. And my dad used to drive, his mobility scooter to visit her. Quite a challenge, given his own age and fragility. I used to cycle there, borrow a wheelchair, and wheel her out to enjoy trips to the Physic Garden or views of the lake. These types of trips need accessible pavements, dropped curbs, good visibility, and above all, safe crossing places. At EHDC Planning Committee, residents often raise concerns about traffic and or flooding impacts on a new development. But when statutory consultees raise no objection, planning permission is generally given. But this application on a very wet site is a very rare case where both the Highways Authority and the local flooding agency still have objections. These problems cannot be overcome by condition. They're about safety and sustainability. They are as yet unresolved. Please defer or at least or refuse this planning permission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have speakers in support of this application. The first is Andy Marshall from Brackley Investments, the applicant.
Good afternoon, I'm Andy Marshall, Planning Director at Brackley. I'd like to start by thanking Vicky and the team for a thorough and professional report, which concludes that our proposal is policy compliant, landscape-led, technically robust, and addresses a clear community need. We do have a rapidly ageing population, resulting in increasing prevalence of dementia. I'm sure we all know someone suffering with this. We're specialist care developers, that's all we do. We've been searching for a suitable site in Petersfield for many years. We chose this particular site because it's allocated for development and there is a degree of mutuality with a consented retirement village to the south. Since first identifying the site, we've thoroughly assessed its opportunities and its constraints, consulting with interested parties and refining our response to the site's unique wet woodland character. Alongside our voluntary public consultation, we've benefited from extensive pre-application engagement with park officers and highways officers, which has benefited the scheme. But back to first principles. Why is this development a good solution for this site? It makes efficient use of previously developed land, which has been vacant for years and has little prospect of being brought forward for the intended use. Dementia care beds are urgently needed. There are no sites allocated in the area for this purpose. The proposed development will generate over 70 full-time equivalent jobs, bringing millions of pounds into the local economy. People relocating to the home will free up their own market and possibly family homes, the equivalent to around 40 houses, into the marketplace. The application site excludes entirely the land safeguarded for the Rother Valley Way and only covers half of the employment allocation. It leaves other options open for access to the embankment and doesn't jeopardise further business uses coming forward. The care home will be a low traffic generator. No residents would have cars, and sadly, visitor numbers to dementia care homes are few. Our proposal will retain the best existing natural habitats and greatly enhance that which is lost, resulting in a substantial net gain. There are therefore extensive benefits to weigh into the planning balance. It's truly a sustainable development and one that's much needed, and I hope you agree with your officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Mark Baines from Hunters, the architect.
Thank you, Chair Panel. My name's Mark Baines. I'm the Managing Director of Hunters Architects, who've designed the scheme under consideration today. So as we already heard, the proposal is fundamentally a landscape-led design response. The site, as we've heard already, is a wet woodland with mature trees, natural water movement, and high ecological value. And we've designed the scheme to enhance that setting. The building is carefully sited to retain the wooded structure of the site, with all Category A trees retained. The building itself has been designed to sit below the tree canopy and works with the natural topography and hydrology through the creation of swales, rain gardens and a wildlife pond. This approach is strongly supported by the Council's landscape officer, who's confirmed that the scheme successfully integrates the necessary requirements of a care facility while actually enhancing the existing landscape character of the site. This is not a cookie-cutter approach to architecture with one size fits all. We've designed the scheme to specifically respond to this site and to ensure that the building can provide the most dignified support for end-of-life care within the best possible setting. This design has evolved iteratively through a number of meetings with planning officers, design officers, and the design review panel.
The building form itself is carefully considered to visually reduce its impact with broken roof lines, gables and dormers, and a locally inspired material palette of red brick and clay tiles. The Council's design officer has described the proposals as well considered, noting that these design measures successfully reduce the mass and avoid an institutional appearance, ensuring the building sits comfortably within the South Downs context. Really importantly, this is a specialist C2 care home, and the building itself has to meet outstanding design standards to be registered with the Care Quality Commission. It is designed to support residents with a wide range of cognitive impairment, including advanced dementia and complex end-of-life care needs. It's designed in full accordance with the University of Stirling Dementia Design Toolkit, which represents the recognised gold standard for dementia design. This has informed every aspect of the layout, from clear wayfinding and strong visual connections to access to daylight, gardens and the nature of the site. The residents will live within small domestic-scale household environments rather than long institutional corridors. Each household supports familiarity, dignity and autonomy while allowing the staff to deliver high-end dependency nursing and end-of-life care in a calm, supportive environment. And the residents have access to the wonderful landscape that this site offers them. We believe this scheme represents a thoughtful, appropriate and high-quality proposal for this unique site, and we'd respectfully urge the committee members to support the Planning Officer's recommendation for approval today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker is Matt Sargent from Brackley Investments.
Afternoon, Chair, members. The existing dome, often referred to as the chicken shed, hasn't been maintained for decades, and the general site condition is poor and unmanaged. Our proposal placed the existing trees as an essential consideration from the outset. All mature trees are protected along the site boundaries, and the veteran trees to the north excluded, as mentioned earlier. While some self-seeded unmanaged trees in the centre of the site will be removed, the building has been positioned to maintain the established tree line. Members will be aware of the standing water on the site, a challenge, but one following geotechnical investigation we have a plan for. We have a SUD scheme that's going to design, we have a SUD scheme that will deliver a 1 in 100 year plus 40% climate change solution, and all underground attenuation will be separated from the existing groundwater levels. The LLFA have not objected. They've certainly asked for more clarification on things, which we're giving them. And we will, with Southern Water, complete the foul water and surface water details later on. Comprehensive ecology surveys are undertaken across all seasons. It's a busy place for birds. Several species of bats were identified and a badger set identified on the north bank. All appropriate mitigation will be secured, including sensitive external lighting design, bat feature boxes, swift boxes, bird boxes, new habitats, and a complementary soft landscaping scheme will be provided, which the residents will enjoy. Highways, access into the site will remain off Durford Road. We were unable to achieve an access off Penn's Place, as this remains unadopted, and as we understand it, will remain unadopted until the offices are sold to the north. We have, though, included in our scheme proposal, just to the middle, a potential access that can be used at a later date if that road becomes adopted. The development is going to have a minor impact on peak traffic movements, a dozen or so. And so the existing junction is not changing, and most importantly, that retained tree that Vicky mentioned will be staying. Sustainability, in addition to building to BREEAM Excellent, the scheme will be fully electric. It will utilise air source heat pumps, which are magic, photovoltaic panels, and it will be using a fabric-first approach to minimise energy consumption. We have listened carefully to concerns raised and remain committed to working with officers to address matters through conditions and obligations where necessary. And we look forward to bringing this scheme for our residents, calming, comfortable development fit in the National Park.
Thank you very much. So, we've heard from everybody now, and the public speakers, it's up to members. Janet.
Thank you, Chairman. You'll be surprised to know I've got 2 questions. Normally I get it every way round. However, two questions I read here somewhere, and I was just desperately trying to find it, that the entrance was not suitable for the refuse vehicles. But that made me think what they've said. I wondered if East Hants Council had made any comment on that, which is what I couldn't find, just quickly scrolling. And the other thing is, of course, that leads on from that, is it a suitable vehicular access for fire and for, indeed, ambulance? I just wondered.
Thank you. Perhaps we'll get the officer to answer that straight away.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's an existing access. I think that's the important thing to note. So we're talking, first of all, just to clarify, we're talking to the actual site, not down to Durford Road at all, in general. Yeah. So spec path diagrams have been provided demonstrating that a refuse vehicle of a standard size can get in into that site. That is on, let me just go back, on that slide. I've actually got one at the back as well. I've got many photos here, which shows standard size vehicle being able to get in and out of the access via the existing access. So yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Robert.
Thanks, Heather. I did an unofficial site visit yesterday. I sat in my car at that crossroads for about 15 minutes, just thinking about that tree and access. I felt that the highway's comments about that tree were absolutely right. The visibility, there happens to be a for sale sign there at the moment as well, but I sat there for a long time thinking, if I was visiting a parent in that home, would I be happy with that access? And I wouldn't. I think we as a planning authority have a real leverage over the owners, which happens to be East Hampshire District Council of Pence Road, that bit into the old offices. Obviously I'm a East Hampshire District Councillor. There's a process going through of selling the old offices at the moment, and the issue of what planning permission is going to look like on that. I know they've had discussions with Tim about with the authority for planning. I think we have real leverage over EHDC about that road and the status of that road and what's going to happen to it in terms of safer access. My view is coming out of Pence Place into the middle of that site is a much safer place than coming out for the access off Durford Road. And I'm going to propose we defer this for a while to allow those discussions to take place between the District Council, the Planning Authority and the applicant to come up with a situation whereby Hampshire Highways does not have an objection to this, what is otherwise a really commendable site. And I want to stress that. I think that the applicants have done it. I think that the design of it, thinking about the flooding, I think all the rest of it, I've got no issues with at all. I think it's a really good use of the site. I totally agree with the applicant. My issue is purely about access and safety of access. With the Highways Authority objecting, I think we've got a perfect reason to go to the District Council, the owner of that bit of land, or that bit of road, have a discussion with them about trying to improve not just vehicle access, but also pedestrian access. So people can come out of this site, get safely across that road, get into the Pence Place playing fields. There's a lot of very good paths to push wheelchairs around. There's a lot of space to walk on. It's a fantastic environment for people with dementia. It's just a question of getting safely across that bit of road. And I think we have a real opportunity here to come up with a slightly better scheme with that leverage we have over the, not over the applicant, but the owner of that bit of road because of what else they're trying to do on effectively this site. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm therefore going to propose we defer it on that basis.
Right. Members? Andrew, Alan.
I'm afraid I don't agree with the part of what Robert McAtter said, which is to do with the access and so forth. I like this scheme. I think it's making good use of the site. I like the way it relates to the existing vegetation on the site. I'm afraid it's struck me that the objection, the relatively mild objection from Hampshire County Council is on a typical sort of over-engineering approach that one not infrequently gets from highway authorities. That wonderful tree which is being left near the corner, I mean, there are numerous junctions up and down the land where there are excellent trees in the vicinity. It's quite true that if one were designing a new motorway along that route or something like that, or trunk road access, one wouldn't want that. But it strikes me that the scheme is delivering a happy balance between retaining valuable vegetation on the site and reasonable access, and also the business about the dust carts, or whatever we have to call them these days, refuse vehicles. Well, Vicky has explained how, in fact, it's perfectly accessible to refuse vehicles. It may be that if you had, you know, 2 of them and umpteen cars at the same time, you get a bit of a traffic jam. But we've been to the site. We know what Durford Road is like. It seems to me that drawing a sensible balance between the various considerations, this is entirely acceptable for a use of this kind, which isn't going to have the inmates or residents, you know, driving in and out in great numbers all the time or anything like that. I'm very pleased that Vicky has recognised that the buildings on the site should be reflective of the character of Petersfield, and I agree with the assessment that that means we can have a red brick building. I hope she will take, or our officers will take account of the finishing of those windows as well, because I suggest if you do a visual survey of the 10,000 or so buildings in Petersfield, many of which are red brick, the majority, you will find that about 5-6 of them have windows finished in white or pale cream. We don't want a gloom fest for these poor inhabitants of dark red bricks and dark, gloomy window surrounds, which would be depressing to anyone, but surrounded by all these trees, doubly depressing. So be careful on that point, please.
Thank you, Alan. No hedge comment then. Alan? No hedge comment then.
That was earlier. That was the earlier application.
Antonio.
Yes, I think this is a very good scheme, and I'm conscious that there's a lot of need for this kind of care. I heard my colleague Rob's description of how the current situation at EHDC could be exploited to get a better access solution here. And given his knowledge of the area and of the situation at EHDC and the sale of the Pence Place property, I thought we should really take that very seriously, given that the highway solution that we've got at the moment is not as good as the one that could be achieved if we did defer and perhaps allowed the applicant to work with the EHDC on that. But we wouldn't want in any way to compromise the viability of the scheme or do anything that would cause us to lose it altogether. So I wondered if we could just find out a bit more about whether a deferral would be welcomed by the applicant or not.
Thank you. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I would very much like to see this development come forward, though I do share the concerns around the flood risk and highways, particularly around mobility access rather than the junction itself, actually. Because I think if the vegetation to the east of the road behind the tree were kept at a low height, which has been suggested, that should be fine. I know many junctions that certainly have worse visibility than that. But I do keep in mind that when a highways authority approves a scheme, we put great weight in that approval. And I don't see why the opposite is also true. So I would therefore, on balance, support Robert's suggestion of a very limited deferment in order to bottom that out and try to get some improvements. The flood element, the water element, that's going to be a hell of a challenge, but you know that's on the developer, and I'm happy around the conditions there. But again, if we've got that time, then I would be more comfortable approving this with the support of the statutory consultees, because of the weighting that has when they go in our favour. Likewise should apply.
Fair comment. John.
I was concerned in Vicky's presentation about the mention of the flood zone that it's in. However, I read in detail a second time the drainage conditions. I actually believe we've got enough there to make sure that we're comfortable that it'll work. So from that point of view, I'm going to put that one to one side. In terms of the access, I'm probably more relaxed about that access than others, actually, because I don't believe there's a massive amount of traffic coming and going. And we can deal with the larger vehicles by the widths and the passing places that are being shown. So from my point of view, I'm relaxed about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew.
With regard to traffic, can we be reminded where the access to the McCarthy and Stone site is to the south of this?
I don't think I've got it on a slide. Let me just have a look for you. There. So it is here. Let me just double check. There's 3 accesses to McCarthy and Stone. So you've got one which serves. One that serves the apartment block to the north, and then one that serves the houses a bit further down. So it is splitting it out.
I think the point is that there is part of the site will come out into Durford Road. There are some of the site, not the majority of it, but some of it. Is that correct? There's an existing permitted use into Durford Road.
No, that's not. Sorry, Andrew. I didn't mean to sound so abrupt. Harry Away, the Harry Away site further south doesn't come out onto Durford Road. It comes out onto Harry Away. It is separate.
Okay. Tom?
I just have a couple of concerns over pedestrians might trying to make...
I'm sorry, we can't hear you very
Sorry.
clearly.
I just have a couple of concerns around pedestrian access and the case that desire lines might start. And what I mean by that is people cut corners by crossing the road where they shouldn't. Is there any scope to have maybe guardrails to prevent pedestrians crossing immediately into the road? And I know there's a bus stop opposite the junction, which could be contradicting to vehicles turning in and out of the junction. Could that be relocated or not?
Don't we already have vegetation along the road there that would stop people walking across where they shouldn't?
The way that so we could look at kind of how it's landscaped in that particular corner, bearing in mind the visibility display as well, to ensure that people are discouraged from that desire line to move further down. And that's something that's already included as part of the conditions. So both the finalisation of the pedestrian access and the landscaping itself could be dealt with. I'm a little bit nervy around guardrails in that location, largely because I think they might cause a bit of a visibility issue. And so I think you'd have to think very carefully about where they go. Sorry, Tom.
I just wanted to clarify that I was hoping the guardrails would be on the junction of Durford Road, not the main road Harry Away. So it would actually, because what I can see is pedestrians using that access point coming out of Durford Road and cutting straight across where that designate or proposed cycle route could be, on the edge of the curb there. That's what I just see, people crossing straight into the road, which could create risk.
Guardrails aren't very rural, are they?
No, I was also just going to say, so just along here, that's existing footway. So that's an existing pavement in that location that stops at the junction. Which is the Serpent's Trail, yeah. So that's already in existence. The way that the application has progressed with that pedestrian access here is to encourage people to kind of come in at that point and then cross over to here. So I'd walk down and cross. But this is already a shared space, and I think that's important to note. And it is a private, at this point, it is private as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Tom.
Sorry, maybe I need to clarify a bit more. It's actually not on the map, the location I'm talking about. So it's actually just on the edge of the picture. Opposite the junction is what I was speaking. Yes, so what pedestrians, where that cycle route was, it had a dotted line. What my concern is, are pedestrians going to just join the carriageway rather because there's bollards and a bus stop there. You know, just cross straight into the road. That's, sorry, just to clarify.
Apologies, yeah, that's totally understood. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification as well. So that's obviously outside of the red line boundary. Opportunities for improvements to sustainable travel in this location, improving that sort of thing could be where the financial contribution that's being secured through this be directed. That's a conversation for us to have with the applicant and the local highway authority as well. It is, though, an existing situation, and this isn't going to make a significant difference to that set of circumstances, given the amount of traffic that's generated by the application. But there are potential opportunities to be had through that continued Section 106 negotiation.
Okay, thank you. Tim.
Chair, yes. Well, we've all been listening. I just want to make an observation on this idea of potential deferment and discussions with the county and with the district. And obviously I have to be a little bit careful, but any pre-apps are take some time. Experience shows that any negotiations with public bodies tend to take a bit longer for obvious reasons about checking in with various folk and all the rest of it. And I think I need to be clear that any deferment wouldn't be for a few months. It's 6 months to a year in terms of what I understand are the discussions taking place. So that's point one. Let's be clear on the time frame. Secondly, is around this idea that there's leverage, but with leverage is also ransom strips. And I think I would urge you to consider this application on its merits, given the unknown time frame with regard to what might come through for a better scheme, inverted commas, and also the fact that it arguably brings a number of parties into play that will have their own views on the viability and value of the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. That's helpful. More comment? No more comment. Andrew? Oh, well, we need to consider, first of all, whether we are going to propose a deferment for discussion with East Hants District Council about the access. I'm sorry? No, no, that's right. Robert's we have a proposal from Robert. We currently don't have a seconder. We do have a seconder, Stephen. In which case we... Pardon?
Sorry, Chair, can we clarify what the proposal is? Just to revisit that so everybody's aware.
In light of Tim's comment, the proposal is that we defer for a period of time to allow the applicant, the planning authority, and the owner of Penn's Road or Penn's Place to discuss access off Penn's Place rather than off the privately owned Durford Road. Clearly there have been discussions with the owner of Durford Road about access. I suggest those negotiations should have gone on with the District Council about Penn's Place at the same time, and they haven't been.
Thank you. And you're seconding that? I'm waiting to see what's being said behind me and whether it needs to be discussed in. Janet, yes.
I heard what Robert said, but I didn't know that Tim had suggested that a deferment would be.
No, he hadn't. No, Tim hasn't suggested. Tim's concern is that it will take a long time to go through if we do that. Okay. Robert's made the proposal, and Stephen has seconded it, and we're about to go for a vote. Sorry? I'm the opposite. Yes, Tim's recommending against it. Oh, right. Andrew?
Could we have clarification how long the recommended a period of time is?
Becky.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, your officers have suggested it could be between 6 and 12 months. So it's up to your proposer whether he wants to put an end date on that for it, or put a time frame on the deferment for it to then come back before you as members.
That's very helpful. I think in light of that, I think 3 months is a perfectly acceptable time for a sensible district council to have a discussion about access to one of their roads for a care home in one of the largest towns in their district. So I think 3 months is a perfect period of time. I hear what Tim said about these things take longer. But given everything else that's going on with the owner of that road, I feel comfortable that those discussions can happen quite quickly, and they will be getting a phone call shortly after this meeting to make that happen.
And if they don't happen in that time?
Then it comes back. Then it comes back as it is. And if the district council doesn't want to play ball,
yes,
then we vote on the application as it is today.
Yep.
Again, if the proposal is lost, if we don't postpone it, we will be in that situation anyway.
Sure. Thank you. Right. So now we're clear now what the proposal is, that it will have a 3-month timescale on it. And we have a proposer and we have a seconder. May I have a show of hands in support of that proposal, please? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And against? I'm afraid it's not carried. So we'll move now to the full recommendation. Is this the complete thing, including all the stuff on the update sheet? No other comments have been around the room?
So, Chair, it's that recommendation plus the amended conditions on the update sheet.
Right.
That's your officer recommendation before you.
Fine. Good. That's the full thing. So a proposer and a seconder for that one, please. Janet and Andrew, thank you. And a show of hands to support that recommendation. And that's unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. Yes, Janet.
Sorry to interrupt you, but because the time's gone on, I think my car park runs out at 4 o'clock and I can't do any extensions. I've been trying.
I've got exactly the same problem. How do you it's expired?
I've tried to extend but by 1 hour, but it won't, perhaps it's because it would only cost 10p. It won't accept my card. And I have got 10p in my card, honestly. Even my bank account has 10p in it.
God. What, you go and move them? Do what? How do the members feel about us having a 10-minute break while we go and move our cars? Well, you're not the one who's going to get a £25 fine. You're not the one who's going to get a £25 fine or a £65 fine. Parking can cover it. Will the authority cover it if we're stopped?
Chair,
well,
I think we should continue.
I think we should continue as well, and I think. I think we need to continue. I'm sorry.
I don't know what to do.
Well, and the authority will have to support us.
I suggest we could continue and we can have a look at things
if we have to.
With a friendly district.
Yeah, I really don't want to stop because we're
good luck
so
with
close
trying
to the end now.
persuade them.
Right, item 12. Land and building south of Clarefield Copse, Dumpford Lane, Nyewood. 13. Did I say 12? Sorry, 13. Misread it. 13. And Richard Ferguson will take us through these points. Richard, are you ready? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Your microphone's on.
Oh, I'm
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good afternoon, members. Before I start my presentation, I'd just like to draw your attention to the update sheet. Hopefully all self-explanatory. I think the most pertinent points to pick out are some late representations and summaries are included, but also unexpectedly the applicant has requested an amended description to shorten the camping period by a month. So instead of 31st of October, it's 30th of September. I will just cover things broadly, but focus on the reasons for deferral at our December meetings. Members will recall it was deferred for two reasons. One, yourselves wanted to see a more detailed campsite management plan, and secondly, clarification on facilities proposed for campers. That's covered in the addendum report, and I'll touch upon that. And finally, the main considerations are there, and they are outlined in the two reports which need to be read together. Also covered are third-party representations and unsupportive consultees within the reports. They raise a breadth of issues, such as those in that first bullet point under main considerations. And clearly there have been issues around adherence to conditions past and some concern about future as well, particularly around the campsite management plan. And then finally, the planning history, which remains a relevant material consideration for yourselves regarding assessing impacts over the temporary period. So the site is on Dumford Lane. It's a 7-hectare field, Clearfield Copse to the north, which is ancient woodland. The access is off Dumford Lane here, and the Serpent's Trail runs through it in the western side of the site. I've included these aerials, so as you can see, a period where the campsite was in use and a later photo to see the land recovering. Photos of the site, these were taken yesterday. I visited the site in response to some late representations, and you can see it as it is now as opposed to my earlier photos. The main thing really is to show the existing car park, the agricultural workers dwelling. The occupier there is also intended to be the future warden for 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and they would undertake warden patrols in the evenings during the campsite period. And here we have the Serpent's Trail. Again, this is how the site was yesterday. Thankfully, I had some rare blue sky. And you can see that there really isn't an apparent echo, if you like, of the former camping use. There is some very subtle shorter grass of where pitches are, but to the casual eye walking past on the Serpent's Trail, for instance, I don't think its summertime use was particularly discernible. As I said at the start, the campsite period is proposed to be 1st of May to 30th of September now. 18 pitches utilising the existing access and the parking area with 42 spaces. They're not proposed to be delineated as shown on the plan. That's just to show capacity. You have the amenity hut and a proposed new access track here. And there's some further planting of hedgerows, grassland enhancement, new tree planting throughout the site as part of the required BNG requirements as well as enhancements needed under SD9. So focusing on the main reasons for deferral, what's before members now is the benefit of a more detailed and expanded campsite management plan. The addendum report provides a comprehensive summary of the document as a whole, but what I've done here is just picked out a few key aspects that I think members would be most interested in, bearing in mind the last debate back in December. That relates to Code of Conduct and general rules. Underneath that, it's proposed that there be a maximum of 6 persons per pitch. Camping would be on specified pitches, and no camper vans, caravans or motorhomes would be allowed on site. Site management and staffing, that was something particularly members were interested in, bearing in mind some of the local residents' concerns about noise and antisocial behaviour. The warden would be present between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. In occupying the dwelling on site, and the applicant themselves would be available 24/7 to deal with any complaints. And there is a complaints procedure within the campsite management plan. And then in terms of noise management, no amplified music is prohibited. Warden has evening patrols. There'd be quiet hours as shown, and a 2-strike eviction process for antisocial behaviour. Access and parking cars would be kept at the car park, except for some unloading, loading. There would also be wheelbarrows to carry equipment to your pitch. Security gate is proposed. That was proposed last time, but this remains in the current application. And there'll be specified arrival and departure times. In terms of the amenity building, its external dimensions and appearance remain the same. What we have learnt since the December committee is that under the Chichester District Council's licensing requirements, there would be the need for an additional toilet in the ladies and a additional urinal in the men's. So you can see this is the new layout versus the old on the right-hand side, without changing the external dimensions and character and appearance, as I said. So in terms of the main considerations, the reports and presentation brief members on the updated campsite management plan and the changes to the amenity hut. In both reports, when read together, address that the application stands on its own merits in regard to the tourism policies, and it's those local plan policies upon which the application should be judged, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Yes, have an eye to the planning history, and I would say that's a relevant consideration. And in terms of PD rights, I'd just like to highlight to members that the applicant could use the land uncontrolled for 60 days in any year, versus a managed 152 days under the current proposal. So there's 2.5 times more time for the camping period versus what's permitted under PD. In terms of landscape, the site characteristics have not significantly changed since the temporary permission, as you've seen in my photos. And the site can still be used for grazing or a hay crop, for example. In terms of dark night skies, we have a condition relating to lighting at the amenity hut, but otherwise there's no other permanent lighting. And in regard to tranquility, the management plan includes some requirements around quiet times and the like. In terms of surrounding amenities, through the course of the application, we did move some of the pitches from the eastern boundary further in the site to try and help with amenity. Of course, local residents and the parish have been concerned about antisocial behaviour, etc. And the campsite management plan, in their view, does not go far enough, and they have questioned whether a legal agreement is more robust. That is covered in the report. And in terms of enforceability, we believe the campsite management plan has sufficient detail, so as any enforcement investigations would have sufficient teeth, if you like, to remedy any breaches. And we don't consider there to be any significant impact on the adjacent public right-of-way. Therefore, the recommendation is that planning permission be granted subject to the conditions in the report, the update sheet, and any amendments or other conditions required to address technical matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Richard. So we have 3 speakers against this application. And the first one is Sheila Bramley, representing Harting Parish Council.
Hello again. I'm here representing Harting Parish Council as before. And I'd like to say that over the last 6 years, the Planning Committee of Harting Parish Council has heard the views of local residents about the operation of the campsite at Clarefield Copse on numerous occasions. At these meetings, local residents have always expressed serious concerns about the operation of the site and the nuisance caused to neighbours by campers trespassing on their properties, playing loud music into the night, disturbing animals in adjacent fields, using hedges instead of toilets, and so on. This first occurred when the site was being operated under permitted development regulations. Temporary permission was granted in 2021 on the basis that this would enable conditions to be imposed to regulate the running of the site. During the temporary period, the applicant would have the chance to show that the site could operate as promised. A campsite management plan was then produced and was to be implemented during the period of the temporary permission. In the event, it's clear that few of the provisions of that plan were implemented, and it's the unanimous public view that the conditions relating to supervision of the site have not been observed. It's apparent that the objective of temporary permission, to give the applicant the chance to show the site could be operated as promised, had been answered in the negative. Since the committee considered this application in December, a new campsite management plan has been produced. This further elaborates on previous plans, including proposals that a warden will be present overnight between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m, and so on. As remarked by the landscape officer, the plan depends on adequate enforcement. The landscape officer remains concerned about the implementation of the proposals. Equally, the local community, in light of experience, has no confidence that the proposals will be implemented, and it's on this basis that the parish council objects on behalf of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Simon Ashley Rudd, who represents Dumford Park Farm Partnership.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of the Balls family. They are a local farmers and neighbours to the site, and they have recounted their experiences of the unneighbourly and antisocial activities last time we met. Mr. Balls states, "My family has farmed this area for over 40 years, and I've witnessed the gradual destruction of this site. 20 years ago, this site was a natural flower meadow and open pasture. Since then, the applicant has developed the site with little regard for planning regulations. The strategy appears to be build first and ask permission if challenged. Today, the flower meadows and pastures are long gone, replaced by ponds and dams, paved tracks, a 50-car car park, an industrial unit, a residential unit, and multiple outbuildings, all with questionable planning history. With the applicant's sale of Sandiland Farm, any pretense that this has been to promote and diversify agricultural activity has been dropped. The development has blighted the landscape, as acknowledged by your landscape officer, and undoubtedly changed the flood pattern of the river, leading to increased flooding downstream. And now we face the permanent loss of what remains of the farmland to a campsite. We should all see this for what it is, the next step from greenfield to brownfield. Once accomplished, who knows where it goes. For 8 years, the applicant has operated a campsite in planning breach. They have applied for planning permission 4 times, presenting ever more elaborate promises and plans, none of which have been met. We must look at their track record for a clue of the future. In 2021, the committee granted temporary planning permission to see if they could operate as promised. But by their own admission, the applicant failed. Promises made but not kept. Vehicles on the site ignored. Car park planned and built, never built. Bike rack planned and installed, never installed. Amenities removed at the end of the season, never removed, etc., etc., etc. As already pointed out, the new campsite management plan is essentially the same as the old, and this was never implemented. Therefore, despite no track record of compliance, we're expected to believe that this time it will be different. Like most observers, your environmental health officer's recommendation is specifically conditional on full compliance. Does this compliance look like anything? Does this look like anything today? The local community has direct experience of the negative impact of this site, and for that reason alone, suggests you do not support it.
Thank you. I believe you're now speaking again, representing yourself.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
3 minutes is pretty quick. Okay, go. The negative impacts of camping on the landscape and the community are well documented. The applicant has been made aware of the issues and given ample time to address them, but has consistently failed to do so. In part, this is because the issues are simply too difficult to resolve, but also because the applicant has no intent to implement solutions and no fear of the consequences should he not. Time and again, the applicant has made commitments in planning only to ignore the conditions when operating. The local community has no confidence this pattern of behaviour will change. In fact, should permission be granted, we expect the situation to get worse, not better. The committee report acknowledges that camping at the site has negative consequences and concludes that only full compliance with all permissions, even with full compliance with all permissions, strong ongoing management is essential. At the last meeting, this committee agreed and suggested 24-hour management as a minimum requirement. So it's disappointing, but not unexpected, that the applicant has offered materially less, with management at the end of the phone and a warden overnight. I have serious reservations where even this will be delivered, as the Stockman's cottage is already accommodated for. As pointed out before, the inconsistency in application raises serious doubts about the intent of the applicant to even comply. In addition, significant weight is now placed on the campsite management plan, but in reality, this is not new, and it should be shown and is not worth the paper it is written on. More platitudes than controls. For example, noise must be kept to a minimum between 10 and 8. What does that actually mean? How can any planning person ever enforce that condition? It is simply impossible. Even now, since your last meeting and without permission, hardcore has been delivered on site and the paths extended, once again demonstrating the applicant's complete disregard for the planning process. It is a sad state of affairs when a committee report has to elaborate on what will happen when breaches in planning control take place. Perhaps the more troubling is, why does the applicant want this requirement, permission, when he doesn't need it to operate a wild camping site? Permitted development rights will allow him to operate 4 days a week for 15 weeks between the May and August bank holiday, the peak areas. So why so vigorously pursue a change of use? The site's only real protection continues to be its agricultural land use. If land use is lost, it can never be recovered. So why a permanent loss today when permanency is not required? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we have one speaker in support, and that is Angus Sprackling, the applicant.
Sorry, just a bit of water. No. All right. Yep. So, I haven't written a speech. I've got bullet points. I'm going to try and make an argument here. I think the neighbours have got it wrong. They're probably going to about this, but like, with permitted development, I can run a much bigger campsite. I haven't done through the whole of my application. I can have up to 50 pitches, and that can be camper vans, caravans, whatever. Like, if I don't get the planning, I am going to run it under permitted development. There's still going to be a campsite. I've tried my best to run a small, pleasant campsite for families. I've done this since the beginning. I started with 12 pitches in a corner. That was viewed from the South Downs. I moved it down to the field. I went for 25, dropped it to 18 with the last application. It's been hard. I think I've done a good job. Obviously, they disagree. That's fine. But here's my argument. A longer running campsite, smaller, environmental improvements, held to account by planning law with a focus on families, or a shorter, much busier campsite with many more pitches. If you care about less traffic, less people, more family groups, no camper vans, caravans, less visual disturbance, I think it's the only way is to approve this. I am going to carry on running it as a campsite. Permitted development might suit me better. That's the truth. I think this is the last chance. So if you reject it, I will just run under permitted development. Let's see if there's anything else I need to say. Like the neighbours, I understand their problems. I understand their concerns. I think I've actually tried my best to improve over time, bringing in bins, improving the site, bringing in wardens. Like maybe I could have been better at communicating, but there we go. I'm not going to accept temporary permission either. Maybe this is not the right way to go about it. How much longer have we got? I'll think about it. If permitted development, I'm not going to run it 4 days a week throughout the season. I'll run it as a block through the summer. Yeah, I guess that's it. Sorry.
You're nearly out of time.
I know, but I think I might as well use it. I just had a baby. I'm quite tired. It's probably why I haven't written a proper speech. I truly want to do a good job with the campsite. That's all I can say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So, members, you've heard the public, and now it's your turn. Alan.
Yes, I must say I didn't find that a totally attractive approach to how this site should be handled, what we've just heard from Mr. Sprackling. What I had been going to say was that it seemed to me although Mr. Sprackling says he doesn't want it anyway, it seems to me on the strength of what appears to have happened here, we have not got to a situation where by having a temporary permission for a while, we have established the satisfactory running of the operation, which Mr. Sprackling says he wants. I can't see myself voting for anything other than another temporary period of perhaps two years to see if the restrictions and conditions actually are obeyed. It's all very well also for Mr. Sprackling to say, oh, well, I don't want temporary, I'm going to run it as permitted development under the rules that govern that if he doesn't get what he wants. I will just remind the officers, although I'm sure Tim Slaney doesn't need reminding, that there is always the possibility of an Article 4 direction rescinding permitted development rights, and if we are being confronted with a slightly sort of threatening, if you don't do this, I'll do that situation, I'd have to say my own view, it's not what we vote on today, but my own view is that this authority ought very seriously, if confronted with that sort of approach, to consider an Article 4 direction to prevent any camping taking place on this site if it can't be run satisfactorily in accordance with the rules and conditions set for it. As I say, my initial stance, until I heard all that, was to say another temporary consent was the most we could go for, and 2 years is what I had in mind, to see if the conditions can be observed for a reasonable period like that.
Thank you. Antonia was next.
I have a question about how the licensing regime for campsites interacts with the planning regime. There's a reference, obviously, to campsite licensing in relation to the amenity block, but could you explain how, could officers explain if there is any enforcement, if there are any enforcement teeth, if you like, in Chichester District Council's licensing regime, or whether that is not something we can rely on in any way?
Entirely. Richard.
The licensing regime is separate to planning. That's the first element. There would be a separate application process to Chichester District Council's licensing team to establish whether a license would be granted for that campsite or not. Having spoken to them and corresponded over the last 2 months or whatever it is, they typically would be looking at whether planning permission has been granted first before perhaps engaging with that to a degree, because I don't think you necessarily need it for PD rights. But yes, it's a separate process.
Mm. Do you want to come back?
Well, so if the PD rights is, if that's the route that's taken, does licensing have any ability to sort of condition what happens? I mean, obviously, we can't ask them to do anything in particular, but I just wonder whether that is a route that might go some way to meeting the neighbours' concerns, or whether it might be, but it's just nothing that we can have any input into. Richard.
you have to forgive me, I'm not a licensing expert, but I think, from my experience from a planning perspective on other sites, the PD rights are there, they have their own criteria that they need to adhere to, and that's it really. So it's PD rights for 60 days with up to 50 pitches, or as what you're considering in this application is 152 days with a campsite management plan, etc., and conditions that are there to be adhered to.
Chair, thank you. Yeah, well, I'm not familiar with the caravan camping licences, but I'm familiar with lots of other types of licences that cross over. And the simple answer is they do have teeth, but it would be down to that body to implement those teeth in so much as they've got the ambit or the wherewithal to do that.
Who's next? Andrew, were you next? And then Robert.
Yes, thanks. But we have other teeth, don't we, if that's what it's all about. But interestingly, when Richard Ferguson gave his presentation just now, one of the last things he reiterated was planning history is indeed a relevant consideration. Oh my goodness, isn't it just? Because we wouldn't be considering this today if it wasn't. Indeed, planning permission would probably have been granted on the 20th of June 2021 when we last met considering this. Well, no, the previous time we met considering this in Lewis. But I do notice that there were some members' issues raised at that application, and in minute 421 of that planning committee meeting, and one was concerned about the low number of lavatories and shower facilities. 2 was concern expressed about enforcement of conditions and how they could be monitored, particularly as there appear to be issues on site at the moment. And 3 was temporary permission a satisfactory compromise, which would enable any impacts to be assessed. Well, here we are today, because 2 and 3 clearly indicate that the 3-year temporary permission was intended to be probationary. And indeed, on page 939 of this agenda, the first bullet point of the executive summary of the December the 25th agenda refers to that permission monitoring appropriate management of the site. And back to point 1, there is no indication that the change to the amenity shed will address the issues of some of the campers using the neighbouring farmers' land and the adjacent Serpent's Way as an overflow lavatory. Obviously, that cannot happen. We cannot be in a position where we give a permission which enables that to take place. And allied to that, we have a duty in giving permission to foster the social and economic well-being of neighbours. Well, the social well-being of Mr. and Mrs. Ashby Rudd and the economic well-being of Mr. Ball, the neighbouring farmer. The giving planning permission on this site has an impact on both those groups of people. But the thing which really damns this is that there's been a 4-year, as I said, probationary period. At any point during that, if Mr. Sprackling had said, gosh, it's up to me to get this right, because if I do, it's most likely, and I think we've heard that today, that the complaints will disappear of their own accord. So we've had no Damascene conversion. We are where we are. And Alan Aylesbury expressed his concern about what we've just heard, which was not really what we expected, I suspect. So I, for one, am still not able to support this application, but I honestly wish I could, because with the right conditions, and if we'd be all right. But the one thing I did notice on the agenda, Chair, if I might just say so, is there's much more talk about them being enforced. But we know that in spite of there being numbers of complaints to Chichester District Council, they have not enforced at all. They have turned round and given reasons why they're not. They haven't turned round and provided action.
Thank you. Do you want to comment on the enforcement?
Yes, just say, I mean, the case officer's view and our view that we've come to is that there's a step change in the management regime which has been provided that will give us better sort of hooks, as it were, to react to if there are any enforcement issues. That's where we believe the change has occurred. Members, I think from my own point, having listened to this and obviously being aware of the officer's report, there is a case here whereby there was a reason why a temporary permission was given, and now the applicant has come in for a permanent permission, and there's regard being had to the issues that have arisen on site. You have to be aware in whatever conclusion you reach with regard to this, it's whether you are confident that the regime in terms of conditions and management plan has been put in addresses the underlying issue that there was, why there was the concern with the original permission with regard to the landscape impact and tranquility of the site and the nature of the site as far as that's concerned. If you believe that there is enough certainty that has been given by the officers with regard to the conditions and the regime, then we believe that you can go forward with confidence with your recommendation there. If you don't, then obviously you have to refer back to there, as opposed to it's about whether you believe the regime is sufficient.
Thank you. Robert, I think you were next.
Thanks, Heather. I'm looking at page 922, the executive summary. We obviously discussed this in December. We deferred it for two reasons. Clarity on toilet and washing facilities. I think we all agree we now have that clarity. So I think that issue is resolved. The other issue is we asked for a comprehensive campsite management plan. I note that point 4 says officers are satisfied with that plan. So that the thing we've got to work out is whether we're also satisfied with it. Clearly, the neighbours, the parish council, say they're not satisfied with it. I think this is a judgment call. I think it's quite difficult. My view, looking at that management plan that's been presented to me, that looks quite comprehensive. I'm never sure that enforcement powers are that great, but that does look to be what we asked for. And therefore, my gut feeling is we've asked the applicant to do two things. We have those two things. I found Richard's photographs from yesterday incredibly helpful in terms of the long-term impact on the site, which to me looked to be nothing like as bad as potentially it could have been. And I thought that was very informative. So my view is that we should give a permission. I'm indifferent as to whether it's temporary or whether it's permanent. I'm perfectly happy supporting a temporary one for another 3 years. But my view is we've asked for two things. They have been provided. I think they've provided in good faith. Clearly, the parish council doesn't think they've provided in good faith, that they are much more aware of the reports than we are. But I think we as a public body have to say we asked for something and we've been given it. To then say the applicant's in bad faith, I think that's quite a step, and it's not what I'm prepared to make. So I'm going to support the recommendation.
Thank you. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I find Robert's comments compelling, actually. I'm new to this one, so I don't have the history and the previous debates. Sometimes that's useful. We've asked for two things, they've been supplied. I do have concerns about some of the conditions. We have an obligation to issue conditions that are reasonable and enforceable. Now, I don't understand how we can enforce minimum noise overnight. I don't understand how we can enforce ASB 2 strikes and you're out, because with ASB, oftentimes it goes with alcohol, and you can't tell somebody to drive away if they're under the influence of alcohol. A warden would be in a very difficult legal position if they were to try and do that. So I don't see how we can enforce those conditions, and that's a concern. In its favour, it's sometimes you keep fighting something that you don't like, and you fight and you fight and you fight and you get nowhere. Sometimes you need a different approach, and maybe it's better to have 152 days managed than 60 days unmanaged. And that's where I'm trying to find which side of this very fine balance I am on. So with those questions about enforceability, if those can be addressed by officers, that might make my mind up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. John?
Bearing in mind what Stephen's just said, actually I don't think it's that black and white, actually, because I think Alan's comment about an Article 4 is actually very relevant in this case. My concern, coming back to my concern, is that we have a comprehensive management plan, which we asked for. It's how we manage that. It's how we monitor that. How can we get the applicant, if that's how it works, to actually monitor what he's doing on a weekly basis so that we actually have something that we can turn around to the residents there saying he is complying, rather than just standing back and watch it.
Rob?
One thing I would say is that, and I think I mentioned this at a previous meeting, that we are now at full strength with regard to our enforcement team. And given that this application has been considered by our committee here, our monitoring officer has already got that on the list if it is to be approved to do a regular monitoring of. Not obviously that's not going to be every week, or, but it will be a case that it will be on her list of sites to monitor and to check any issues, and as and when they arise, if there are any, that local residents wish to make her aware of.
Thank you. Paul?
Yes, I agree with Robert here. I think we've asked for clarification and further work. We've got it. The campsite that Mr. Sprackley wants to create is a much better option than permitted development. It allows for management. I don't know what the confusion is about enforcement of the management plan, because as Rob's explained, it's through the enforcement process. People just need to complain and our enforcement officers will investigate, and taking that presumably to its full extent, you can start issuing stop notices, if things don't improve. So I think we should go for it.
Thank you. Alan?
Yes, I listened carefully to, well, I've just listened carefully to what Paul Bevan said, but I listened carefully to what Robert McAtta said and Stephen McAuliffe too. What I would say is that I noted in Robert McAtta's remarks, he said he doesn't mind whether it's in fact a full permanent permission or another temporary permission. He just thinks that because the two items that were required had been provided, a permission ought to be given as opposed to a refusal. And Stephen McAuliffe said maybe 152 days, or whatever the number of days is, controlled through conditions is better than PD rights. I agree with him, maybe. What I find troubling me is that I'm not, I think I agree with that remark from Stephen McAuliffe, but where that leads me to is not to be arguing for complete refusal, but yes, to be arguing for a further temporary consent, because the aims of the previous temporary consent to produce what was hoped to be, as it were, the sunlit uplands of a way of operating the site that wasn't causing difficulties in the neighbourhood and so forth, so that everyone could live calmly and happily together, hadn't been achieved during that period. So I myself would be reasonably contentedly voting for another 2-year temporary permission, and indeed, if necessary, I will propose that that is what we should do. But I'm not going to vote for an unlimited time permanent permission.
Thank you. Antonia?
Yes, I'm supportive of that position. I think that 2 years temporary with this probationary element to it to demonstrate that the management plan can be delivered and complied with. But I just had a question of fact, because Alan mentioned the possibility of rescinding permitted development rights under an Article 4 directive. Can we in fact do that in relation to a single site? I thought
yes,
that was only possible for for an area or an industry?
Yes, indeed we can, yes, but not right at this moment, because what we're doing at the moment is looking at this application.
Yes.
Janet?
Conflicted, because it's the sort of thing, Chairman, that I would like to see run properly in the countryside. But because we have given so many temporary applications in the past, is it since 2021, Andrew? I can't remember now. One in 2021. And do I understand that the conditions that we applied then, the management plan, was that applied to or was it not applied? Because listening to also the speakers that came, I would hate to put the residents through anything as they were suggesting. Not that I have heard it, Chairman, because I don't live there. So I think it is a very difficult one, and at the moment I haven't got a great deal of faith that another management plan would. I don't know. Would it work in 4 years? Once we've given that planning permission, yes, we've got this team in place now, and we all know how long it takes to get anything done, you know, with enforcement. So really what I'm saying is I'm still a bit conflicted about which way I'm going to go, but at the moment I'm leaning towards the refusal, Chairman.
I think we need to be take cognizance of the fact that the enforcement team that we now have in the authority is more powerful and better resourced than it was previously. This has been brought forward as a serious concern, so I think we could feel a lot more confident that the enforcement action that would be taken would be more effective. Andrew?
Oh, is
somebody's still on?
I've been listening with interest and care to what's been said, and this enforcement issue, I know of old what a blunt instrument almost all enforcement turns out to be. And for very many years, it's been quoted by many, many authorities, we do not proactively enforce. We expect the local community to draw things to our attention, and we will react. So that is the situation that I'm sure will be this case, regardless of how well-staffed the enforcement team is. And you are therefore suggesting to anyone who's got what they perceive to be a concern, and there are a lot of issues where there could be areas of concern, to get in touch with the enforcement team. And indeed, we've heard from you, Rob, you have promised robust enforcement. Well, there's not usually robust enforcement, there's enforcement. But if based on past history, you are going to enforce, I think you might find that one enforcement officer will be fairly busy for quite a while, because this site on past history has been a chapter after chapter of issues which require, or at least some enforcement or some investigation prior to enforcement, and it has never taken place. Ironically, if it had, and if there had been a more robust reaction to some of the complaints that have been received, then we might, as I've said before, not be sitting here today, because the Riot Act would have been read, and it would have been a case of, if you do not do this job better, we're going to close the site down and prevent you from doing it, full stop. Instead of which, it's dribbled on, and it predates 2021 because it was done on the 28-day rule for many, many days, more than 28 days in past years. So this has been something that's been going on for 10 or more years now, and it's been a great cause of concern and annoyance to a great number of people.
I think the officers will want to respond to that.
Thank you, yes. Just want to put it in a bit of context, really, because we've been homing in on enforcement on one or two sites, and that's often the case. But we deal with about 130, 140 enforcement cases a year. That includes stop notices, temporary stop notices, and you'll be aware, sometimes going to court and winning and getting buildings even taken down, and that's been in the press. So just to give it some context, you know, it's not every site that is just left fallow, as it were. There's a lot going on all the time in enforcement. And on this particular one, I think you've seen a very different, or slightly different, depending on your point of view, you've seen a different management plan being put forward to you, which includes a warden, which was something you specifically asked for and is quite a commitment. And with that, I think we're reasonably confident that that deserves at least a go. And now I'll make my other point, which is you're discussing as well in part whether it should be a permanent or temporary permission. And we've looked at the conditions and some of the benefits and gains that are being sought. And my suggestion would be that it's around a 2 to 3 year, probably 3 years, to make absolutely sure that those improvements can be assessed and seen if they're there, if you are minded to go down the temporary route. You have a choice of permanent, temporary or refusal. Our suggestion is that we do feel confident enough to monitor it and enforce it to enable people to come and enjoy this campsite as far as they can. Therefore, your choice, if you go down that route, is permanent or temporary, and we're suggesting a 3-year temporary would be a reasonable compromise.
Thank you. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to my point around the enforceability of the conditions, I've yet to have a comment because we've gone around the room a few times, so I'd like officers to have the chance to address the enforceability of minimum overnight noise and antisocial behaviour removal from site. But coming back to that point directly that Tim just made, Chair, I think 3 years, given where we are, is probably a bit lenient. I'd be more comfortable with 2 in line with Alan's suggestion, just on that point, if that was proposed.
Okay, thank you. Alan.
I would like to propose 2 years. The scheme is supposed to be up and running. We're not saying that's 2 years and that's the end of it. We're saying it's 2 years in the hope that a further 2 years does enable us to take the view in 2 years' time that the site has been managed in an acceptable way and better than it has been before. And I would like to propose that we do indeed grant permission, but limited to 2 years. The precise wording of that to be left to you, Chair, in consultation with
Thank you.
the Director of Police, I think we must call him.
Director of Placemaking. Thank you.
Placemaking, yes.
Placemaking. Thank you, Alan. John.
Yes, sir, I propose that. Oh, sorry.
May I second Alan's proposal of 2 years?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So are we clear what the proposal is? Everybody clear? Stephen, except Stephen. Oh, Stephen wants an answer. Stephen wants an answer. Sorry, Stephen. Rob.
Yes, we believe they meet the tests of conditions, because that's otherwise we wouldn't put them on as part of the recommendation. So yes, we do believe they meet the tests, and one of those is enforceability.
Would you like further comment? I mean, maybe the question was how, as much as anything.
For what it's worth on noise, we quite often put that in as a condition. And if there is reported concerns, then the enforcement officer will liaise with the relevant noise person in the district and go and monitor it and measure it. And you've seen that everything from big festivals to small sites. So there's a fairly well-trodden path in that respect.
And Andrew's quite right when he says that there is a dependence on the local community for reporting anything that is seen to be outside the management programme.
Yeah, my concern is around the word minimum and how that's defined and therefore how it's assessed and how it's investigated. I mean, even in licensing circles, it's not, the word minimum isn't used because that's meaningless. Does that mean everybody has to go around whispering? You know, it's an odd use of language, and I think something more solid would be more appropriate, such as not necessarily a certain decibel level, because that has its own problems when you start referring to what type of decibel and what reference point you're using. It's about disturbance to the local community, and that's the crux of it.
Yes.
Is there disturbance to the local community? That can be reported, but you can't report whether it's above minimum. Does that make sense?
Because the local community can't measure whether it's above whatever the minimum is anyway.
and what is minimum anyway. Yes,
Indeed.
Exactly.
Indeed. Indeed. One of you.
So, Chair, I was going to suggest perhaps that's something we should look at as officers, and you delegate that to Tim to look at and impose a reasonable condition to reflect your concerns, if Alan wants to include that as part of his proposal.
Would you like to include that? Thank you.
Extremely happy to include
Thank
that.
you very much. And the seconder is equally happy with that.
So can I just confirm that the proposal is to recommend approval subject to the 2-year time limit, plus this additional condition, the form of wording of which is delegated to Director of Placemaking in consultation with Heather.
Right. Good. We're all clear? We have a proposer and a seconder. May I have a show of hands, please, in support of that proposal? And against? 2 and abstentions. No abstentions? Thank you. That concludes that application. And that also concludes our day's work. Thank you very much, everybody. The next meeting is in a month's time.